Good morning. Hello. Hello, 13th jurors. It is good to see you. Happy Monday. It is Monday. And we get a little bit of a late start this Monday, which is good because I had a lot of errands that I had to run. So it ended up working out really good. I say good morning to Lucy. Today is me and Lucy's 4-year anniversary. Her 4th birthday is June 3rd. But today marks 4 years since she and I became best friends. Are we best friends? Give me 5. Give me 5. Look, she doesn't like to do it when she's up here. Good girl. Good girl. She looks at me like I'm crazy when I try to get her to do it under the table. But today is 4 years since me and my best friend became best friends. So happy anniversary to Lucy. And as a way to celebrate, I went by the post office this morning and Lisa Dempsey, I don't know if Lisa is in here yet, but Lisa Dempsey sent a really cute little dog pedicure nail polish. It's like pink. So today, to celebrate when we get done, I got when I was running errands this morning, I got Lucy some little treats, and I am going to do her little nails for our best friend anniversary today when we finish our stream. So I love this dog, y'all. She has gotten me through some hard times. Happy anniversary, Kelly. Kelly has been a member with us for 2 whole months. Love this community and all you and the mods do for us. Thank you so much, Kelly. We appreciate you being here. And we really do have like the best mods ever. I am before I forget, let me do our whatever it's called, the first in the tailgate, our first partiers. We have another anniversary. Brianne Malcolm, member for 3 months. Oh, I made it to 3 months. Yay, Brianne Malcolm. Happy anniversary to you as well. I am glad that you made it with us and that you are a member of our little family. I love it. And I love seeing, it seems like on one hand, it seems like we just started all of this. And then on the other hand, it seems like, we've all just been here doing this together for forever. So I love it. I love seeing the anniversaries come up. Love how Lucy is looking like, you're going to do what to my nails? Yeah. She's so funny, y'all. She's a funny little baby. Let's see. Oh, I need to add let's see. Oops. Let me see what I'm messing up. I am so tan. Y'all, I'm just a little pink around the face, but I spent the entire weekend out in the sun. I did not spend hardly any time inside. It was incredible. It was awesome. I needed it. The sunshine makes me happy. Let's see. I don't know why my video. There we go. All right, let's see. All right, so here's our first in tailgate. Yay! And we have another. Let me see if I can do this without making it go off again. I usually can't. Let's see. Oh, I did it. Look at me. Look at me. We have another anniversary. Patches, members for 3 months. And Patches says, am I a best friend too? Yes.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
We are all best friends around here. I'm so excited. Happy anniversary. Patches with us for now 3 whole months. 3 whole months. And Anna A. Anna A.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Anna A. Happy anniversary to you as well. Oh, I feel like it's like a big old love fest on a Monday morning. I'm digging it. I am excited that y'all are here. This is gonna be a doozy. It is another one of those days where we are going to see how things roll. Now, if you missed day one, day one was a doozy. And there are. I was planning on doing one of the podcast episodes for it, but I'm going to wait and do it for day 1 and 2 together, just because I was planning on doing it this weekend. But honestly, I didn't want to do any work this weekend. That's the honest to God truth. It has nothing to do with anything other than that. I just wanted a complete break, so I didn't get it done. So I will do the podcast episode in case you missed any parts of day 1 but don't have time to watch the whole thing, with kind of like the highlights from it. But day 1 was a doozy. And one thing that we know for sure is that Sharon had some awesome friends. Let's see. We have gifted membership. Let's see. I don't have my old lady glasses on. Diana gifted a membership, and it went to Donna G. Congratulations, Donna G. Thank you so much, Diana. We appreciate that. I love gifted memberships. They make me happy. Welcome to the family, Donna G. We are glad to have you. Yes, I did get a new tattoo. I can't see. When I'm trying to look at myself on here, I can't see it. I got one right here. It says, it's a verse that I've always liked, but you can't really read it from here. But it says, she is clothed in strength and dignity. So it's a verse that I've always liked and something that matters to me. So I got that. Good eye noticing that. Kim Newton has joined our little family too.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome, Kim Newton. Welcome to the family. We are glad you are here. Oh, and we have another anniversary. Everybody's anniversaries are coming up today. This is awesome. Happy 2-month anniversary. Love your channel and our community. I love our community too, and we're glad to have you. I love that y'all come and hang out with us and get to, yes, good eye. Get to hang out and go through this wild ride with us. Let's see. While we wait for court, do you have the video of Thommy, old Thommy, yelling at the judge? Which one? Because Lord knows that man, he is something else. The one from the pretrial hearing that we watched the other day, is that the one you're talking about? That we watched it. What did we watch that Friday before court started? I think, where he's telling her what he has is going to ruin her day, and this dude. Let me pull it up. We can watch it. We watched some of it, or we watched the whole thing the other day, but I was telling some people about it, and I posted some of it on like a little clip of it on Twitter too. This man, he is something else. Let's see what we got here. Let me find it. I had it saved. I have the link saved somewhere. It's funny. If you go to my watch later section on YouTube, it's all either it's all either like this one is like 20-hour adventure for dogs with anti-anxiety music, not medicine, anti-anxiety. So you saying that with anti-anxiety music. It's like all these things. Like if I have to leave, normally Lucy goes everywhere with me, but if I have to go somewhere where she can't come with me, I turn on dog TV for her on YouTube and leave it on. And it has like the soothing, supposed to be like the soothing music and stuff for dogs. So all of my watch later stuff is either like murder stuff or like calming dog music and stuff, which is ironic. Jen gifted a membership. Jen gifted a membership and it went to Noel. Oh, wait. Oh, everything just moved. Everything just moved. Where'd it go? Noel. Oh, I'm going to say it wrong. Mihalko? If you correct me on it, I will remember it and I won't get it wrong again. But I'm sorry if I said it like all kinds of wrong that time. But welcome to the family. And thank you so much, Jen, for gifting a membership. Thank you. Y'all are the best. Oh, and Kim Newton sent a super sticker. Yay! I love that one. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. And Kelly Gale gifted a membership. And it went to B. May. Yay! I really need to get my glasses on. I can't see anything. I think because I've been out in the sun all weekend. Welcome to the family, B. May, and thank you so much, Kelly Gale, for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Welcome to the family. All right. Okay. Yes, I got distracted, but I will pull up that ridiculous hearing. Let's see. Hearing. All right. Corey is also 3-month membership. Corey, congratulations on your anniversary with us. We are so glad to have you. And we appreciate you being here with us. Oh, y'all are the best. All right. So let's see. I have this pulled up. Let's watch it. So this is the, oh, this is a doozy. This is, oh, we got more stuff happening. Diana gets another membership. It went to Lindsay Lewis. Congratulations, Lindsay Lewis. I can't talk. Welcome to the family. And thank you so much, Diana, for gifting a membership. Lindsay Lewis, you look good in green. Welcome. Thank you. I love the Lucy cam too. She's a little trip. I have some ideas of some more things I want to do to like spruce up her little room down there. So I've got some stuff on order. I'm going to get her spruced up even more than she is down there. She deserves it. All right. So this is for those, for whoever asked, I think Lindsay Hendricks asked, this is the hearing. It's about 16 minutes long. But this is the hearing where he yells at the judge and tells her that he's, the information he has is going to ruin her day and all of that stuff.
Mr. Randolph, are you on Blue Jeans? Mr. Bradford, can you hear anything going on in the room next door?
Yeah, I see him too. He's logged in as J945-8 JDC inmate hearing.
Huh? Okay. Mr. Randolph, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right.
His voice already just makes me.
Page 5. C250966. State Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present via Blue Jeans from the Nevada Department of Corrections Mr. Ornos is here on his behalf, as well as Mr. Orem is also here, and Mr. Pesci is here on behalf of the state. Mr. Ornos or Mr. Orem, what is the status on trial readiness? Are we on track?
We are on track, Your Honor.
Okay, and
Noli
the
Mahako.
Crime Stopping materials, it's my understanding the state is not opposed to getting an order to turn those over. Have we already done that?
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Ornos, do you know, has the order already been submitted?
We will be submitting it shortly.
Okay, so I'll sign that order based on the representation that there's a stipulation to release those records. So as soon as I get the order, I'll sign that order, we'll release those records. Anything else that we need to discuss today, Mr. Ornos?
Judge Jones, can you hear me?
Noli Mahako.
can,
I'll never
Mr.
get it wrong
Randolph.
again.
I have some problems. I've been trying to get with the lawyers, and they tell me that the prison will not let them visit me virtually, will not let them talk to me telephonically. That is what you guys told me, correct?
I'm going to mute this weirdo over here for a minute. Donna just gifted another membership, and it went to Baby Bear. Welcome to the family, Baby Bear. You look good and green. Thank you so much, Donna Doe 420, for gifting a membership.
Yes,
Another
and
one.
Your Honor, excuse me, I would address this, Jim Ornos.
So
You know, it's very difficult. I mean, sometimes we try to get a message to them, they won't pass it on. You know, their policies are making it extraordinarily difficult for us to talk to our client, even on the phone. Now, of course, we can go up there and we're going to do that, but you know, if we have to limit contact to just those times where we can travel to the prison, I mean, obviously that's really going to impact our ability to communicate with our clients.
Jen gifted another membership.
No, I mean,
Judge Jones,
Julie McBride, welcome to the family. Thank you.
my concern is I was under the impression, because we've had virtual conversations with Tom Erickson, which I guess is no longer on my case. So I know what happens. And I know you signed an order because they took the cuffs off so I can write and stuff. So I know there's an order in place. And I thought the last time we talked, when they took me to Clark County just to do this over the
Checking the number.
virtual thing here, which was just a total waste of time and exposing me to COVID. I asked you about a standing order and you said you didn't think that was in place, but you had no problem with that. It's beyond me that my lawyers cannot set up a virtual, and maybe they're not shooting straight with me, but this is getting old really fast. So I got a problem, and I got 2 or 3 problems I want to put on the record today. I filed a motion. I don't
So
know
annoying.
if you have got that. I know my lawyers got it. The state should have had it by now. But this has been going on for 14 years. There are motions that my attorneys should be filing in the next 3 weeks, but they have to talk to me first. We've been getting files, but when I say, I need to talk to you, and they say, we need to talk to you, okay, set up a virtual call. There's supposed to be a court order. It doesn't happen. They say, we can't do it. The prison won't let us. Set up a telephonic call. Well, we can't do that. The prison won't let us. So I don't know who's doing what here, but it's my understanding you're the judge, you write the orders, they do what you tell them, not what they want to do. So, and I'm talking not about the lawyers, I'm talking about the prison. I need contact with my lawyers. My lawyers need to see me. I've been spending a fortune sending them, mailing them things. So we're at this point, but they won't let them come out and visit me, even though we've had the COVID vaccine months now. I am sitting in limbo. I know what I know, and this case is over. It's just a matter of filing a couple of motions, and the state's not going to be happy with it, but they screwed up and they're going to have to live with the consequence. But nothing's going to get done until my lawyers file this. Nothing's going to get done until my lawyers come out and see me or whatever. So I'm asking, if my lawyers file a motion to have me transported to one of their offices, is there are literally hundreds of pictures and dozens of hours of video and audio that I have to listen to, because I haven't had that yet. It's been 14 years and I haven't seen the whole walkthrough, just because I've had 25 lawyers
Lynn
in
just gifted a
14
membership.
years, starting my 14th year. And
Jimmy
the only
Lawson.
two that did anything was my Utah attorneys. So it's really getting frustrating to me because, like I said, I know what I know. I photocopy everything, and this is nonsense. I'm not going to put up with this much longer. So I'm asking
Not gonna put
if
up
my
with it.
lawyers file an order asking me to be transported to their office so that I can access the computer and go over the files because they have the files. You would certainly sign that, I would believe, because that's happened in the past. If my lawyers get an order saying that they need to talk to me virtually a couple of hours here, a couple hours there, it's my understanding you've already signed those orders. They're in place. If they're not, they will refile those, and it's my belief you would sign those. If my lawyers file a motion and orders saying they need to talk to me telephonically and set this up, it's my belief that you would sign those. Am I incorrect? Are you not going to sign orders allowing me access to my attorneys?
I'm not gonna sign an order to transport you to your attorney's office because that's outside of my jurisdiction. That is up to the prison where you are transported. So you're incorrect, and I'm going to sign that.
I love
I
that.
can't tell you
You're
whether or not
incorrect.
I'm going to sign any other orders that you mentioned because I haven't seen them and I don't know what the reasoning is behind them, which is, I'm sure, the reason why Mr. Ornos probably is in preparation of those orders and hasn't submitted them, because Mr. Ornos is 110% aware of what is and is not legally allowed. And Mr. Ornos isn't going to request something that he knows isn't legally allowed. Mr. Ornos just indicated that he has been having problems with being able to see you at the prison. And I did sign an order back on, I signed it May 18th, saying that he's supposed to have weekly telephonic conferences with you. And Mr. Ornos, are you saying that that is not being complied with?
I am, Your Honor. Yeah, it's not. They,
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna need to get the prison. We're gonna need to get the prison here so we can have discussions with them about how this is going to proceed. I'm having this issue with the prison in another case, and they will actually be here.
Okay, but how funny is it that he tells the judge, that Thami tells the judge, I'm not going to tolerate this much longer. What's he going to do? What's Thami going to do?
On Monday in regards to that issue. But Mr. Ornos, I'm going to ask you to get in touch with the prison and file a motion to put this on calendar on the day that and we need them here. We need the Attorney General's office here on behalf of the prison so that they can discuss why the prison is not in compliance with the order that I issued. And Henry Kim is here, it appears. Mr. Kim, are you here on this matter?
Your Honor, I'm actually here on the Bradford matter. I apologize for the camera; it's not working for some reason.
Okay, but how do we get in touch with, who's representing the prison in regards to not honoring my orders on Thomas Randolph?
Your Honor, I'm not. I mean, because it's a criminal case, and if there's an outstanding order regarding a weekly teleconference, I can certainly look into that and see what's going on. But I'm not sure if anybody's been made aware of that order. I'm not sure who's Mr. Orem is on this case.
Jim Ornos, you were made aware. As a matter of fact, I sent it to the prison, and the prison then called Chambers. So
okay, I personally haven't been made aware. So let's make that clear. Who at the prison did you provide the order to, and they deny the teleconference? I mean, this is something
they just ignored it. They called Chambers. No one even called us back. They just ignored it and called Chambers. That's what they did.
Okay.
So nobody called us back to even tell us that.
How about you can communicate with me, and then I can possibly facilitate and assist you in scheduling a teleconference with your client.
Fantastic. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
My name is Henry Kim, and you can look up my information on the State Bar website.
Okay, AG, got it, okay.
Judge
Casey Dan
Jones,
McGowan gets to the
also,
membership.
This virtual, we can talk on the phone, but obviously I can't see any video that my lawyers have that I need to see. They can't see any files that I have. Now, I have been sending my Jim, a lot of files that is the crux of there's 17, 18, 19 boxes of files. You only need these 300 or 400 pages.
Listen.
They speak for themselves. They will be my defense. If we go to trial, they will be the crux of what I am going to report to you in a minute. And then the state's going to have a real issue. But virtually, if nothing else, if we get 2 or 3 hours
This guy.
right in a row, and that's why I've done this, here's page 1, they got page 1, I got page 1, and we can go through each and every one of those files if it takes, and it's going to take 2-3 hours right in a row. And we do this virtually so that we can actually, I can show them, that's the purpose of having my hands uncuffed, so I can hold the files up and we can see what we got here. Also, my lawyer says they have no problem coming out and seeing me, bringing the laptop, bringing all the video, and spending all day here. They said that's not a problem, but they won't let me do that, or they won't let them do that. This is nonsense. I want the hell out of here, and I know when these lawyers see what there is to see, they're going to file the appropriate motions, and they're going to ruin your day, and they're going to ruin the state's day, because then you are going to grant these motions that they file, and I'm going home. It's that simple. But it's not going to happen until they come and see me,
The
till they have
audacity.
access to me. I've been waiting 14 years. I've had 25 attorneys. It's getting old. So you have to step up and make these people do what they need to do. And lastly, and this is
Mr. Randolph. All right, Mr. Kim is going to help facilitate getting you access to your lawyers. He just told Mr. Ornos that. Mr. Kim is going to facilitate that. So we're about to set a status check to make sure that that's been done and that you've had access to your lawyers. So that's exactly what we're going to do in regards to that issue. What is your last issue?
okay. I had a question. I couldn't hear you earlier. I heard the lawyers saying something about they were supposed to get something within so many days, and now I didn't hear what you was talking about. When we first started and you didn't know I was here, something about they was expecting some paperwork and they hadn't got it, or
They're talking about the material from Crime Stoppers, that there's been a court order for them to get. The state is agreeing to give it to them. The order is going to be signed for them to get it.
so we should have that in.
I have no idea, Mr. Randolph. I don't
okay.
control Crime
Okay.
Stoppers.
What I was asking, and I will try to get with the attorneys, if they can hopefully come out on the 10th. I know this is a holiday weekend, July 10th, spend some time with me. I'm wondering if we can have a status check on the 16th to see if these have been filed, because if they haven't filed these things, then we need to talk about maybe we're not working together, the lawyers and I, but I think I believe they're going to do what they're supposed to do. But is there a way to have a status check on the 16th so
No,
that
Mr.
I can?
Randolph.
Could I be heard? Judge, could I be heard?
Yes, Mr. Randolph. First of all, you can't dictate when the lawyers are going to come visit you, okay? These lawyers are going to come visit you when they can arrange to come out and visit you. I am not going to sit here and guarantee you that that's going to happen on July 10th, because then if it doesn't happen,
I
then
get-
we lie. Mr. Randolph, when I'm talking, you're not.
Tell
I'm
him.
not going to guarantee you that. We're also not having a status check date on July 16th. I'm going to set a status check date momentarily, but I'm about to hear from Mr. Orm because he would like to be heard. Go ahead, Mr. Orm.
Your Honor, just so the record is clear, I'm confirming
2 years
today.
ago.
I know Mr. Randolph has serious issues, and I'm going to work with Mr. Randolph
He
and
has
Mr.
serious
Ornos.
issues.
I'm confirming today. I know very limited information about the case, but we're going to make sure that Mr. Randolph is visited his issues are taken care of, the appropriate motions are filed. And so I want to assure the court and Mr. Randolph of that. I know Mr. Ornis is working hard on the case.
Thank you, Mr. Orman. I have no doubt that that's exactly what you're gonna do. So I'm ordering Mr.
Okay,
Kim to communicate with Mr. Ornos and Mr. Orem to make sure we get these visits coordinated. You guys will have that done. We'll have a status check on July 30th for a status check on visitation at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the date?
July 30th.
For clarity purposes.
July, okay, that was my, I have 2 minutes and I'm done.
Ugh.
I filed a motion and I don't think you've got it yet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, basically what this motion is, and it's, I'm
Mr.
filing.
Randolph, you're not gonna tell me what the motion is. When I get the motion,
I'm
it's gonna
sorry?
be calendar. You're not gonna tell me what the motion is today because the motion is not on calendar and I'm not gonna decide it because I haven't read it. When the motion gets
Okay.
filed, I'm going to read it and then I will decide it at that time.
Okay, that's what I had asked, if we could do that on the 30th, so I guess you'll decide that and let us know.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. That's what I wanted to hear you was gonna do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to hear you were going to do. Oh, he's so awful. He's so awful. Thami, sit down. Sit down, Thami. What are you thinking? He is one of those that's just like, when you hear him talk, his level of self-importance is mind-blowing. Like, when you hear it, you're like there's no way that he really believes like the stuff that he's saying that's coming out of his mouth, but he does. But he does. That's the thing, is he does. Oh my gosh. When he told the judge that what he has is going to ruin her day, like the information that he has, and when you get it, it's going to ruin your day, it's going to ruin the state's day, and you are going to grant these motions, and I'm going home. It's as simple as that. He banged his hand down on that table like, who do you think you are, Thami? And when he tells her that he's not going to put up with this for much longer, what you gonna do, boo? What you gonna do? Stomp right back to your cell? Oh, he's awful. He is so awful. Oh, yes. You know, that's a good way of explaining it. Thami thinks that the judge is just the waitress of the law. The way that he talks to, first of all, he is textbook narcissist, like textbook. And then, so that's number one. Number two, the way that he feels, the way that he talks about women is so disgusting, but also it shows what he thinks about, as far as, you know, it's like he automatically puts himself above women. This is a judge. This is his judge. And this is the judge who is going to be deciding his punishment if he gets convicted again. Like, this is the judge that, like, if there was ever a woman that you need to be, you know, not so chauvinistic and ridiculous toward, it's her. And he's telling her that, you know, he's not going to tolerate this much longer. Who does he think he is? Oh, gosh, Thami. Oh, Thami. Yeah. Oh, he's awful. He is awful. The way he talks to her. And yeah, this is his judge. This is his judge for, like, this is the same judge for this trial. So he, you know, he's telling her he's going to ruin her day and ruin the state's day by, you know, with all this information that he has, and just the level of self-importance and just that grandiose narcissism is just, I mean, I really think that he truly believes that he is the smartest of all of them. He thinks he's smarter than the lawyers. He thinks he's smarter than the judge. He thinks he's smarter than pretty much everybody he comes into contact with. And he has more control issues than I think I've seen any other defendant have up to this point. Even he's beyond Murdoch with the control issues. It's crazy. Oh, Thami, sit down, Thami. So court today is supposed to start. Oh yeah, Chrissy Bacon says his attorney Josh is also triggering. There was a lot of talk about his attorneys and the way that they spoke to the witnesses. You know, I am normally, anybody who's done multiple trials with me, y'all know that I am normally like, I enjoy the back and forth, that push and pull from the attorneys. And even if I don't agree with what they're saying, like, you know, once I had gone through all of the evidence with the Melly trial, I was like, okay, to me, you know, I've made up my mind on, you know, whether or not guilt was, you know, proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But that didn't mean that when the, you know, when the attorneys were still fighting, I was still like, I could respect the way that they were fighting. Although Stu's little temper tantrums did get a little bit, you know, out there. But other than that, you know, I can still look at what they're doing and respect it. Like, that's their job. You know, they're fighting for their client. However, the ones that are the victim blamers and the ones that have that incredibly condescending tone, those are much harder for me to be like, you know what, they're just doing their job. I can try to tell myself that, but I still want to like kick their chair out from under them when they go to sit down. And Thami's attorneys are kind of like that, unfortunately. For those of you who didn't get to see what we went through on Friday with day number 1, we saw the first, let me get it pulled up so I don't miss anybody. One thing we know for sure is that Miss Sharon had some good friends. She did. She had some wonderful, strong friends, which was good to see. Let's see. So day 1, we had, let me pull out my little list that I made. They talked about the girlfriend, Lizzie, Thami and Lizzie. I guess Lizzie's supposed to testify. I'm going to be real interested to hear that. That will be something. So they did the openings and all of that. So we had, who all did we have? We had, I thought I wrote it down on my little list, but I didn't. I think I got so into just chit chatting with y'all about it. We had Colleen was first. Court starts in about 40 minutes. We have about 40 minutes ish. So we had, Colleen was first. Colleen is Sharon's daughter. And she did an awesome job. We had her husband, Mike, who got up there, and he did an awesome job. He was wonderful too, because he was very matter of fact, and you could tell that they were trying to get him riled up. And, you know, he was just very like, nope, you're not going to get to me. You know, I've dealt with y'all's crap for too long, you know, just kept very cool. Everything was just, you know, how it is. He did a really good job. We had, oh man, oh gosh, I should have taken my notes, but I was so busy chit chatting with y'all. I did not take my notes. She was so sassy. What was her name? And she was so pretty. This is what happens when I take the whole weekend off and don't do any of my recaps or anything. She had all the connections, and she's the one that told her. Deidre, yes. Thank you, Jen Pookie. Deidre. Deidre was awesome. She got up there and she was just, you know, as, you know, just so together and strong, and, you know, said, you know, like Whimsical Drew said, strong in her conviction. They were all so much like, no, we didn't like him. He was awful. We did not like him. And the defense is trying to make it out like, oh, well, y'all just don't like him, and that's why you're saying these things. And they're like, yeah, obviously we didn't like him. Look at how he was with her. So Deidre was fantastic. She was one of those witnesses that was just, when she was talking about how she had talked to Sharon and, warned her and told her, don't eat anything he makes you, don't drink anything. She was worried about him poisoning her. But she said, you be careful, because she saw through him, immediately, and was like, no, he's going to do something. I'm worried he's going to kill you. And she was just so strong. And when they tried to get her rattled, she was like, nope, can't rattle Miss Deidre. She was awesome. We had the friend who saw them at Mervin's, and when they were looking for rings, and she said that she didn't like him either. I mean, did anybody like him? I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's, and that's what they say, love is blind. And that's hard, because that's one of the things we talked about in Chat Friday too, is like, how many times have you seen, one of your friends getting into a relationship with somebody who is just not good for them? And you can say all you want, like, hey, I see this is, whatever. But man, how often do we listen? It's hard, because love is blind, but love is also stupid, y'all. Love is stupid. So, we ignore things. And, but she had some awesome friends who, did try to look out for her and did try to help. Jimmy Lawson, looking good and green. Thank y'all. Love this family. We love you too, Jimmy Lawson. We are glad you are here. Polly Prissy Pants said, y'all, I hated being dragged through Mervin's on a Saturday as a kid. There were a bunch of people saying that Mervin's was like bringing back memories for them. So, like memory unlocked. Yeah, we can all be dumb. Look, I've been there. I had people that tried to warn me, and look how that turned out. All right, let's see. Let's get it pulled up. Let's just go on our little memory lane and see what all we missed. When they did the openings, they showed the pictures. That was a little bit of a shock. All right, so after Colleen, we had, and then he stared down Colleen, and she looked right back at him too. When Colleen had to identify him, and she was like, him right there in the white shirt. Like, you could just hear the disdain in her voice. I was like, you go, Colleen. She did so good. Let's see. Deidre was the other one. And then it was Victoria. That was the other name I couldn't remember. Victoria, Kimenker or whatever it was the other friend. And the one that saw them at Mervin's, and she didn't like him either. So it was really hard watching the cross-examinations, especially when you see people like Colleen who get up there who are so just, that how much they've been through with all of this, and the hard times that they've gone through. And, she thought all of this was behind her, and now it turns out she's having to go through all of this again. So we already feel, like almost that sense of, and I could tell that we all did that, because that's how our chat is. And that's why I love y'all so much. We all have like that sense of like feeling protective over the victims. Because as much as we, laugh at the ridiculous, and I will make Thami jokes for the rest of my life, more than likely, like as much as we can like make fun of the ridiculous stuff, when it comes to those victims, y'all, we get protective. And that's one of the things that I love about our group. So when, you know, everybody was sending the love and the hearts and all of that and like the support for her. I'm getting chills. Like I literally got chills saying that. Like I love how y'all, I love our chat for that reason. Like this is not one of those places where, you know, we like the way that we rally around those, and whether or not they will ever know that they had so much love and support coming from, you know, our little neighborhood of the internet, doesn't matter. Like the fact that, you know, that's just how we roll. I love that. And so the way that we feel so protective over the victims, as soon as the defense got up there, we're all like, all right, you know, y'all better watch out. You know, Colleen's our girl. She, you know, we got her back. And like, you know, same with Deidre, like, and those are some, you know, wonderful, strong witnesses that got up there. Not that they couldn't handle their own, but even knowing, you know, you could tell what a strong woman Deidre is and how strong Colleen is and Mike and Victoria. But even so, we're still like, you know, sit down, Josh, you know, like just protecting everybody. I loved that. I love that about our group. So, we James is ready to fight. James is like, don't make me come to Nevada right now. I will show up and fight for y'all. But yeah, I love it. We have literally the best chat on the internet. And yeah, I love that, Dolly Q. We are here for those who no longer have a voice. We are their voice. I absolutely love that. And you are so right. I like to, you know, I like to see the love and support that y'all show. It matters so much to me. And you never know who's in chat. I mean, we've learned that, you know, through different ways. We've had families of, you know, we've had Travis, you know, Rudolph, his family is, you know, has been in the chat and, you know, has now become one of our members. And we had Mark Shiner's, you know, kids were in our chat and, you know, they were lurkers and would watch us, you know, during the day, and we had no idea. So I love that, you know, we, you know, that they're able to see how much we, you know, care about people. And look, I'm gonna go and tell you right now, if Thami's, you know, friends are in here, it is what it is. You know, when you behave in a certain way, you know, you get certain consequences. So I'm not going to apologize for calling him Thami. Yes, fiercely defensive of the victims. Yes. Kelly P, you were late, but you made it. They have not started court yet, so you're still okay. We have, they're starting late today, so we have a few minutes. So we're just hanging out, chilling, catching up on our weekends. I want to see too. Oh, I'm late for a very important date. I used to sing that all the time when I was, I used to love that. Oh, you unlocked a memory there. It is the best channel. I have a feeling he doesn't have many friends either. And, you know, Alyssa Kay, that's something that they said too, that, you know, he doesn't have many friends, but that's a big thing with, like the grandiose narcissism too, is that they don't generally have a lot of friends. They have, you know, they tend to seek out relationships where they have somebody that they can control, and then they isolate, you know, whoever they're in a relationship with, they'll isolate that person from their friends. But it's hard to be friends with with somebody who's that narcissistic, because they're not capable of caring about somebody in the way that a friend does. You know, so it's hard for them to have any friends when, you know, who's going to be friends with somebody who doesn't, you know, is always just wanting something out of you, but never concerns himself with how you are or what's going on in your life, or, you know, how they can help you through hard times, or, you know, anything like that. Everybody that's talked about him has said that, you know, he would get people who, were his friends that were close to, but it was always in a way that it has been described as him manipulating them and grooming them and trying to get what he wants out of them. So, you know, and it's crazy to see. But even like in that clip we just watched, or the pretrial hearing that we just watched, watching his attempt at manipulation is, I mean, it's literally textbook stuff. And that judge was not having it. She's like, Mr. Randolph, listen, when I'm talking, you don't talk. Oh, man, Thommy. Oh, Thommy. He is something else. Yeah, if you are useful to them, then they are your friend. You know, and him having his friends over to have dinner and things like that. And then that just turns into him trying to hire them as a hitman for whichever wife he's trying to off at that moment for financial gain. It's crazy. It is absolutely insane. Yes, Lucy, little bitty baby Lucy is down there. I will tell y'all what I ordered for her little thing. I have the little curtains, which, you know, I hung those and I was like, those are cute. But I think what I'm going to do, I need to change the batteries in that little lightning bolt actually. But I think what I'm going to do, I ordered some of like the greenery thing I'm going to put behind it. And I've got a little sign thing that I'm going to hang. So she's going to have her little pink fur with her bed and stuff like that. And then it's going to be, I've got like a whole, she's going all posh down here. So I liked the curtains originally, but I think it'll be cuter if I can get her little greenery and her sign and everything. She's going to have like a whole little doggy palace under here, which is actually funny because normally she will only lay down here when I'm live, because she's like right here at my feet. But when I got home from running errands, she was asleep down here. So it's almost kind of like become like her own little dog house in the condo. So it's too cute. Too cute. I love this dog. And she gets her nails painted today. And hold on. I have to show y'all this. Very excited. Can you see? I got my barbecue sauce. So guess who's having chicken tonight? I've already got my chicken thawing out. Look, Lucy's like, chicken? We're having chicken? Hi, pretty. I got my barbecue sauce. Yay. I got a mild. Technically I got 2 milds, but my kid stole one of them already because he likes to cook too. So he took one. So I've got a mild and a medium, but I'm so excited. So tomorrow I'm going to make that tonight for supper. And tomorrow I'll give y'all my I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. I've already heard how good it is. But tomorrow I'll give y'all the full, what's it called? Like the food review thing, whatever it is. What's it called when they do the food critics? The food critics. I'll give you my whole critics report. So funny. Let's see. When does trial start back? I was watching Jody Ayers. It starts, about 25, 30 minutes. Let me go ahead and get it pulled up so we can watch for when they come back. Actually, before that, because we got about 30 minutes, let's do this. I'm going to pull up. We're not going to watch it again, but just to kind of do a little reminder. this is for those of y'all who missed it. All right. The first, where is my little, oh, here it is. All right. So our first was Colleen. Sorry. Oh, I forgot. I have it's supposed to start in about 30 minutes. And just so y'all know, when it starts, I have one more call from my doctor that I have to take today. So I'll be muting it. I'll be here. You'll be listening to that, but you'll see me on the phone. And it's not because I'm not completely interested in our hangout session, but just so you know, I have to take a phone call at 12:30. But besides that, okay. So this is Colleen. Colleen was or is the she was the first witness, but she is the daughter of Sharon. So she was first to get up. What did y'all get out of Colleen's stuff? We heard from her for those of us who were there, let's fill in everybody who wasn't or who may have missed parts of it. She told us about when she called Tommy after everything happened, and she said, what did you do to my mom? And he said that, Mike killed your mom, and then he hung up on her. We heard the voicemails that he left her where they were talking about money, where he didn't know that she had changed the will. And she was, he was leaving her messages saying, hey, oh, it's so good to hear your voice, and doing the whole thing where he's, trying to manipulate her and be all nice and, fake. And then it turns into when he finds out about the new will, he's calling her a liar and saying, no wonder your mom never liked you. And, just complete 180 from how he was before. His true colors came out. Said that she was lying about the will, and, every message he left was just money, money, money. So we saw that. We heard her talking about, we got some of the information about when she got control of the house through the will, that he obviously was not happy about it, that she had the police come over so that they could do the, change the locks and that type thing. She, had a hard time with it, but she stayed strong. She did a good job. That's kind of the, some of the highlights from all of that stuff, especially those emails or voicemails rather, that were hard to hear, but I did try to translate as we went because the audio on them was so bad, but I did try to translate some of those. And then after that, we had her husband. This is the husband. He did an awesome job. He got on the stand, and we heard a little bit from him too. He kind of gave us some insight into some of the money stuff too, where he has been in the music business, music industry for a while, and said something about how Tommy was being kind of weird towards him and saying, oh yeah, when I get all this money, I'll build us a studio and all of this stuff. And he is like, we had never talked about that. It was never something that I said I wanted or that we were, planning on doing. It was, just very kind of strange. So, but we heard from him. He was a good witness too. And then we had Deidre. Loved me some Deidre. this is Deidre. She was fantastic. She's the friend who was, looking out for her and told her, don't eat any food he gives you. She tried to tell her, come stay with me. I can help you get through your divorce. She talked about how she didn't know that, they had gotten married in Vegas, that she thought at the time that it was just the wedding in Mexico. And, she didn't find out until later that they had actually gotten married here as well. What else do we hear from her? She was very, very adamant about her feelings toward him, which I was here for it. And then we had Victoria, who used to be a friend of Sharon's and had known her for a really long time. She talked about she met Mike Miller one time. Also, that when she saw Sharon, she saw Sharon and Thami in Mervyn's shopping for rings. She didn't feel like he was genuine. That, he seemed like he was untrustworthy. Isn't it funny how everybody around her, saw it after a while? It's kind of like they, in the beginning, they all thought, oh, well, he seems like he's, they're really happy and they're doing things together. And it's always like that in the beginning, but it didn't take long for a lot of them to start, seeing what was happening around there. So, I think she was our last one of the day. And then of course we had old Thami writing all his notes, giving his notes to his attorneys, and old Thami. Every time they thought they were done with something, then they would have to get up there and talk again because Thami had another note. Thank you, Kelly P. It's funny, Kelly P, you've mentioned some of my clothes and stuff before, but I think pretty much everything that you've brought up that you like, I've gotten at like Goodwill or something. I think I got this from like Plato's Closet. And I have it in red too, actually, but the red one I ordered from Amazon, but I got the white one at Plato's Closet. But I am a thrift store shopper. I love a good thrift store, and I order a lot of stuff off of Amazon too because I'm cheap. So that's what we had from anything you missed on Friday. I'm going to go ahead and get today's stuff pulled up so we can be watching for when they are starting. And I think we're supposed to hear from Lizzie today. The girlfriend that he had while he was with Sharon. Oh, he's such a dog. No, dogs are cute and lovable. He's not a dog. I don't even know. There's not even an animal that I can compare him to because I love animals. Yes, Kiefer, I spent all weekend on the beach. It was incredible. I needed some sunshine in my life, and I spent pretty much all weekend outside because I just needed it. And I know that with this trial, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get out because this one ends at 7. So I'll get out right in time for sunset, which is nice. We have the most insane sunsets this time of year. The sun is just huge. And I try to take pictures, but it doesn't do it justice. It's like this huge orange globe. And it's just like a phone camera doesn't even, you can't even imagine. It's not even, but I can make it out there just for that, but not like during the actual sunny days. So I spent all weekend outside with my girlfriends. We went to the beach and did a beach day on Saturday. And then yesterday we went to, we were out at the pool most of the day right across from the beach. And it was It was wonderful. I spent as much time in the sun as possible because I knew that I wasn't going to get much sun now that this trial is happening. So, yeah. And I've got kind of a base tan anyway, because I do get outside a little bit, but you can see where I'm whiter right here, where I had my big sunglasses on. So you can see that, like, I'm like from here to here, you can see that I'm like a little bit whiter, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, the sunset. Let me see if I can pull up. I posted a couple pictures. Let me see. It's not even the same. I mean, it's really not. When I say a camera doesn't do it justice, but I will show you if I can log in. I have. My thing is trying to tell me it's fraudulent, that somebody's trying to log into my account. I'm like, I have to tell them it's me. Let's see if they'll let me in to my own account. Okay, let's see. All right. This is the sunset from last night. And this is from the balcony right here. But so you can tell, like, it doesn't even really do it justice. But the sun is just huge and so pretty and just orange and pink and just insane. And I love it. I love it. I love it. ML just gifted 5 memberships, 5 whole memberships. Let's see. Auntie Candy, It's Just Me, Vermillionaire, Jamie Chestnut, Mama Trout were all gifted memberships. Welcome to the family. And ML, thank you so much for gifting membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is, hold on, let me, before I just slide over, let me make sure that, oh, yep, glad I didn't slide over that way. Okay. I had to make sure I was going the right way. Here's another one, right as it was. So you can, again, iPhone doesn't do it justice, but this was last night's sunset. So, it was insanely beautiful. Oh, I love it. And then let's see. And then beach day. Look how, okay, I'll show y'all this. This was from beach day. Look how pretty that water is. Like, look how insane and beautiful that water is. I love where I live. It's, I tweeted this one. This was my that Zach Brown song, Knee Deep in the Water Somewhere. I tweeted this one and I had to put those lyrics on there. But the water is just insanely beautiful. I love it. So I got to spend a lot of time outside. It helps the soul. Being out in the sunshine as much as I can helps the soul. Helps the soul. Yeah, the view here, like my condo is tiny. Like I live in, like, I mean, it's tiny. Which, I mean, it's just me and Lucy, so it's not like I need a lot of square footage. But one of the things when I sold my house and moved here, you know, I had a large house. It was too much though. It was now, you know, Jacob was moving out and it was just me and Lucy, and it was so much to clean and take care of. And I like being outside, and I'm, you know, my favorite part about I loved my house that I had before. But my favorite part was sitting out in the backyard, like on the porch and everything. I love the outside, the outdoor space and all that. So I was like, I don't want to have a big thing to clean. So I have a tiny condo, but it was more than worth it for me to sacrifice the square footage that I didn't need anymore for the view. So I'm not living in a mansion on the beach or anything. I have a tiny condo, but for me, it's worth it because, man, the view is that's all I need. Let's see. 211 likes, and we have 400 people in here. Oh, you know what that means? You know what that means? Lucy goes away. We get rid of Lucy Cam until we get, let's see, we have 400 people. We'll go for 300 likes. If we can get 300 likes, we're at 217 right now. If we can get 300 likes, we'll bring Lucy Cam back. I'm excited. Her little, I saw some of you asking, the thing that I ordered for her, it's like the greenery thing. You've seen how they have different places where you take pictures in front of it where it has the greenery thing and it has the neon signs. So I'm going to try to find her a little, I have her little, this was one of my gifts that I, from the Lori Vallow trial with the storm, the lightning bolt is, so that's going to stay down there, but I'm going to try to find her a little pink neon sign to hang, just a small one to hang on the greenery, but I've got the greenery that's going to go back here. I'm excited. It'll be cute. Too cute. Also, I'm going to put this up while we're waiting so that you can see. I'll move our stuff when it gets to be when it starts, so it's not blocking anybody, but I'll leave our wives up for now. It's funny how much Lucy matters to everybody because we went from 211 to 262 likes just like that because everybody wants Lucy Cam back. Jacob told me today, he went to the post office with me today and I was showing him the little nail polish and he was laughing. He was like, that they don't watch that show for you, right? They watch it for Lucy. I was like, I know. I'm aware. Erica, member for 3 whole months. Happy anniversary. Thanks for all you and the mods do. Love it here. Erica, thank you so much. And we love having you here. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love having y'all here with us. It really is something that I look forward to. I really do. Let's see. Jimmy Lawson says, be home soon. You'll be home soon, just in time for this to start, Jimmy Lawson. Hopefully. Corey said, wow, pigtails are not his look. Maybe not his look. Yeah, he's looking a little rough in that picture, but he's something else. He really is. Oh my gosh, Shireen says, you know what? I do not miss the drilling. I don't miss the drilling either. What's funny is the progression of how all that happened. I didn't even realize that what they were doing and why I heard the drilling for so long. And then it just never stopped. And then it started getting worse before I finally got, the notice from the HOA about, oh, by the way, they're redoing all of the doors in the whole building and they'll be on your floor, next week or whatever it was. I still have, Lucy has a little drill chew toy that was sent to her because of, how funny it was with us having the drilling all the time. I do not miss the drilling and the hammering. There's one more thing that they have to do from hurricane damage. It's the last project that they have to do. And I think it's supposed to be in November that they do my floor. But they're doing our actual floors in the hallway where there was some damage from the hurricane. And so I'll have to be out of here for 4 or 5 days. I think I'm going to have to play it by ear and figure out what I'm going to do. But that's the last project that we'll have. But yeah, I don't miss that drilling either. especially when it was right here on my floor, and then when it was right above me on the floor and right below me, like in the same area, because it was so loud. It sounded like they were bulldozing the whole building. It was crazy. Crazy. We're at 270 likes, so we need 30 more likes to get, oh wait, now we're at 271. So we need 29 more likes to get Lucy Cam back. I might go back to my mama's house. So my mom actually, she has decided that she wants to be, instead of being at the house, she bought another condo. She wants to go back to the beach. So they're in there talking, but we don't have audio yet. So I'll have to see if she's moved and all of that yet. We'll have to. Where are... They don't have audio. I was making sure that I don't have it muted, and I don't. But I'm trying to hear what like. I don't want to miss anything that they say. But then again, even seeing them reminds me how annoyed I am. We're at 285, so we need 15 more likes to get Lucy Cam back. Ricky Watson says, my beach is a horse tank. I loved having horses. I miss having horses. Yeah, we might, I might have to. I'm going to have to kind of play it by ear and see where I'm at. But yeah, we might end up, whatever trial we're doing at the time, we might end up back at my mom's house. Yes, she brings me snacks. That is one thing I loved about being streaming from my mama's house, is she brings me snacks and lunch and coffee. And she would like make me coffee, and she would like even do like the whipped cream in it and everything. She did. She like, back to Lucy Cam. You can see how much y'all missed. Let's see. See her snoozing. She's so funny. Got to bring Lucy Cam back. See? Sharon says, I was number 300. Yay. Bring the Lucy. It's funny how much, how quickly likes go up when everybody wants Lucy Cam back. Isn't that funny? Let's see. I think I like classic. Which one of these y'all like? We got, that's number 1. Number 2.
Copy.
number 3, number 4. She's so cute. Okay, we have 1 for 2. Here, we'll do a poll. Oops. Wrong thing. Start a poll. Which layout do y'all like? All right, so we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I'll show you again. Hi, JJ. Nope, it's about to start. We are in there waiting. All right, so here's the ones. This is 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2. We normally have it at 2, 3, and 4. Are y'all not seeing it change? You feel like you're at the eye doctor. Oh. Okay, this is 1. The bigger one was 2. This is 3. And this is 4. Most people like number 2. So we'll leave it at that. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to mute y'all for a second because my doctor's appointment is starting.
Yeah, just being in here. Like, got the. At 5 a.m. I don't know. No, what happens is there's chaos who calls. Hey, they want to come in, and I really would like it to get to be more of a set schedule. And I told this guy, like, look, we need to find dates. Just tell me Monday or Wednesday or whatever it is, so I know.
I'm in the telehealth waiting room, so I'll talk to y'all for a second. I when I do the big ones, I try to move the CC up so that we don't miss any of it. So much. Especially because it used to be, it's a full-time job to be sick. I used to have doctor's appointments. Between doctor's appointments and chemo and radiation and all of that, I was in the doctor's office. If I wasn't in the hospital, I was in the doctor's office at least 4 days a week. At least. It's crazy.
Those Riverside nights. I want to know about it. I've never seen it.
Our soccer, when it was Thanksgiving tournaments, it was usually either here or San Diego. For fun and my
Yeah, I have so much scar tissue now that they can very rarely get an IV in me now. They put a PICC line in me, which helped like during when I was going through chemo and stuff, but yeah, I have so much scar tissue now. It takes 2 or 3 nurses normally to get an IV in me. Each one gets to poke me twice before they get another one, and it's usually they'll have to bring out that machine, the like ultra whatever machine, in order for them to be able to find a vein, because it's so hard for them to find veins now because they have to poke me so much. It's crazy. Ultrasound machine, that's what it is. I couldn't remember. Ultrasound machine. We're gonna stay as long as they stay. We're gonna watch the whole trial live. So I'm trying to be as fair to our Pacific Coast friends as we are to the East Coast friends. So we're gonna do it live. I've got so many scars from all of my stuff. I can't remember. I don't know how many surgeries I had. I lost count around somewhere around 30. You can't tell from like here up, but I'm like a science project. I love y'all too. But if I hadn't gone through all that, I wouldn't be living where I'm living and all that. The whole reason I moved here is because I was like, you know what? Life is short. I'll go where I want to be. And doing what I loved, this is something I like. Going through trials and stuff is something I did for fun before, and now I get to do it as a job with a bunch of friends. How cool is that?
You guys ready? Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Well, no, we want to limit it. Okay. You have to end all of these.
We're discussing the limiting instruction and the appropriate time to read it.
Okay, well, and I haven't known to talk to you guys about that, but based on the case law, it needs to be included in the jury instruction.
Yeah, I just didn't know if they wanted it contemporaneous, and they were suggesting maybe after the
You've only,
conclusion of these witnesses.
you got like 2 more.
Well, then, I don't think so.
This won't be applicable.
Is very applicable?
And then, so 2 witnesses this morning, I think we can write it and say, use the testimony from these witnesses.
Okay.
And
You just add your name.
This-
Okay. And then we'll do that one verbatim in the final packet of the jury.
Yeah, all right.
All right. Anything else we're gonna do outside first, or are we ready for?
Yes, we're ready.
All right. Adam, everybody here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, like I should probably confirm that. All right. Is the first one? All right, for the jury.
She'll be the, Your Honor, she'll be the third.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury is all present and accounted for.
Okay, we are back on the record at C 250-966, State versus Thomas Randolph. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Welcome back. Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state. Both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Antoinette Beam.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, the whole truth? Thank you. Please be seated. If you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Antoinette Beam, ANTOINETTE BEAM.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Do your friends call you Tony?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have a friend by the name of Sharon Randolph?
yes.
Do you remember approximately what year you met Sharon?
Around 2004.
Okay, and what were the circumstances? Did you work together or how did you meet?
through a friend of mine.
Okay. When you met her in 2004, was she living at her house on Rancho Santa Fe Drive?
Yes.
When you first met Sharon, did you guys go out and do things together, or did you talk to each other on the phone? What did you do?
Well, at first, when I met her, she was actually dating a male friend of mine. So we didn't go out until after they stopped seeing each other.
Okay, and then you two became friends?
Yes.
And what kinds of things would you do with her?
Go, watch live bands, go to the casino, and just, talk on the phone a lot.
Did Sharon like movies?
Yes. I didn't go to movies with her. I'm not a big movie person, so, but yes, she did.
Okay. In the time period of 2008, did you see each other day to day during that time period?
We saw each other off and on. I worked. She was working too, so we didn't see too much, but we did a lot of phone talking most of the time.
When you say you talked on the phone, are you talking about daily, multiple times a day, weekly?
Oh yes, daily, more than once a day. We would talk sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. At some point, did Sharon introduce you to a man she was involved with by the name of Thomas Randolph?
Yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing today, please?
Right there with the blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant? Where were you when you met Mr. Randolph?
Sharon and Mr. Randolph and we went to the Sand Dollar Lounge.
Okay, so just sort of a night out.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see him or go over to their house for dinner once he was living at the Rancho Santa Fe house?
Yes.
And obviously they were living together at that point?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What kinds of things would you do at their house? Just have dinner or anything else?
Yeah, dinner, hang out, watch TV.
In your contact with Mr. Randolph, did you observe him to have any medical conditions or physical problems?
Yes, he couldn't, his back was always bothering him.
Did he ever comment to you about any medication he was on?
Yes.
What did he say about that?
Well, he had a lot of medication that he was on for his pain.
Okay, and did he ever tell you he was a walking pharmacy?
Yes, he did. That was when I first met him.
Okay. Do you know how it was that Sharon met Mr. Randolph?
Online, on a online dating thing.
And in your conversations with Sharon, was it your impression that the relationship sort of progressed slowly or at a different speed?
No, yeah, it went pretty fast. Yeah.
Do you remember her ever discussing earns or life insurance?
Yes, that I called her one day and they were out and they were shopping for urns. And this was it was right around, because they got married twice, so I don't remember if it was the first time or the second time, but I just remember Sharon telling me, you have to plan for these things, and we're getting old, and I said, well, Sharon, two people in love aren't planning their death. So I didn't understand why they were out shopping for urns. I never heard of anything like that before.
Okay. Do you know of other activities that they did, like going boating or anything like that?
Sharon liked to go bowling a lot. And I know she took her grandson. I'm not sure. Tommy might have gone too. I don't know if he was actually bowling. I don't really remember, but yeah, she did like to go bowling.
Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Randolph had a boat?
Yes.
Do you remember them doing that, going boating?
Yes, they went out, they went boating, and
How-
they had some sort of where he was going too fast and knocked her into the boat. Yeah.
Some sort of accident?
Yeah.
Do you remember them going on a cruise?
Oh yeah, they went on a couple cruises. Mm-hmm.
Okay. How about like target shooting in the desert?
Yep. Yes, they did that too.
When you, I don't want to know what Sharon said, but when you heard about some of these activities, did you express any concern to Sharon?
Yes.
What did you tell Sharon?
That I wasn't comfortable with her doing these things, and most likely it must have been because of how fast the relationship went. He was, adamant about the life insurance, and then I think the last straw might have been the earns thing. I'm like, this all just doesn't make any sense. Like,
So you warned her?
Yes.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Randolph was ever gone during holidays?
Yes.
Do you remember which holidays those were?
Christmas and Valentine's Day.
Okay. And without telling me what she said, what was Sharon's emotional state when he was gone?
Yes, she was very upset, crying, and just, very depressed and mad, just everything.
Okay.
She,
Were you aware that the absence was because of another relationship that Mr. Randolph had?
Yes.
During your friendship with Sharon and knowing Mr. Randolph, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Michael Miller?
Yes.
Where was it that you met him?
Well, I believe both times were probably at the house, at Sharon's house.
Okay, in the house on Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what were the circumstances?
As far like
was it dinner, or he just happened to be there?
One time I went there just to talk to her, and he was there. I don't know if I knew he was there, but I just went over to the house. And then there was a time where we did have dinner. Yes,
okay.
We all had dinner.
When I know it's not a huge number of times, but in the 2 times that you met Mr. Miller, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was pretty quiet, and he was polite and quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did in the time that during the dinner one that you described,
yes.
The occasion when he was at dinner, was he talkative at dinner?
Sort of. He was talking to my son at the time about they were trying to keep my son from doing the wrong thing, stay out of trouble type of thing. And then Michael just kept on talking, and Tommy told him to stop talking.
So Mr. Randolph directed Michael Miller to stop talking?
Yeah, because he was like, and that kind of thing. That's what he's like, no more.
Okay, so he was sort of gesturing to him as well as like, you're done talking. Is that yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Once that occurred, did Mr. Miller stop talking?
Yes.
Was that the only occasion that you saw that, because you only had the one dinner and then saw him the other time?
Yes, pretty much.
Do you remember if you spoke to Sharon on the day of her murder?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
Between 5 and 6.
In the evening?
Yes.
Okay. Was it in person or by phone?
The phone.
And were you aware of plans she had that night?
Yes. She was going to dinner.
In
a movie with Tommy.
With Tom, dinner and a movie. Yes. Now, on occasion over your relationship with Sharon, did you ever call her when she happened to be watching a movie at home or something like that?
Yes. Yeah.
And what was her habit with regard to that?
Yeah, she always wanted to get off the phone, you know, and I would get kind of frustrated sometimes, like, I need to talk to you. And who cares about this dumb movie?
So it was really important to her?
Yes.
And would she call you after the movie like concluded?
Yes, sometimes, depending on if it was late or whatever.
Okay. You mentioned, I think earlier in your testimony, that there were 2 weddings for the Randolphs.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yes.
that-
Yes.
Do you have any sense of when those were?
That's just it. It's been so long. I can't remember. I just know the first one was in Mexico, and then they were supposed to have gotten married again, but to make it more legitimate or something like that. But we don't really. I don't know when she did that. You know, I wasn't there, and so I don't know where they did it.
Okay, actually, that was my next question. You didn't attend either wedding?
No.
After Sharon's murder, did you have any conversations with the defendant about what had happened?
Yes.
How long after the murder did he talk to you?
It was pretty fast. It might have been that same day. Maybe, yeah, because he told me to not to to tell Colleen not to come to the house. So I'm pretty sure it was that day. Something bad happened, and tell Colleen not to come to the house. So it was that day.
Okay. Was this conversation by phone?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he had shot somebody?
Yes.
Who did he indicate he had shot?
Michael.
Okay. Do you remember him ever commenting to you that Colleen was crazy?
Yes.
Was that in that conversation or later on?
Yes. Oh, it was that conversation. Yes.
Okay. What did he say about Colleen?
That she sees 2 psychiatrists and don't believe anything she says because she's crazy.
Wow.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as state's proposed 285, 286, and 287, and then one that's been admitted as 288.
Okay.
And I'm going to flip through these and just ask you if you I'll flip through all of them.
Okay.
Do you recognize the individuals in those photos?
Yes.
State moves to admit 285 to 287. Any objection to doing that? None whatsoever. All right, those will be admitted.
I'm going to put what's been admitted as 285 on the overhead. Who are those individuals in that photo?
Sharon and Tommy.
Okay. You weren't there though when that happened?
No.
And this is 286. Appears to be another photo from that day.
Sharon and Tommy.
Yep. This is 287.
Yep. Sharon and Tommy.
And what's been already previously admitted as 288.
And Sharon and Colleen.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Morning,
No.
ma'am.
Good morning.
You and I have never spoken, as far as you know, right?
No.
Okay. I'm one of Tommy's lawyers. I just have a few questions
Tommy?
to ask you about what you just talked about on direct examination, okay?
Okay.
I can sense, and I certainly understand, that you loved Sharon very much, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You were friends with her for several years?
Just a few years.
Okay. And you talked to her a lot?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And, I mean, probably goes without saying, but probably broke your heart when she died, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to know I am terribly sorry for your loss. And I'm terribly sorry that Mike Miller killed your friend. Okay?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I have a few questions about some of the things you talked about. You had spent some time with Sharon and Tommy together, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you keep saying, It seems silly because I know exactly what you mean, but Victoria over here is going to be typing everything down
Yeah.
at some point.
Yes.
So the best you can, actually say yes rather
Yes.
than uh-huh or uh-huh.
Yes. Okay.
And then the only other thing I'm going to tell you is you got to wait till I'm done before you talk, and I'll do my best to wait till you're done before I talk because she can't get us talking over each other. Okay?
Okay.
I know it's different than talking in real life. When Sharon talked about him, she referred to him as Tommy, right?
Yes.
And you knew him as Tommy, correct?
Yes.
Everybody that talked about him referred to him as Tommy, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say Mr. Randolph or something like on direct examination, that's not how you referred to him back in 2008, right?
No.
Okay. Sharon liked to go out to eat, yes?
Yes.
And she went out to eat with Tommy, right?
Yes.
She liked to go to the movies, right?
Yes.
And she did that with Tommy, right?
Yes.
She liked to go out and see live music, concerts, right?
Yes.
And she did that with Tommy, right?
Yes.
When they started dating, she actually asked you, do you believe in love at first sight, right?
Yes.
Okay. Indicating to you that she felt she had fallen in love with Tommy at first sight, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they appeared to have a very good relationship at first, right?
Yes.
Okay.
At first.
There were times when Sharon was upset because Tommy had been seeing someone else, right?
Yes.
You were aware that he had always made that known to Sharon, right?
Yes.
Like he didn't hide that fact, correct?
No.
He talked to Sharon about it and Sharon talked to you about it, right?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Tommy about it?
No.
Okay. You were invited into the Randolph home for dinner, right?
Yes.
And you ate with Sharon and Tommy, correct?
Yes.
And at least on one of those occasions, Mike Miller was there, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned your son on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You had a son that was in his adolescent, teenage years at the time, right?
Yes.
And you had some concerns that he would be getting into some trouble, didn't you?
Yes.
And you actually asked Tommy and Mike to talk to him about that, right?
Yes.
And they did that for you, correct?
Well, somehow the conversation came up. I don't know exactly. I just know that they were talking to him and I didn't mind it. I didn't deliberately, I'm sure I didn't say, hey, can you just talk to him about this? Somehow it came up.
Okay. And bring it back to my question. You had indicated a moment ago that you actually talked to Tommy and Mike about speaking to your son, right?
I didn't talk to them to tell them to talk to him. Somehow the conversation came up, and when they were talking, I didn't mind.
Okay. Tommy was involved in that conversation, yes?
Yes.
And that was a conversation involving you, your son, about him staying out of trouble, right?
Yes.
And you were appreciative of that at the time, right?
Yes.
You indicated that you talked to Sharon the day that she died. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. When you talked to her, you actually became aware of her plans for that evening. The state asked you about that, right?
Yes.
You knew that her and Tommy were going to a dinner and a movie, right?
Yes.
And you knew that was going to happen sometime around 6 p.m., correct?
Well, I don't know what time, but yes, they were going out.
She talked to you about what they were going to do that night, right?
Yes.
And she actually talked to you about what had happened earlier that day, right?
I guess what happened earlier that day.
Yeah, like for instance, you knew that Tommy had been to the bank, right?
Yes.
And that he had withdrawn a large amount of money from one bank, right?
Yes.
And that he was going to put that in another bank, right?
Objection, hearsay.
It has to do with the existing state of mind of the person she was talking to on the telephone about their plans for that day and where he was at the time.
Objection, hearsay, and foundation.
The record will be overruled. She can testify about Sharon's state of mind.
You were talking to Sharon on the phone, right? Yes?
Yes.
She told you where they were going that night, correct?
Yes.
She also told you that Tommy was going to come pick her up and that he was out running errands with Mike, correct?
Yes.
And that he had in his possession a large amount of cash, right?
Yes.
That he intended to put in the bank, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sharon knew all that, right?
Yes. He
And
was
she-
either withdrawing or putting it in. I just know they were going to the bank.
Okay. You remember you talked to a detective by the name of Dino Kelly on the 13th of May of 2008. Remember that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you know that statement was recorded, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to read that, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, having had an opportunity to read that, you know you told Dino Kelly back in May of 2008 that he was going to put a large amount of money in the bank, right?
Yes.
Because Sharon had told you that, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you knew that Tommy was with Michael that day before they were going to dinner, right?
Yes.
You said that Sharon told you in a phone call that she was out shopping for urns with Tommy, right?
Yes.
And you thought that was weird, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me when Sharon told that to you, Sharon didn't think that was weird, correct?
Nope.
She thought that was just something that she was doing, right?
Yep.
And she did a lot of things in her life that maybe you wouldn't do. Agreed?
Yeah. I suppose so.
She's a different person than you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
So the fact that she may think something is appropriate to do, whether or not you think it's appropriate really doesn't matter, does it?
No, but I'm her friend, so I'm allowed to tell her, I don't think someone should be planning her death when she's supposed to be in love.
Right. Because to you, that's unconventional or different or weird, right?
Yep. Yes.
And she didn't think it was, did she?
No.
In fact, it was her idea, wasn't it?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Just to be clear, Sharon never told you, hey, Tommy's making me pick out an urn. I don't want to do this, right?
No, she didn't say that.
Okay. Sharon didn't have any problem telling you things that she thought were off or weird or something going on in her mind, how she felt, right?
Say that again?
Did Sharon have any problem telling you when something was going on in her mind?
No.
Did she tell you how she was feeling?
Yes.
Okay. You said you talked to Sharon on the phone daily, right?
Yes.
Sometimes several times a day, right?
Yes.
And you actually knew what kind of phone service she had at her residence, didn't you?
Yes.
It was a company called Vonage. You remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Yes. And sometimes when you talk to Sharon on the phone, the call would just drop, right?
Yes.
And that happened several times, correct?
Yes.
That was a thing that you knew from talking to her, that the phone, the Vonage service at her house, would often go out, right?
Yes.
And when it went out for a period of time, you couldn't connect with her, right?
Well, we would get on, she'd call me on her cell phone.
Right. When the Vonage service went out, you sometimes would try to call her back, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't get her, right?
Right.
Because the Vonage service was out, correct?
Yes.
And so then to communicate, you would have to transfer to a cell phone, right?
Yes.
And that was a relatively normal thing in your relationship with Sharon, correct?
Yes, but I would try not to call her on that. I would only call her on there if I'd call her phone and she didn't answer the cell phone, and if I really wanted to talk to her, I'd call the home phone.
So is it your testimony that the majority of your calls were on the cell phone?
Yes.
Because the Vonage service was that unreliable?
Yes.
Tony, how many times do you think you, in a month's period, how many times do you think you would have called Sharon on average on the Vonage line?
Like I said, if I couldn't get a hold of her on her cell, or I guess if I knew she was home, sometimes I'd call the home. But most of the time I called the cell phone.
Okay. And on those times, how many, I guess what I'm asking is over a month's period of time, how many times do you remember the Vonage dropping out or having a problem?
Yeah, it would have problems, but I mean, it wasn't every single time we talked. So yes, it did have problems sometimes.
Okay. Sometimes meaning like once a week or once a month, or what would you say?
I guess once, I don't know, once or twice a month. I don't know, something
Okay.
like that.
And then you would just call on a different line or call back.
Yeah.
So Mr. Tomchak asked you about this shopping trip to buy urns.
Yeah.
Had Sharon ever done that with the mutual friend that you guys had that she was dating? Was there some effort to buy
No.
urns or make funeral plans?
No, I mean, she didn't really talk about. She was pretty healthy, other than her arm, so she didn't really have a problem worrying about, not being alive for too long, So no, it wasn't something we talked about until then.
Okay. Mr. Tomchak asked you about this errands that Mr. Randolph was running with Mike Miller on the day of Sharon's death. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And based on what Sharon was telling you, your understanding is they were going to a bank and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Do you remember if she had concerns about that?
No, I guess not.
Do you remember what you told the police her comment was about him withdrawing this money?
No, I don't.
Would looking at your interview from that year refresh your memory?
Yes.
This is page 9, counsel.
It's just me gifted a membership. Everybody said, what in the world was that? That was 80s man sneaking in.
And what was the question?
Serena Veering was gifted a membership by It's Just Me. Thank you, It's Just Me. Welcome to the family, Serena.
Okay, yeah.
Having looked at your interview, which was on May the 13th of 2008, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not she was concerned about this money being withdrawn?
Yes, yeah. She didn't know what he was doing with it.
And she was concerned he was going to leave her again?
Yes.
You told the police that back in 2008?
Yes, that is right. Yes.
There was discussion about all the activities that Mr. Randolph and Sharon engaged in. Do you have any sense of when those activities took place in their relationship? Like, was it at the beginning, the whole time, in the middle? How would you describe it?
I suppose most of it was in the beginning, because towards the end, he was always in so much pain and he just laid around, slept most of the time.
Did it seem to you like the relationship was happy and functioning properly at the end?
If you could even bring up that one picture, they both look pretty miserable. Yeah. Then that was, that was one of their wedding days.
Y'all pointed that out too.
It was, but yeah, no, they weren't happy.
Okay, and in May of 2008, was Sharon indicating she was really happy in the marriage and everything was going great?
No, she was happy that day, that night that they were going out, but no, she wasn't happy.
Thank you. I'll pass it.
I'll pass it to Sharon.
Y'all pointed that out too. We're quick to point that out, that they look, how unhappy they look in that wedding picture.
Did you pick which photos the state was going to show you?
No.
They did, right?
Yes.
Okay. You ever looked at a photo of yourself later and looked at your face and said, oh, that's not a very good photo of me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm going to show you what's in evidence is 286. This is the state's photo. You said they look kind of miserable in that photo, right?
Yes.
You'd agree this is their wedding day, right?
Yes. I assume
Yeah.
that's what that was.
You told us before that they were out and doing a lot of stuff at the initial parts of their relationship, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yes. And that included the time when they got married, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me in 285, they're wearing the same outfits, right?
Yes.
They don't look too unhappy there, do they?
Well, you can't see too much of their face, but no,
Right.
I guess not.
Because they're kissing each other,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That appears to be something you do when you're having a good time, right?
Or when you're staged.
Okay. I'm going to show you 287. They sure look like they're having fun in that picture, don't they?
Yes.
You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, when you talked to law enforcement on the 13th of May of 2008, right after Sharon was killed, you told Detective Dino Kelly that their relationship was good, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say that?
No. I believe I said she wasn't happy. He was leaving her all the time.
I don't know how she could be happy if he's constantly leaving for a girlfriend.
Sharon told you she loved Tommy, didn't she?
At some point in time, but maybe before all the drama he put her through.
When you talk about all the drama that he put her through, you're talking about looking back at a relationship 15 years ago, aren't you?
No.
You're not?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, she died in 2008, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're talking about a relationship between 2005 and 2008, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You agree with me, 2008 is like 15 years ago, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that you don't like Tommy Randolph, do you?
No. Yes, I do agree with you. No, I don't like him.
Right. And you and some of Sharon's other friends have been standing out in the hallway last Friday and today, right? Yes.
Yes.
Talking about how you don't like Tommy Randolph, right?
And other things, but yes, I'm sure that came up.
Right. And you want justice for your friend, right?
Yes.
And you want to see Tommy get in trouble, right?
Get in trouble?
Yeah.
I just want to see justice for what he did.
Right. You know,
to not only Sharon, Michael too.
Yeah, you know, as you sit here today, Mike Miller shot your friend in the head, right?
That's the story. We're still not sure if what happened. None of us were there, so.
Right. That's precisely my point. You weren't there, right?
No.
But you're here, yes?
Yes.
And you agree with me you don't like Tommy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the message.
Any follow-up questions?
He tries to make it all about how they don't like him.
You were just asked by Mr. Tomchek about, I think you said all the drama in the relationship. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, him leaving, he left quite a few times, and he would bring his stuff in and then take all his stuff out. He had, he would get, people from like Home Depot, stuff like that, to come move his things out. And then, he was, she would lose things, and then all of a sudden, mysteriously, he found it. And look, it was here the whole time, dummy. And, you know, just the way he talked to her and, you know, and treated her.
So let me
Christmas and Valentine's Day, you go to California to be with someone else. I mean,
did you feel he was disrespectful to Sharon?
yes.
And did you feel that the relationship was not healthy for her emotionally?
Yes, it was definitely not healthy for her.
And as her friend, you were concerned about all kinds of things?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, maybe our excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
You too. Thank you so much, too.
Alice Wolf. Okay, the next witness is Alice Wolf.
Okay, according to our poll, 60% of you do not believe in love at first sight. I'm waiting for a jury question too. I'm excited to hear a jury question.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you must give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, please be seated. If you could state this by your name for the record, please.
My name is Alice Wolf, ALICEWOLFE.
This one's going to be an important one.
Ms. Wolf, were you friends with Sharon Randolph?
Yes, I was.
How did you two meet?
I met her at the hair shop when she came there to work.
And were you also working there?
Yes. Yes.
And what hair shop was it?
The hair shop.
What was the name of it?
The hair shop.
The hair shop. Okay. Sorry, I'm not picking up on that. And what do you remember approximately what year this was?
It was in the early 90s, 1990s.
Okay. Did there come a point when she didn't work there anymore?
Yes.
And maybe she worked somewhere else?
Yes.
Did you still maintain your friendship with Sharon?
Yes, I did.
During sort of the period of January through May of 2008, how frequently were you talking to Sharon?
What was the dates again?
The last 6 months of her life. How often would you say you had talked?
Oh my goodness. Maybe 2-3 times a day.
Okay, so quite a bit.
A lot, yes.
Usually by phone?
Yes.
In
person as well.
Did you guys go out and do things together?
Yes,
socially?
we did.
What types of things did you do with Sharon?
We'd go shopping, we'd go to the movies, we'd go to lunch.
Okay. Did, because of the time frame you're giving us, you knew her before she met Thomas Randolph?
Yes.
At some point, you're aware that she met him?
Yes.
And did she, without telling me what she said, but she let you know she was involved in a new relationship?
Yes, she told me.
And were you two still working together at that time?
No, I don't believe so. She was kind of like coming in and out of the shop.
So she could have been working elsewhere.
You know, I really don't remember that, but.
Okay. Do you remember discussing?
Yes, she was. She was working somewhere else. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you remember her talking about things that they did as a couple, that sort of thing?
She only said that she had met him, Mr. Randolph, and that they had gone to a concert.
Okay. Did you feel like the relationship was moving fast?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And would that have been based on conversations that you had with her about the relationship?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember ever meeting, or well, do you remember the first time you met Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I do.
Where was it?
It was at the hair shop. It was on a Sunday.
And do you remember the year or anything like that?
It had to have been like 2000, maybe 4, 5. I don't know.
2004 or 5?
Mm-hmm.
And it was at the hair shop, you said?
Yes.
Okay. What were the circumstances? Why was he there?
Well, she called me and said, can you come to the shop? And I said, I never went there on Sunday, but she would go there now and again just to do a client that, you know, and I guess she was going to give him a permanent.
Okay.
And she had said that she had met this man, this guy, and that she wanted me to meet him. I said, oh, I can run by.
So did you go to the hair shop?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember interacting with him, or how would you describe what happened? I was in the shop sitting at my station and waiting for her to come, and they walked in. And she sat him down, and then she had already told me a few things about him, like, you know, who he was and all that. And then she went in the back to prepare the rods or whatever she was going to use for his hair. And so I got up and I stood behind him. He's sitting in the chair and I'm standing behind him. And I said, looking in the mirror, and I said, well, so Tommy, tell me, just to get to know him, right? I said, I understand you like the Cowboys. The football team.
Football team. And he just kept looking down. He did not ever look at me.
Did he answer?
He just said, yeah.
Okay. Did he?
Didn't look at me, didn't look in the mirror, nothing. I asked him, how was the concert? I believe that's what I asked him. I can't remember really, but he didn't actually answer.
Okay. So he was not engaging with you.
He was not engaging in any conversation with me.
Okay. The relationship, though, continues between Sharon and Tommy.
Yes.
Did you ever express concerns to Sharon about your view of the relationship?
Yes, I did.
On how many occasions do you think you expressed concerns to Sharon?
Probably every time I would talk to her.
Okay, so a number of times.
Wow.
Yes.
That says something.
And she kept seeing him?
Yes.
At some point in time, does she ask you to go with her to make a will?
Yes.
Do you remember what year that was?
I cannot remember the year.
Okay. Were you a witness on the will?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. This will, I'm going to show you what's been admitted. It's page 309.
And
sure.
Okay. So here's the front page, and then there's some signatures here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, is this the will that you had?
It is, Debbie. It's very nerve-wracking.
Looks pretty much like it, yes.
So I'm going to put this on the board.
So tell me where it was that you went to get this will done.
Well, I met her in the parking lot of the hair shop.
Okay.
And then I got in her car and she drove me, I believe it was on Rainbow. It was like a postal service,
okay,
I believe. And they had a notary there. And that's what she needed. She needed to have a notarized the will.
Okay, and so this was like a pre-printed document that she got at like one of those post office businesses?
Well, I don't think she picked it up there. I don't know if she already had it, but I remember that we were standing on a table at a stand-up table type, and she was like writing this out.
Okay. And is this her writing, like she would have filled it all out? I mean, you didn't fill it out for her.
I did not fill it out.
Okay.
This is hers.
Okay. And so there's some property described and some bank accounts described and jewelry.
Yes.
And then she leaves everything to my only child, Colleen Byer.
Yes.
Do you know Colleen Byer to be her daughter?
Yes, I do.
And looking at the last page of 309, it looks like it's 24th of January of 07, and it looks like there's a signature of Alice Wolf
Mm-hmm.
and then Floyd Wolf.
Right.
Who is Floyd Wolf?
My husband?
Okay. So you two witness it and then it's notarized. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, did you know what Sharon had written on, in terms of the directives of this will?
Did I know?
Yeah. Did she tell you, look, this is what I'm doing?
Oh, she asked me, does this look right to you? And I said, well, sure, yeah.
Okay. What did she do with this after she filled it out and it was notarized?
She folded it up, put it in an envelope, and handed it to me.
And what did you do with it?
Well, prior to that, I said, why are you giving it to me? And she said, because if anything happens to me, I want you to give it to Colleen.
Okay. So what did you do with it?
I put it in my bank deposit box at the bank.
All right. Now, at some point, Sharon dies, and what do you do with that document?
I went to the bank, I took it out, and I was working that. I had to work, I think that was I believe it was on a Friday. I don't know if I did it or if my husband, I cannot recall, but I think it was my husband that went and got the letter.
Okay.
The envelope, but I can't really remember.
Okay. Did you ever get a phone call from Colleen indicating that she had received the document?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
But I didn't hand it to her. My husband took it and left it at the house.
Okay.
For her.
And you probably don't, I mean, because it wasn't you probably don't remember when that was done in relation to
It was
her
like
death.
immediately.
Oh, shortly after her death?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Just prior to her death, did you know whether or not she was out of state, like in Utah?
Yes.
Where were you in Las Vegas at that time?
No, I was in San Diego.
Okay. And do you just happen to have a residence in San Diego?
Yes, I do.
And actually, while we're on that, on occasion, did you let Sharon stay in that residence as like a little vacation?
Yes, I did.
After Sharon was killed, do you remember if you ever spoke to Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I did.
How soon after her death?
I believe she was murdered on a Thursday night. Friday morning. No, wait a minute. I think it was a Wednesday. And then I was returning back from San Diego. So it had to have been like a Thursday. I get a phone call Thursday afternoon, and it was Tommy.
And what did he tell you?
He said, something happened to Sharon. I believe that's what he said. I said, what happened to Sharon? Where is she? And I said, Tommy, what did you do to her? And he said, I didn't do anything to her. He did it. I said, who did it? He said, Mike. But he was very, very calm when he told me this. He was.
Did you know who Mike was?
Yes, I did.
You knew, and what was your understanding as to who he was?
He was a handyman that he had found as a friend from some convenience store, is what she told me.
Okay. You were aware that Sharon actually was married to Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Did you attend either wedding?
No.
From talking to Sharon, I now want to focus on the time period of 2008. Was it your impression that during that time period, the marriage was going well, poorly? How would you characterize it right at the end?
Very bad.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Oh, gosh. Deep breaths, people, deep breaths.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How are you?
Could be better.
Yeah, probably not a lot of fun to come here and talk about this
No,
stuff.
it
right?
isn't.
It's not fun because you cared for Sharon very much.
I loved her. Yes, very much.
I'm very sorry for your loss. She seemed like a lot of fun. Would you agree with that?
Sharon is a big-hearted, loving, fun person. Yes.
Okay. And I didn't know her, but that seems to be what everybody says about her. Knowing her, you'd agree with that assessment of her, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you know that she married Tommy, right?
Yes, I found out, yes.
And she didn't actually tell you that at first, right?
No.
Okay. I mean, you would kind of let her know that you didn't approve of Tommy, right?
I certainly did, yes.
And you didn't like him much, right?
I didn't like him at all.
But you know, she liked him a lot, right?
At the beginning, yes.
She fell in love with him, right?
Well, I don't know if that would, I don't know. She would never tell me that she was in love.
She never told you she was in love?
No.
Okay. She never told you that it was love at first sight for her?
She never mentioned that to me, no.
Okay. Would it surprise you that she told other people that?
Would it surprise me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it would surprise me or not.
Okay.
I just had my own impression and I told her
Right.
what I thought.
So let's talk about your impression. You told us that the first time you met Tommy was in a Sunday at the beauty shop, right?
Yes.
And she had actually brought him in on the weekend to do something with his hair, right?
Yes.
Tommy always had, in the entire time you knew him, real long hair, right?
Yeah.
And they went to rock concerts together, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. And you knew they enjoyed that together, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
In fact, Sharon came back after one of these rock concerts and she was just over the moon. She had fallen for Tommy. That's your words, right?
I believe so. The first time, yes.
Okay. This first time you met him, when you were in the shop on a Sunday, Sharon was there and Tommy was there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
She was going to do a particular thing to his hair, right?
Correct.
And she was going to give him a perm, right?
Correct.
Okay. I've never had a perm, believe it or not. But what I've seen is there's a process where you put rods in the hair and you kind of curl it up and you put it under this apparatus, right?
Well, you put the solution on and just sit there.
Okay.
You don't put it under anything.
Before the solution's put on, she actually washes his hair, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Sure.
You knew that Tommy was hard of hearing, right?
I didn't know that.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Did you know that he wore hearing aids?
I did not know.
Okay, so Sharon didn't tell you he was hard of hearing and wore hearing aids, right?
No.
Did you ever wash anybody's hair in the beauty shop?
Absolutely, yes.
Ever wash anybody's hair that had hearing aids?
Yes.
They ever take them out first?
Yes.
It's pretty normal, right?
Pretty much.
For people that wear hearing aids and take them out to get their hair washed,
Amen to
it
that.
might be hard for them to hear, right?
If they take them out,
Yes.
well, I guess so, yeah.
Right.
Depends on your hearing,
Yeah, so let's say you're hearing at a 2 out of 10, just to work with a hypothetical number. Your hearing aids come out, that's all you can hear. That would be difficult to communicate with someone, right?
I
Yes.
suppose, yeah.
Did you ever have any of those people in all the times that you took out their hearing aids and washed their hair where you couldn't talk to them because they couldn't hear you?
Never.
Never?
Not that I can say.
Okay.
Not when I'm right on them, on top of them.
Okay. Would it strike you as unusual if someone was embarrassed about their hearing, if they just kind of sat there quietly rather than trying to engage in conversation when they couldn't hear something?
I don't think they'd be embarrassed.
Okay. You wouldn't be, right?
No,
Can you accept the fact that maybe other people?
there's a possibility, yes.
Sure. After that moment, you didn't like Tommy much at all, did you?
I worked in this hair business for a long time, and can pretty much read people when I first meet them. And I disliked him very much.
Okay.
I just got a creepy feeling about him.
Right. Precisely my point. From the first time you laid eyes on him, when you tried to talk to him and he didn't respond to you, you didn't like him, did you?
No. I think my gut feeling was I did not care for the man at all.
Okay. You felt that in your gut.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, after Sharon died, law enforcement didn't actually contact. I'm over here, ma'am. If you could just look this way.
Sure.
Thank you. And just for the record, I mean, you appear to be glaring at Tommy as you sit here today. You'd agree with that assessment, right?
Yes.
Because you pretty much hate him, don't you?
I wouldn't say that, but I hate him.
Okay, use your word. What is it that you have for him?
I abhor him.
Okay. Going out on a limb here, abhor kind of analogous to hate, right?
That's a strong word, I suppose. Hate.
Would you agree that abhor is a strong word too?
Not really.
Okay. After Sharon is killed by Mike Miller, and you find out about that, I want to talk to you about a couple pieces of that history. Tommy actually calls you the very next day, right?
Yes, to tell me that.
And he talks to you in what you described as a calm voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you understand the content of that call is Tommy is reaching out to Sharon's friend, i.e. you, to tell you she's been killed, right?
I had to ask him what happened to her.
Okay. Let me walk you through it, okay? He reaches out to you. He dials your number, right?
Yes.
And you have an understanding that it's to tell you something bad has happened to her, right?
Yes.
And he starts that conversation by saying, I'm sorry, Alice, but something has happened to Sharon, right?
No, he didn't say I'm sorry.
Okay. He says, something has happened to Sharon. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. And you said, what happened? Put her on the phone. I want to talk to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says, I can't do that. She's been killed, right?
She's dead.
Right. That's what he said, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And your response is, what did you do to her?
Exactly.
And he told you, I didn't do anything to her. He shot her, right?
He did it, is what he said.
Right. And you knew eventually in that conversation that the he was Mike, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that Tommy called you to tell you what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you were pretty hostile with him, right?
Yeah.
Because
yes.
you abhorred him, right?
Because I just did not care for the man at all.
Okay. Law enforcement.
What's happening? What's happening to YouTube? Hold on, let me check another feed because this one, it's not my internet. I don't know why it's doing this.
Not care for the man at all.
Okay. Law enforcement.
Not like care for the man at all.
Okay. Law enforcement.
It's doing it on this one too.
Not like care for the man at all.
Okay. Law enforcement.
Oh, it's okay. I was gonna say I've got it on different ones. Let me see. Yeah, it's even on there on the website, not YouTube, like on the actual website. Dang it, come on. We need to see Alice. YouTube doesn't like Josh.
Not like care for the man at all.
Okay. Law enforcement.
Not like care for the man at all.
Okay. Law enforcement.
Every feed I bring up, it cuts off at the same one and it doesn't have anything past it. Let me see. Just trying to see if any of the feeds had it to where, like, if they refreshed it, or they had a new one, but nada. All right, so court is on break now. Dang. Well, I hear a hot mic, but they're on break. Let me see. Why do they sound happy? I don't like it when they sound happy. Shouldn't be allowed to be happy. I think YouTube had enough of Josh's stuff, so we missed the very end, but whatever. We got to hear, at least we got to hear the most of her stuff. She's a good witness. I knew she was going to be one that was important too, because of her being the one who had the will. All right, let's see. I'm trying to hear if I can. Can't hear anything. Only whispering.
I just said, we're gonna start at 12. Just say.
He said something about we're going to start at 12, so it looks like we got 15 minutes. I wonder if there will be any witnesses that like Tommy. His mom, maybe. Sonia's point of view. Brandy, have you seen Mandy Matney's latest podcast about Grant? Oh, yes, Grant and Gracie Solomon. Yes, this one's crazy, and I'm so glad that she's doing it. I had shared Gracie's video. It was like I think it was a YouTube video about how crazy all of that was. And a few months ago, and let me put on break till 12 Pacific. Let me pin this while we chit chat. Pin message. So I'm so glad that she's doing that one because, let me move my foot. Move the camera. I forget sometimes when I move this that my feet can be seen down there. Anywho, when I saw that she was doing that one, I was really excited because when I saw that video, I thought, man, like this is, one of those things that is just, it seems like such just one of those things that's like, okay, there's so much more to this. And I'm so glad that they chose this one to investigate and to look into, because there's definitely so much more to this. And I hope that, bringing some extra attention to it can get, get some more attention around it and get some, hopefully some answers. Oh, I feel bad for that mama. Let's see. Oh, Candace Hall said it was the one witness I was actually getting to listen to. I'm on lunch. Students will be back online in 15 minutes. Oh, no. Oh no. At least we got to hear most of it. Did I see Bryson's updates over the weekend on the Melly trial? No, I was not on Twitter hardly at all over the weekend. So I have not seen anything. I know that when I pulled court docs, the only thing I've seen is that they, I know they have a hearing on Friday, and I know that they denied the doing the second deposition of Moretti, but I saw those on court docs, and I think I tweeted that, but I haven't seen anything else. So if it's anything other than that, I have not got to see that. Let's see. Lucy don't care. She doesn't care. She's got all of her little toys piled up right there. She's been pulling this, like, to get it fixed, but we'll do it louder or later. Let's see. It's so funny that you say this, Lady in Gray. I'm having a snack, moon pie and Coke. When I went to the grocery store this morning, and my kid is off work today, so he went with me. He hates going to the grocery store alone, so anytime I go, he always ends up tagging along with me. And I saw moon pies, and I told him, I was like, I have to buy moon pies because, I was like, it's become a thing. We were talking about it with, chill out, drink 7-Up, eat a moon pie, stop murdering people. And I was telling him about that, and he was like, oh my gosh, I've seen that. And I told him about how we talked about it on here and how it's become a big thing. So we just saw moon pies this morning. We're talking about that. So funny. Let's see. Yeah. Isn't it interesting that none of her friends liked him? And Josh is trying to portray him as being just misunderstood. And then he claims that his only friend killed her. It's too much that just doesn't add up. Too much that doesn't add up. There's 80s walking around. You just hear him walking around everywhere. 80s doesn't know how to tiptoe. Yeah, August 18th, back for court hearing. I think I had tweeted that last week. That one's they've got that one planned, and then they've got a calendar call for September 22nd. And I think I tweeted that out like Thursday or Friday before I stopped working for the weekend, but that's the last I've heard. And I saw that where they denied Moretti, but if there's anything else since then, I think that was one of my very last tweets. I think I did that Friday, and then I put my computer down for the weekend. It's like, I am going to step away from all of it for a weekend. I needed it, and it was amazing. Let's see. Lucy is a Yorkie poo. She is half Yorkie and half miniature poodle. And she's the cutest. Let's see. I like my sound effects. I got more. Let's see what else I got. I got a whole bunch of stuff that I haven't used much. Some of it I don't even know what it is. Let's see. Oh, I have breathing. But we get enough of that with that one mouth breather that was in the other trial. I have whispering. It's kind of creepy, actually. That one is. I'm gonna start doing this every time. I think I need to turn the volume down on this one though. Every time 80s comes in. Every time 80s comes in, we're gonna do that one now. He's not very good at sneaking. What else do I have? Oh, hold on. Cover your ears for a second because I don't think I could turn this one down until I play it. I'm going to see if I can get it real quick. That wasn't too bad, right? That's error. What else do I have? Danger. Oh, gosh, that one scared me. That was loud. I have Scream. I am not doing that one. Keyboard. That one's good for all of our court reporters that are so loud. It's funny. All right, let's see. Let's skip to live. We'll go to this. Ace King says, Brady, I listen to you all day at work from Orlando. I'm glad. Your boss might not be, but I'm glad. Welcome. It works out good. Like people, a lot of people will listen while we're at work and then they'll have to, it's funny because people will have to, pause to like do something and then come back and then, like try to get caught up and stuff. I love it. I love it. I want to see the charges against me. Do you though? Do you? Let's pull while we're waiting. I can pull and see if anything else has been. Love me a hot mic.
All rise for the jury.
The 18th. The thing from Melly on the 18th, I tweeted it. I would have to go back and look, but I know that there was a thing about it. It was for Felicia Holmes too, I think.
Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, we both parties give you the purpose of argument.
Sure, we do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard testimony regarding events that have been described by Sharon Randolph to her friends. Such evidence was introduced as evidence of Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may consider the evidence to the extent you think it is relevant to Sharon Randolph's state of mind. You may not consider this evidence as evidence of events that occurred or for any other purpose. This applies to witnesses Colleen Byer, Michael Byer, Deidre Marley, Alice Wolf, Antoinette Bean, and Victoria Kimiko. State, you may call your next witness.
They will call Elizabeth Labrador.
What's her last name, Mr.?
Labrador.
Okay.
Oh.
And for the record, there is a stipulation by the defense that she can testify via illusion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Ma'am, can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you. I think your microphone is muted. No, it's not. Well, we can't hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can see that you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
technical problems. Bye, Candace.
No, ma'am. Do you have a microphone on your computer? Sometimes the camera and the microphone are different, so you may have to log into your computer settings to activate the microphone.
The only other thing I could suggest is I could call her and put my phone on speaker because I was able to call her when she was logged.
Doesn't that say mute all right
I
there?
mean, I'd put it on.
And it has the
speaker
little
and
thing?
just listen to it that way through the mic.
Doesn't matter to me at all. If the jury.
You want me to try
You
it?
wanna try that?
Okay, Liz, I'm going to try to call you, okay?
We'll just have Mr. Hammer put his phone number on the record.
Oh, boy. That's not happening. Liz, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay.
Oh.
Ma'am, if you could raise your right hand so the clerk can.
Liz.
swear you in.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Can you state and spell your name for us?
Elizabeth Lavador, Elizabeth
Mr. Hammer, whatever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Liz, do you know someone by the name of Thomas Randolph?
Yes, I do.
Where did you first meet Tom?
Years and years ago, I met him on a dating line.
Okay. Where were you living at that time?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
Did you start to date him in Utah?
Yes.
At some point, did you move in with Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Do you continue to live with him, or does something change in the relationship?
We break up and I move out.
While you dated Mr. Randolph, were there ever any discussions about life insurance?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about who brought up the topic of life insurance while you were dating.
Thomas brought up the topic.
Okay, what did he tell you?
He told me that I should get life insurance for protection of my daughter, and that we would make sure she got some money from it too.
Okay. How were you supposed to pay for the life insurance?
He was going to pay for it and take care of it. I just did a blood test.
Okay, so he offered to pay for the whole thing.
Yes.
About how much life insurance were we talking about?
What I remember is $150,000.
Okay. Who was the beneficiary of the policy?
Half for Thomas Randolph and half for my daughter.
So when you heard Mr. Randolph offering to pay for a life insurance policy under your name, how did you feel about that?
I like the idea of giving some comfort to my daughter.
So you were willing to do it under that context, correct?
Correct.
Who handled all the paperwork?
Thomas.
Okay, so what if anything did you have to do to set any of this up?
A nurse came to our house and took a blood test.
At some point, do you break up with Mr. Randolph when you were living in Utah?
Yes.
Do you move somewhere else?
Yes, I do.
Where do you move to?
I moved to an apartment in Salt Lake.
All right. Do you ever leave the state of Utah?
Yes, I've moved to California.
During the time that you stopped dating Mr. Randolph, does your relationship stay off, or does it kind of go back on and off? What do you remember?
It always went on and off.
All right. Are you familiar with the name Sharon Randolph?
Yes, I am.
And how did you become familiar with Sharon?
She was a lady Thomas met online when we were in a breakup.
Okay. Do you become aware that Mr. Randolph eventually starts dating Sharon and eventually marries Sharon?
Yes, I am.
Do you continue to have a relationship with Mr. Randolph during the course of him dating her and being married to Sharon?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about contact. While he is married to Sharon, does he ever reach out to you?
Constantly on the phone.
What are we talking about here? What do you mean by that? Constantly?
Several times every day.
Okay. How often during the week would he call?
I don't know, 30, 40 times.
Okay, so almost daily or every couple of days in a week?
Yes.
Was that a one-way street or did you call him about the same amount? What do you remember about who was calling who?
I did not call him. He called me.
All right. And was your number at the time 805-649-5792?
Yes.
Aside from phone calls, were there other ways that he tried to reach out to you or make contact with you?
He would come, visit,
okay,
get a phone call from Sharon and go back.
All right, so you remember him literally coming to meet you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When he would show up, would he talk about what the status of what he hoped to have happen in his relationship with Sharon in relation to you? What was going on there?
He was leaving her every time he showed up.
Okay. Did he show up just in a car or did he drive in something else sometimes?
There were cars at times and U-Hauls at times with his stuff.
What times of the year would he show up? Do you remember?
All the time, about once a month, holidays.
Did that include Christmas?
Yes.
Did that include Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Did he ever leave you like cards or greeting, like love cards or anything like that?
Greeting cards were constant.
So at some point, how do you feel about this back and forth between him going to Sharon and coming to you? How did you start to feel about it?
I got very tired of it and told him it's not going to work anymore for me. He needs to make a decision.
Okay, so you give him an ultimatum.
Yes.
Around when did this happen? When was this ultimatum given?
I think around the Valentine's Day visit.
In 2008?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of months before Sharon passes away.
Yes.
When you gave him that ultimatum of, look, you really just need to decide, what was his response to you?
He said he was going to go out and deal with Sharon so we could be together.
No further questions for this witness.
Go out and deal with Shannon so they could be together.
Morning.
Yes,
What a
it's
way to
actually
word
good
that.
afternoon at this point.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Ooh.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Question. When Sharon died, did anyone from law enforcement in Las Vegas contact you?
No.
Silly question, but given that no one contacted you, you wouldn't expect there to be a recorded statement that you ever gave to law enforcement, right?
Right.
Okay. You talked to Tommy, and you called him Tommy, right?
I did.
Tommy.
And almost everybody called you Lizzie, right?
Yes.
Okay. In those conversations with Tommy, did he let you know that he had not kept you a secret from Sharon?
Yes,
And in fact, you've actually talked to Sharon before, right?
once, yes,
Okay. Sharon was aware of you and you were aware of Sharon. Is that true?
that's true.
Okay.
Okay, don't make it sound like that.
You mentioned this incident with life insurance. That was, do you remember the time frame when that life insurance was purchased?
We probably known each other a year and a half.
Okay. What year did you meet?
Not clear on dates.
Okay. So you'd been in a dating relationship for a year and a half, right?
Yeah, right.
And you had talked about being together forever, right?
Right.
And that's all before Sharon, correct?
Correct.
And you and Tommy would have intense periods of getting along, right?
Yes, we would.
And then you'd have intense periods of not getting along, correct?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Knowing Tommy like you do, you know he kind of doesn't have a filter, right? You know what I mean?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean by that?
oh, yeah.
He kind of says what's on his mind, right?
Yes, he does.
And he's not bashful about using, like, for instance, 4-letter words, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. He never hid that from you and tried to act like someone who didn't swear or anything other than what he is, right?
Yes.
Okay. The purchase of life insurance by yourself was before Sharon was in the picture, right?
Right.
And in fact, there was a policy in place for a period of time, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you consented to getting that policy, correct?
Yes, we went to the office together.
Right. I mean, my question's not clear. Tommy didn't make you do that, correct?
Correct.
You guys were talking about being together forever, right?
Right.
And you talked about getting life insurance so that the people you care about could be protected if, God forbid, something happened to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Super silly question, but you never got killed when you had that life insurance, did you?
Oh, come on, Josh.
No, I didn't.
When you and Tommy split up, that life insurance was let to lapse, right?
I have no idea. I was never a part of it.
Okay. So you haven't continued to pay the premiums, correct?
I never paid a premium.
Right. You haven't continued to pay the premiums after you and Tommy split up, right?
No.
Okay.
Right.
And you knew you were getting that life insurance, correct?
Correct.
You had to provide information on like a health questionnaire, a background about your health and your genetic history and things like that, right?
I'm not sure. I would think so.
You actually provided a blood test, right?
Yes, I did.
And you did that voluntarily, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
This is stupid. Nobody said that he like forced them to do this. They said that he talked them into it. So yeah, it's voluntary because he talked each of them into it. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Yes. Liz, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So you remember when the defense counsel asked you the question about, this life insurance policy maybe was taken out maybe about 1.5 years of you guys dating. Do you remember that kind of at the beginning of Cross?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, you weren't married when he's taking out a life insurance policy, correct?
Never been married. Yes.
Okay. Did you have a lot of boyfriends in your life that took out life insurance policies out on you while dating?
Never.
Okay. The next question is, do you remember when defense counsel asked you, so when you purchased the life insurance policy, the purchase of the life insurance policy by yourself, do you remember that being phrased to you on cross-examination?
Yes, I remember.
Just to be clear, Did you ever pay a single dime for the life insurance policy?
No, I did not.
Who is the person that provided every payment of
Thank you.
premiums on that life insurance policy?
Tom had the paperwork and made the payments.
You were asked a question on cross-examination. Just to be clear, he never made you do this. Do you remember that question on cross?
Yes, I do.
Whose idea was it to even do this?
It was Thomas's idea.
And how did what did he say to suggest to you that this would be a good idea?
He said, everybody gets them and your daughter needs protection.
Okay, so he mentioned the fact that you should protect your daughter, correct?
Correct.
But he would get a 50% cut.
Yes.
You were asked a question. Oh, I know this is a silly question. You didn't get killed after your life insurance policy. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, here's another silly question. You moved out, right?
Yes.
No further questions. Liz, thank you very much.
Hold on.
Oh, so sorry. Oh, I thought he said I'm done. Sorry. I'll
No,
leave
they
it.
haven't answered. And you said the jury on that. He's jumping ahead. Clear, he's numbered.
Still there? Lizzie?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Hamner was trying to get rid of you before I was done asking you questions. Just got a couple, okay?
Okay.
You never married Thomas Randolph, right?
Correct.
You were engaged to him, however, right?
Yes.
And you had talked about spending the rest of your life with him, correct?
Correct.
And that relationship didn't work out, right?
Right.
At the time you guys broke up, he did have life insurance that he was paying a premium for on you, right?
I don't know. I had no paperwork. I didn't ever see anything.
You were aware that life insurance was purchased, correct?
Purchased, yes.
And you agreed with that, correct?
Correct.
And if Tommy Randolph wanted to keep paying life insurance to profit from something bad to happen to you, he could have done that, right?
Right.
Okay. As far as you know, when you weren't going to spend the rest of your life together, there wasn't life insurance anymore, as far as you know, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Nothing further.
Briefly based off of that. So, you remember those questions about you're not sure as to whether or not the premiums existed, correct? After you moved out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, just to be clear, none of the paperwork came to your house, is that right?
That's right.
So you're not sure if he continued to pay the premiums?
That's right.
Okay. There was a lot of talk about, the split up. Just to be clear, you continued to date him on and off during his marriage to Sharon, is that right?
Yes.
And after Sharon passes away, does he come back to visit you?
Yes, he does.
Does he come back to try to rekindle the relationship, or at least come back and say, let you know what had happened, but with the intention to continue to date?
He came back to tell me what happened.
Okay.
And we never got to any other conversation.
Understood. No further questions.
When he came and told you what had happened in Las Vegas, he was really torn up about it, wasn't he?
I don't know how to weigh that.
He was very distraught, wasn't he?
He was somewhat distraught.
Okay. You remember he didn't come running to you and saying, she's gone, I can be in your life forever, correct?
Correct.
He was very upset that Sharon had been killed, correct?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay, I think you just did. You told us he was distraught, didn't you?
No, that's what he said.
He was kind of distraught.
Okay.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's trying to feed her
Okay,
what to say.
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch recess at this time. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate an aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the comments submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:25. We will be in recess until 1:40.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, gracious. Okay, so what'd she say till 1:40?
Please be seated. May the record reflect you outside the presence of our jury. Thank you. Okay, anything you need to do? None on behalf of the state. Okay, and your next witness will be here at 1:40. Okay. Sorry.
That's scary.
Well, you know what's something that's strange to me about hot mic? I gotta listen. Something that's strange to me about them is that the way that they go back and forth so often. It's not just a direct and then cross and then redirect. They just go back and forth however long they have questions. I can't remember having seen that before. Chriso, welcome. Welcome.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome to the family.
Bartlett's the next door neighbor that usually go off around 8:30, and they're both top show.
Bartlett.
And then Cliff Moss is the last, and you will get to see his first interview and the last.
They're saying Bartlett the neighbor. Dang. Trying to listen for as long as I can to see what all they were saying. So interesting. All right. So the testimony of Alice. I wish the end wouldn't have gotten cut off, but I'm glad we got to see most of it. She was a great witness. I'm surprised that I thought that the stuff with Liz was going to go a little bit deeper. I'm surprised that it didn't, but I guess I don't know. I have trouble, with that. I think that, I am glad that she, dodged that bullet. I mean, in every way. I'm glad that she's okay, but I would have liked to have seen more, and that's just because I'm nosy and I want to know all the juicy stuff. But I would have liked to see more more information from her, especially since she was, she was dating him before, and they dated off and on. What I didn't like was the way that Josh was trying to say, well, she was aware of you and you were aware of her, right? Like making it sound like y'all knew about each other and everything was fine, right? I became aware that my husband set up a Tinder while I'm going through chemo and had women in my house. Did that make me okay with it? No. Was I aware of it? Yes, I became aware of it. The way he worded it makes it sound like this despicable thing because, Sharon was aware of her, that he almost made it sound like, oh, we all knew about each other, right? Like it was no big deal. That infuriated me because, and I hope that the jury noticed that, because that was not one of those things where I think that anybody would have, or I hope that nobody on the jury took that as like, oh, well, they knew about each other, so they were okay with it. So I, who knows, but that made me mad when he said that, like, oh, well, you were aware of her and she was aware of you, right? But we've heard, Sharon's friend saying it tore her up inside that he had, this whole girlfriend that he was going to see when he had a whole wife at home. Like, ugh. All right, let's see. We will take a little break in a minute, but I'll answer a few questions first while we, let's see. Mamie 17D said she can check to see when insurance stopped, if it did, and if a whole life she can get money from it. I wonder when it stopped on her. He's something. He's something. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. If it bothers us, it will bother the jury too. And I know that we obviously know more about, the details of things than the jury does. But I think that that's one of those things that I can't remember, because I've seen so much of the old trial plus interviews and things like that. So I'm trying to remember if some of the interviews where her friends were talking about how much it bothered her that he had a girlfriend. I'm pretty sure the jury's heard something about that in this trial, right? I have trouble sometimes remembering what I've heard in this trial and then what I knew before from other stuff, but I think that they did. Let's see. Kathy Rose said some friends did not speak up too forcefully. I think that it sounds like a lot of them did, but at the same time, you can only tell somebody so much. I mean, I've gone through this with some of my friends, and Lord knows my friends have gone through this with me. You can only tell them how you feel, and then it's up to them to, do with that what they will. And love is blind. Oh, love is blind and stupid. Yes, Jody Allgood. Yes, did you notice that Liz called him Thomas and not Tommy? Yep, Thomas. Nikki, actually, no. We don't know the makeup of the jury. For whatever reason, the judge will not allow that information to be reported on. Which I thought was interesting. That was one of the now if somebody's gone behind that and secretly spread it or whatever, that's, but the reporter who was in the courtroom during jury selection said that for whatever reason, that's one of the things that the judge did not want reported, which is interesting. Let's see. Can they reimpose the death penalty if found guilty, or does he go back to well, okay, so the last I read on this, they are not seeking death penalty because of his age at this point. So the judge has the say in this. They signed a thing saying that, rather than having the jury decide on the sentencing, the judge is going to do that alone. The jury will decide, guilt or innocence, or guilt or not guilty. Ain't nothing about him innocent. They'll decide guilty, not guilty, and then she decides that. But last I read, they are not going for death penalty in this case, unless that has changed since the last court docs that I read. Kathy says, I meant in the trial, but I'd be very intimidated. Oh yeah, Kathy, you're right. It is. I don't know if any of y'all have ever had to testify in a trial. It is incredibly intimidating. It was for me. I'm sure some people, can handle it, like a breeze. For me, it was tough. And I wanted more than anything to make sure that everything I said was the exact truth. So trying to really think about my answers and make sure that I'm saying exactly what I remember and, things like that. But also just having somebody so terrible, and having these terrible things that you're having to talk about. It's really intimidating. It was tough. That was one of the hardest things I've done, having to testify. Let's see. Love is not blind. It just uses strong filters. I guess that's true. Real strong filters. Like real strong filters. That's one thing too. People like it is hard. It is easy for us to sit here and say, what did they see in him? Because we know all about him. But in that moment, think about, narcissists are real good. They are real good at finding something that is a insecurity or a weakness or a lack of something and becoming what somebody desires. And it's not because they're doing it because I'm like, Thami was not like, what? Sharon is, this amazing woman who is just, wants to be loved like a fairy tale and, treated like a princess and, or a queen or whatever. And, I want to do that for her. It's more like Sharon wants, desperately to be loved like a fairy tale and treated like a queen. So I'm going to do that so that she'll fall for me and do whatever I want. It's not like I'm going to do this for her because she deserves it. It's like I'm going to do this for her because I know that this is how I can hook her and manipulate her. And they can be very, very convincing. And they can, like the comment just said, there's love is highly filtered. I mean, we're talking like, like Snapchat, AI, all that kind of filter crap. Like you'd be amazed the things that you can hide from somebody in the beginning. I mean, it's easy for us to say, Thami is a jerk, who would want to be with somebody like that. But, if he's dishing out, things that they've been wanting for their whole lives and have felt like they haven't gotten. Look at her moving around. How pretty. You know, it narcissists can be very convincing. So, ugh. Oh, wow, Stephanie Willis. I filed a complaint against a man for beating his dog and had to testify in front of the judge. Wow. Oh, gosh. That would be tough. Yeah. Narcissists mirror their target so they become the soulmate. Yeah. Yeah. I love to fish, and my ex did exactly this. He mirrored things. It made me think that we had so much in common. He was like, "Oh my gosh, I love to fish too." And then I found out later that he didn't even own a fishing pole when we got together. And he told me about how he used to go fishing all the time too. And he did go fishing when he was younger, but had not gone in years. But he told me how much he loved to fish and stuff when we got together. And then I found out later he did not even own a fishing pole when we got together. Which first time we went fishing, I thought it was really weird that he wanted to borrow one of mine. But I was like, I have really nice poles. You know, I spend a lot on my rods and reels. And so I thought he just wants to use one of my nice ones. But nope, it's because he's a liar pants. Isn't it funny how people do that? And isn't it funny how all people all around the country, all around the world that don't know anything about each other, it's not like they have like a playbook, but this is just something people do. And it's like textbook, grandiose narcissism, like textbook. Isn't that crazy? So crazy. Let's see. Nan R says there's a lot we desperately want to believe. Yeah. I think that especially, when people have had a hard time with certain things too, and they want so badly to believe something, it makes me feel bad. I feel bad for them. Eddie said, I was like that. Being single sucks, but I got into toxic relationships before I met some female Tommy. Female Tommy. Tommy. Jody says, I missed it. Did Liz say why and when they broke up? She was still with him when Sharon died. So she gave Tommy the ultimatum in February of 2008 that it's, too much. You're going to have to either pick it's her or me in February. And he said, however he worded it, that, he's going to go deal with her so that they can be together. And then, 3 months later, she was dead. Oh, I hope he gets I think maybe it was Polly Pants earlier that said, prison is his forever home. And I hope that that's how it stays, that prison is his forever home. That man has no business being out on these streets. And I hope that if by some act from down below or wherever it's coming from, if somehow Tommy ends up on the streets, I hope that a memo goes out to State Farm and Geico and Allstate and whoever else. Look, if you are an insurance agent or work for an insurance company or have insurance or know somebody who does, please send out a memo. This man should not ever be allowed to buy life insurance on anybody else ever. Ooh. Dang. Ridiculous. Heck yeah, we'll go fishing, Nikki. I love fishing. We'll have a big old 13th year fishing tournament. We'll all meet up and go fishing. Leonard Amer says, 80s Music Man, I'm also single for life because my own picker is so very broken. It's pretty awesome being able to do whatever, whenever, though. Yeah, look, I'm a fan. I love being single. Me and Lucy are good to go. I have a group of friends, and I don't have to worry about any thommies. I had looked into that one. I was actually, originally they had said that that wasn't going to be streaming, but I had looked into that one because I was thinking about covering that one. But with this one, it was just too much because it was so crazy, so much into it. I picked this one, but I had looked into that one. I'm going to have to catch that one on replay. Regina, Lucy is in cuteness overload today. Thank you so much for super sticker, super chat. I appreciate it. And yeah, she is. She's definitely cuteness overload today. I love her so much. I love Liberty Bibberty. Yeah, any of those. Any of those. Yes, 13th juror fishing trip. 80s Music Man says, I hate fishing. It's boring. Well, you know what? You're not invited anyway, because the way that you sneak in all loud, you'd scare out the fish anyway. So you can't come anyway. All right, I think I'm caught up. Okay, so oh, me too. Yeah. I am. I have, you could not pay me enough to get married again. After everything I had to go through with the last one, it could be a movie. It could be a movie and still nobody would believe it. All right, so we have about an hour until they come back, I think is what they said. 1:40 Pacific time. So I'm going to pin the comment, pin message. I call him Thommy because they showed a thing during the openings where he likes to go by Tommy, but he spells it THOMMIE because Lord knows he just has to be difficult. So, you know, so I call him Thommy because if he wants to, you know, choose how to spell it and spell it all different, then, and besides that, I don't even like saying his stupid name. Not that Tommy's a stupid name, not that Tom is, not that Thomas is, but his is because he is. Not a fan. So I don't want to have to, he doesn't even deserve to have his name said right. So he is and will remain Thommy. Oh, Thommy. Okay, let me put up a little lunch break icon. Angelina says, I'm eating fish now. I like fish. I need to learn how to do some more like saltwater fishing. I've caught mahi before, and I caught a big one, which was nice. And I've caught some saltwater catfish and stuff, but I have not mastered the art of saltwater fishing. It is different, and now that I live here, I have to get better at it. So that's going to be in all my spare time, right? All right. We will resume. I will come back about we got an hour. I'm going to take about a 30-minute break. That gives me time to take her out and scarf down some food. And then we will get started. And that gives our mods time to take a little break. So we're going to take about 30 minutes. I will leave the little note up here and leave it pinned. Oh, look, she heard me say break. Did you hear me say break? You know what that means, don't you? Yep. All right, so we will come back at what they say, 1:40 Pacific time. So we'll say 1:10 Pacific time. And there we go. There we go. All right. So I'm going to take her out. RA is rating right now as soon as we're about to take our break. We are going to take a 30-minute break, and then we will come back and go over everything and then get ready. And somebody asked to play one of the other clips from him where he's being very, very Thommy-like. So we'll play that. So is that not, am I not supposed to say that? Is that bad to say that? I say that all the time. Scarf down some food. Not ladylike, but I mean, that's okay. All right, y'all. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello. Good afternoon. We are back. Sort of. We're back. Court's not back yet. Lucy girl. She got her, she heard me say her name. She got her little walk down there and got to go say hi to her friends down there. She's staring at me. It's like she knows when I'm talking about her too. She's the funniest thing in the world. The baby Lucy. She's such a good girl. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break. I had just enough time to eat some grapes and a what are those? It's a what are they called? The nooks and crannies. What are those things? Oh, English muffin. English muffin and some grapes. Nothing like lunch of champions. That's all right. Yeah, she knows. She knows what I'm talking about her. It's really cute. Lucy girl, you're very good. You're a very good girl. I love this kid. All righty. So welcome back to those of y'all joining in. I know we had an RA raid as soon as we were getting ready to take a little break. So if you were joining us from RA's channel, hello and welcome. And for those who were here with us this morning, welcome back. I wanted to pull, somebody had asked about the Melly stuff. So I wanted to pull those while we were waiting to see if there was anything else that had come up. Let's see. I saw where, this is the thing I tweeted the other day, where there's 9 a.m. on the 18th on Friday. I think I had that on my calendar, Google Calendar, so that I don't forget. Yep, Melly hearing. So I saw that. And then, of course, this is where they denied the motion. For those who haven't seen it yet, they denied the motion for the defense to do another deposition of Moretti. Said the defendant failed to show good cause for redeposing Detective Moretti. The defendant had access to all data extracted from his cell phone, as well as the cell site analysis when Moretti was first deposed. Detective Moretti informed counsel for defendant during his deposition that he had conducted an analysis of defendant's cell phone records. The rule does not require the state to inform defendant that a witness will testify to a specific subject as long as the state has appropriately designated all witnesses. Nor was defendant required to limit deposition questioning when he was entitled to discover all information that is relevant to any offense charged or any defense thereto. So they are not going to allow them to redepose Moretti, which is not that surprising. What else? I think everything else was, I tweeted this out too. This was the notice of co-counsel where the new attorney has his information on there. Court date notice. Oh, that was notice of appearance. 9. Court date notice. This is the calendar call I mentioned earlier for September 22nd. This is the a hearing set for, oh, this is for the October 2nd one. I see the camera moving in courtroom a little bit. And then this one, I tweeted this one too. This was the, this is the notice of hearing that has been set for, so this is for Friday. This is the 18th. Move Lucy over a little bit. Friday the 18th. So this is the motion to remove the electronic monitor for Felicia. So Felicia wants her ankle monitor off. So that's all I got from Melly. That's all the stuff that they have. So nothing new there yet. Actually, let's look while we have a second. I have not checked. They don't with Portland, they don't update his stuff nearly as much, but I'll check and see if there's anything new on him that I haven't seen since last time. Nope. Nope. Nothing new on him. So I check it almost every morning. And if I don't check it in the morning, I try to check it in the afternoon and then let y'all know what's going on. So I will keep an eye out and let you know as things happen. Thank you for the super chat. I love that one. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just because. Oh, look at your little pug on there. That's so cute. I love those little faces, those little wrinkled faces. So cute. Thank you for the super sticker, super chat. No, do you think Noli says, do you think Raven will be sick? I love the quotation marks. Sick again in the second trial. If it works out to where they need extra time for something, I'm sure she will be sick again. Oh gosh. Oh. Noli Mihako. See? Told you. I'll never get it wrong again. Well, Megan, according to, I thought surely there must be a mistake. Megan Baldwin says, Brady, did we find out why David Howard left? I thought surely there must be a mistake, right? Or he had like a scheduling conflict or something. But according to Raven, that was Melly's decision. Why on God's green earth he would have gotten rid of him? No clue, but that was apparently his decision. I will say this. His new attorney is supposed to be really good, and has handled death penalty cases before and has gotten quite a few people out of them. So I'm not saying that he's not going to be a good choice to join the team, but I think if you're going to vote one of the three off the island, David A. Howard is the last one of the three I would have voted off the island, but what do I know? What do I know? Don't you miss Raven? No. Sure don't. I'm not a fan. She may have been a fantastic She may be fantastic at something. That's all I got. That's it. She may be. I haven't seen it. So maybe that's just not my experience with her in this trial or any of the depositions I've read or any of the other things that I've seen about her or any of the complaints or anything else. I'm sure she is lovely in her own way. Raven just wanted to scruffle some feathers. I love that we use that word now, scruffle. Scruffle. That's a Dramanique original. Raven should come babysit Thami for us. Could you imagine Thami and Raven sitting there together? Oh, interesting. Interesting, interesting. Megan's like, bye, Raven. Peace out, homie. See what happens when I don't have anything nice to say and I try to find something and it's I'm trying. I'm sure there are people who like her. Let me move on to a different topic before I get myself in trouble. You said it, not me. But I sure am showing it on the screen. Jason, thank you. Thank you for the sticker. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are the best. The best. Thami would never fall asleep, that's for sure. She would take out life insurance on it. Oh, that would be interesting to watch her babysit Thami. I just don't have. Normally I can find something, but I got nothing. Let's see. Casey said, just got back from lunch a couple minutes ago. Is Brandy going to cover Melly's retrial? Well, I am. However, I am going to do it different this time because I can't deal with the nonsense that came with the last one. So we have a lot going on that month. And I'm going to have to kind of play it by ear to see how I cover it. I don't know if I'm going to do a full live stream on it because that was a lot. And I ended up, I have to be realistic about things. And that trial ended up, while our ratings were really high for it, it was emotionally and mentally draining. And we also lost, we had higher ratings, but we lost memberships. Like people, like the meanness of people coming in scared away a lot of our members. And I'm not going to deal with that again. So depending on the other trials that are going on at the time, because we have the OnlyFans model, Courtney Clenny, who starts a few days before that. BK is supposed to be starting the week before. And I've said all along, you know, I've got my charts and stuff for that one. So I've said all along, I'm going to do that one, you know, when it comes around, if, you know, if everything works out. So if I do Melly, it may be a members only, and it may be like a highlight one, kind of like where we breeze through it, you know, skipping sidebars and stuff like that in, you know, in the evenings. More of a kind of how we did with the last one. When the one we did with Austin Ford, how we, you know, listened to it and then skip through we listened to it a little bit faster and skip through all the sidebars and breaks and stuff. So I don't know. I'm going to play it by ear, but I'm definitely not going to do it the same way that I did it last time, where I'm just live streaming it during the day with, you know, with how it was. It was too much. That was a tough one. Which is a shame, because, you know, it is one of those that, because it is high profile, it's an interesting one. And it's one that now, after I've spent so much time mapping all this out and doing all the research and stuff like that, obviously I'm invested in what happens because I did spend so much time on it. But man, it brought out the worst in trolls. I think if we did that one too, all of my mods would leave me, be like, no. No. All right, let's see. Lisa Wilmot says, so do the jurors in this trial know about all the wives that have died, or is this trial just about one of them? This one's just about one of them. So actually, the previous trial that conviction was overturned because of them entering in information from previous wives and his patterns with them, and the things that, you know, the Becky, wife number 2, the trial that he had for her, and he was acquitted on it somehow, but that one, stuff from that was brought up, and you know, testimony and things like that. So I think that you know, so the state asked the judge from last time to bring these things in, to unseal that, you know, record in Utah and bring those things in. And she said, you know, this goes to show his pattern and how things, you know, it relates to this trial because of this, whatever. And she agreed to bring it in, and the state overturned it because they said that was being prior bad acts. It tainted the jury to look at him different. And so that's why we're having to retry this one. So, so this one is only for the wife number 6, for Sharon. My stress was way too high. Yeah, it had gotten to the end where I was getting so mad at you know, just the BS. I don't know that I'm gonna put myself through that again. If I do it, it'll be members only. Laura Olson says, I live in Moscow, and I think BK's date will change. I think so too. I've said that from the beginning. I think it'll change, but I could be wrong. But I've said from the beginning, I think that date might change too. But I've been wrong about dates before, so. Oh, the sidebars and breaks were crazy on Melly. Crazy. Kathy Rose says, I couldn't take watching Melly on Law & Crime. It was vicious. Yeah, that, I could not, I would not have gone through there at all. I went a few times just to see, you know, results of their polls and stuff. And, I would stream, like I would go to Law and Crime, like, to see their feed and stuff. But that chat is crazy, crazy. Let's see. Oh, good point, Megan Baldwin. It's going to be interesting now that all of the young ones are back in school. That's an interesting point. Jen. Save our mods. Virginia Little says, didn't some of the jurors say that they would have convicted even without the prior bad acts? All of them did. There was an interview. Let's see. Well, I think we have 9 minutes. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see. All of the new stuff is coming up, not the old. Let's see. I'll have to find it. I don't see. I had it in my watched stuff, but I'll try to find it and we'll watch it tomorrow, because they're about to come back now, and it's longer than the time that we have anyway. I'll find it tonight, and then that'll be one of those things that we watch in the morning before we start, because it was pretty interesting listening to the jurors talk about it. But they, I can't remember everything they said, but I do remember that they said that there was enough evidence coming in from just this trial that they would have hands down convicted him without hearing the prior bad acts. And they also said that as when they went back to deliberate, they all immediately excuse me, they all immediately knew that they were voting guilty. But the only reason they took the extra time is because they wanted to make sure they went through all of the papers and went through everything and made sure that they were doing the right thing, because this is a huge decision, But they said that as soon as they went back there, they all immediately, voted guilty automatically, like without. There wasn't like, well, I'm, on the fence with any of them. They said that they all voted guilty, which I thought was interesting, but not necessarily surprising. Future says, I had something come up at work and now I'm so far behind. Well, the good news is there's like an hour and a half lunch. So you will be able to catch up with us. It's me, Kim says, hello all. I've been watching all day on my TV, so I thought to pop in. Hello, Kim. Welcome. We're glad you popped in. I see heads walking around. They're about to come back. Oh, they muted us again. We almost had a hot mic moment. Lisa Wilmot, I like your merch idea. I love our cozy chat. I love it. Yeah, Lucy's got her little baby. You hear me talking about you? You're a good girl. Can y'all see her? Good. Let's see. Oh, there's that precious face. There's that precious face. I love when she looks at me. Hello, eggs and spam. Hello, hello. I love her. You need to brush your hair today, young ma'am. You need to brush your hair today, young ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay, let's see. Oh, let me make a note to find the juror video. We'll play it tomorrow. Hello, young ma'am. Hello. Hello, ma'am. She's just staring at me. Alrighty, let's see. What flea treatment does she get? I'll have to look at the name of it. I have like a shampoo that her vet gave me that I wash her with, and then she takes something that's like in one of the little squishy things that I give her once a month, and I don't remember the name of it, but I'll look it up. It's in the cabinet. But I've never had problems with her with fleas at all. You're so good. Let's see. Where did that? Oh, is there a witness list for this trial? There is, but I don't have the final witness list. I have everybody who could potentially be called as a witness. But I think that today we're hearing from, next we're hearing from the neighbor, the one who called or was on the phone with somebody when he heard the gunshots and all of that. And that's how they kind of were able to tell exactly when the shots happened at 8:33. And I can't remember who else they said before break. This is something that I've heard a few people mention. I'll never understand how this guy talked these women into getting life insurance. Even if his ex wanted to protect her daughter, why would Randolph need to receive a benefit? Baffling. You know, I can understand it, like, you know, getting a policy when you're married. It's a little bit surprising that he convinced the girlfriend to do it. I can understand it a little more, you know, them being married, but not. To me, it's strange to have multiple policies like that and to get them so soon after. I mean, and I guess, you know, hindsight's 2020, but to get these life insurance, it's like, you know, hey, we rushed into marriage and now let's rush into a life insurance policy. And especially some of the information from some of the previous marriages too, where it's like, you know, yeah, their lights were cut off and they couldn't afford rent, but he was sure.
Hi, Mark. Also, we should address. How are you?
She is 4 years old. Lucy is 4 years old. We have a hot mic. Hi, Parrot Court. Don't feel bad for cheating on RA. A lot of our people go back and forth, so. I even go back and forth. I'll pop over to his on one of my screens and. Oh, hot mic moment. Ah, look. Speak of the devil. Recovery Act said, I'm cheating on me too. Yeah, Recovery Act is my favorite streamer. So, when I'm on during the day and so is he, I have to, this is the first time we've done the same trial, but normally, I'll have to try to catch his stuff on replay. And then when we're on breaks, I'll pop over to his and hang out for a little bit. So a lot of our people go back and forth between us. We are all one big family. Ricky Watson, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Ricky Watson said, just because y'all need a cowboy hug. Thank you for the cowboy hug. We appreciate it. Reseller says that cheating on Brady sometimes with RA. It's not cheating. It's okay. It's like we're like how you can go to mom's house on Monday through Wednesday and then go to. It's like we have split custody of y'all. Just bounce back and forth as you please. We'll relay messages too. People will tell me something's happened over there. I'm like, tell them we said hi.
They always are.
Y'all are so funny. What is LTMW? I love hot mic. Hello, we love our lurkers. Hello, Ritz, lurking, looky-looing, and snooping. Question, does the date he got Lizzie's life insurance coincide with the purchase of Sharon's life insurance? I think he had Lizzie's first because they were dating first. He met Sharon while he and Lizzie had broken up and were on a break.
Well, I'm not doing a renovation. You get somebody in there to you find a bunch of dead construction people. You know who the suspect is.
Still trying to hear the hot mic moment.
We did
Good point. Friday was funny because he portaled everybody over here when he was done, and then we portaled everybody back over there for their podcast when we were done. We love all of our step viewers. Y'all crack me up. All right, they're coming back.
With his attorney, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state, we are outside the presence of our jury. Do we have any matters outside the presence?
Yes, Your Honor. Two brief matters. First, Mr. Bartlett is going to testify, and I've asked the state to just remind him not to mention prior trial. When I'm examining him, maybe call it a prior proceedings, he testified at a grand jury, he testified at prior trial, and here qualified statement. So I just asked him to do this. The second matter is we would ask that the following evidence be submitted. The life insurance on Lizzie, the last witness, I see the implication is that you got life insurance on her, and that was what you finally killed. And also the boating accident, she had bruises, and the baby after that concluded he was trying to kill her. And I think those are both propensity evidence, act evidence, So rather than, I know we've addressed some of these issues, but I would ask that the jury be able to not consider them. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, with regard to the voting, that already came in on Friday, and we had an explanation for that. And the court previously ruled that all of these witnesses are permitted to explain to the jury the advice they gave Sharon Randolph. And based on what she told them, and this was just another example of a friend telling her that
She didn't think this was a relationship she
Yeah,
should
yeah.
stay in. So I don't see that as any different than any of the evidence that already has come in, and the jury already has the context for it, that it was deemed an accident by Ms. Randolph. Because we didn't want the implication that she had bruises on her from some sort of domestic violence incident. With regard to the life insurance on Ms. Labrador, I don't get why that would be stricken. It's relevant evidence. It shows what Mr. Randolph does in his relationships. They indicated that this is a normal course of conduct. I mean, I guess that's up for argument and interpretation to the jury. It's certainly not a bad act. It's not illegal. It's just something that occurred. And they also cross-examined the witness extensively on it. And I just don't see a basis to strike it.
Can I just be
Yes.
briefly heard on that? It is true that Ms. Weckerly told us that that is what Lizzie could say, but the court, I think the state should have been required to file a bad acts motion and at least let us litigate that beforehand without I submit it. And just alternatively, if the court will not strike it, we'd ask for mistrial.
So we told them that on Friday, so they knew this information was coming all along. They knew she was going to testify Monday, and they could have asked to have it excluded. I don't know, I don't think they would have been successful in that because the evidence is relevant, but they certainly had an opportunity to do so. And given that the evidence is relevant and admissible, there's no basis for mistrial.
All right, well, in regards to the voting accident, we did discuss this last week, and as this court deemed, there was actually an explanation given that Sharon Randolph said that this was an accident. That was the purpose for which the court allowed it to be introduced, is based on the fact that there would not be any insinuations that there's some sort of domestic violence issue. So no one is going to be permitted to argue that in their closing, but that was clear to everyone last week, so I'm not going to strike that evidence. In regards to the life insurance, when she was testifying about the life insurance, I was actually thinking the same thing, but since it is not a crime, it is not a bad act for somebody to buy life insurance, and actually Mr. Tomchek hinted when he was cross-examining, I don't want to call her Lizzie because I know that's not her legal name, but when he was cross-examining her, he actually hinted that people buy life insurance. It's not a crime to buy life insurance. It doesn't insinuate anything one way or another, so for that reason, it's not a bad act. The state did not have to file a motion in order to bring that in, and that could be argued by either side because that is now evidence that is in front of this jury. So I'm not going to strike that, and I'm also not going to grant a mistrial. I do not believe that forms the basis of a mistrial since that is not a bad act that was elicited by the state. Where's Mr. Henry? He's getting the speakers?
He's getting the speaker because we're going to play the statements with the third witness this afternoon.
Okay, so you don't need to speak with this next witness, right?
No, I can start.
Okay, so we can get started. Okay, that's what I was sorry.
I'm sorry, I
All rise for the jury.
Maybe is that Beyonce song to the left? Take your stuff and go. Wait, are they? Did they forget to? I guess they'll put it down when the jury is seated. So they were talking about mentioning the boating accident and the bruises. They didn't want it to sound like a domestic violence type things. They're making.
The jury's all present and
We're talking about that.
We're gonna go back on the record and see 250966, state of Idaho, Thomas Randolph.
The life insurance for Lizzie.
On behalf of the state. We both parties speak as the presence of our jury. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, you may call your next witness.
Okay, I was about to say. And she said that getting life insurance previously is not a prior bad act. So, and they did talk about it on cross as well.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. You could state your spelling name for the record.
My name is Carl Klein. That's CarlKlein.
State whatever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed with telephone company Lumen.
And what do you do for Lumen?
Currently, I'm the manager of the 911 Public
Manager.
Safety Services Group,
Manager of 911, I'm sorry.
Public Safety Answering Group.
Okay. What kind of training have you had that allows you to work for Lumen in that capacity?
I've worked with Lumen for 27 years. I started as a basic technician. I've worked my way up through 3 different levels of engineering, and then also did some supervisory work for that group, and now manager work.
Okay. And as the manager, what does that mean you do on a day-to-day basis?
I oversee the repair group that monitors the 911 network that we provide to different public safety answering points.
Okay. Would you be the person who manages the 911 associated with Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, my group does manage that.
Okay, as well as other metropolitan areas?
Oh, hundreds.
Hundreds, okay. But certainly the one that encompasses Clark County, Las Vegas.
Yes.
So can you explain for the members of the jury what happens when an individual calls, picks up the phone and calls 911? What happens on like the Lumen side?
On the Lumen side, depending on which company places the phone call, because obviously there could be wireless, cell phone, voice over IP, or landline calls that could go over. Whatever company owns those switches has lines that go to the selective routers, which is an aggregation point for 911 calls. And it takes a look at the telephone number that dialed 911 and determines the correct police department to route that call. From there, it'll route the call to that appropriate police department.
So when it looks at the number, is it trying to associate that number with a location to determine which police department gets the call routed to them?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you mentioned in your answer that there's some variation, whether it's a landline, a cell phone, or VoIP?
Correct.
First, can you explain what VoIP is?
VoIP is voice over IP phone services. It's a new digital service for phones.
Okay. How long has that been around approximately?
10 years at least, maybe longer.
Okay. What are the differences in how the system deals with 911 of a landline versus like a cell phone versus VoIP?
There is not much difference. The main difference is with VoIP or cellular phones, instead of sending the actual telephone number of the caller to the police department, they will send what's called a PANI, pseudo-ANI, other abbreviations that are ESRKs.
Okay.
Multiple definitions of that, but they send these pseudo-ANIs, which again is just a telephone number that is built in the database to say if a call comes from that telephone number, it will route the call that's associated with that PANI.
Okay, and is that the same thing as so you're trying to link it to a location?
Yes.
Okay. Does it show up different, like at metros, the police departments, 911 dispatch, if it's VoIP, wireless or landline, can they see a difference, the dispatcher?
They will after another part of the 911 call is after the police department receives that call and that telephone number. It will query a ALI database, address location information database, that provides the calling parties information for that. So with landlines, it'll just give the name of the person that owns that telephone line and their address. With voice over IP, again, it'll show the company that provides the voice over IP service and whatever information they have associated with that call, along with the actual callback number of the caller.
Okay.
And wireless is basically the same as VoIP.
Okay.
Where it'll query that database, but they, depending on what era this was, would also provide the information on who's calling, what wireless company is calling, and location of that caller using typically GPS coordinates.
How about, is there any difference in timing on how quickly any of those methods get to the service or get to the?
No, they're typically within milliseconds.
Okay, so then what's the next step after the person dials the phone, and then what happens after that?
The call goes to the selective router over what we call ES trunks.
Okay,
And they're emergency service trunks, and there's a limit to how many trunks from each end office or operating switch that connects to our selective router. The selective router will do that lookup to determine which police department to call routes to. Then once they determine it, we'll send the calls to the police department over what we call EM trunk, or emergency management trunks.
okay,
And with that call, the phone number and the voice goes to the police department. Their equipment then does that alley bid to determine the address, name, and owner of whoever is calling
okay.
based on the telephone number that was sent to them.
So the call first comes into Lumen. Lumen determines what the appropriate police department is based on the sort of location, and then it goes to the police department's dispatch, and then they can actually see a location that's associated with the number?
Correct.
Okay. What are things that can go wrong when someone dials 911? What would affect whether a connection is made or lost?
There could be multiple things that could cause a connection to be lost. Typically, there could be trouble with the circuits. As I mentioned, the ES trunks that connect the end office to our selective router. There may be some sort of problem with their circuits, a fiber cut that's impacting the area or where that office is from, or other circuit type of things. There's also issues with the circuit that may scramble the telephone number, so that when that call goes to our selective router, we will not get the information to properly route the call.
Okay. When there's something wrong with the circuit, the first problem that you mentioned, would that generally then affect a particular like geographical area within a city?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And then the second problem that you mentioned, would that be like geographically discrete as well, or is that different?
It may be a little bit different. Every 911 trunk, in case a telephone number is garbled, has a default police department assigned to it. So any calls that come down that particular 911 trunk will default route to the predetermined police department.
Okay.
That was agreed upon by the police department and whoever owns the switch.
And in that second instance, if it's kind of garbled for one police department, does it end up going to like another police department in the area, or is there some sort of like backup for that?
There's a possibility it could go to a different police department, but it would get answered.
I'm sorry?
But it would get answered.
Okay.
It just wouldn't be the right police department.
Okay. In the first instance where you said there could be a circuit problem affecting the area, so that would mean the call maybe wouldn't go through and the person would have to reinitiate a call?
Yes.
Are there, I think you touched on this, but are there, I guess like when you build a 911 system, are there sort of factors in the building that account for how busy or how many 911 calls an agency might get?
Yes, typically when we engineer a 911 network, we try to establish what's called a 0.01 grade of service, which is a standard that indicates during an average busy hour or average day, only 1 out of 100 calls may overflow to a busy signal.
Okay. I'm sorry, say that number again,
1 out of 100.
Okay, in the case, so it's able to handle all of those, so maybe if 100 people call in at once, one will get a busy signal?
Not necessarily like that, but the formula is written so that on an average busy day,
I see.
Only 1 out of 100 911 calls would go to a busy signal.
Okay,
have no idea what just happened. Everything kicked me off. I paused it. Let me pull back up. I have no idea. I just got kicked off of everything. Let's try this again.
If a person is like that 1 in the 100, do you know what type of signal they receive? Do they receive like literally that beep, beep, beep busy signal, or do you know if they get a recording?
It would be one or the other. I'm not sure specifically which one they would get in that instance.
Okay, would that depend on the agency?
Yes.
And how many for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, how many routers are there for each of the various methods of calling in?
There are 2 selective routers that we utilize. They're built for redundancy, so in the event one fails, calls can complete over the other selective router.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness runner.
How you doing, Mr. Klein?
Good, sir.
You've worked in this business with Lumen for 27 years.
Yes, sir.
Jobs changed a lot over the years, sounds like, for you personally, right?
Yes.
You'd also agree with me that technology's changed a lot in those 27 years, right?
Yes, it has.
I'm assuming in the training that you've received in the last almost 3 decades, you've probably learned a little bit about the history of the 911 system.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't always have 911 in the United States, correct?
Correct.
First came into being in the early 70s, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And it's not until like 1998 that Senate Bill 800 signed by President Clinton that makes it the national number. You agree with that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. If I were to represent that to you, you wouldn't have any basis to dispute that, would you?
I don't know the answer, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Okay. I want to talk about what you focus on the Lumen side of things. You have a responsibility and you have a team that works with you, and you want to make sure and maintain a system that if I pick up my phone in emergency and dial 911, somebody is going to answer it on the other end, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me, in order to route the call from one of the routers that you have serving the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the call has to get there first, right?
Get to the selective router?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Back in way up to when 911's in its infancy, all the 911 calls that came in were over like a hard landline, right?
Yes.
Like the old school phones that we had where there was actually a wire coming to our house that would take that transmission, correct?
Yes, sir.
Eventually, there are other methods of communication that are developed as technology changes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that as you sit here today in 2023, the technology is a lot more stable, accurate, and reliable than it was like in the 80s or 90s, right?
I would say it's just as stable. The new technologies just have added additional information, another way for different types of services to connect, but the basic E911 network, which has been in place since, like you said, that late 80s, 90s, that's been pretty stable for the whole time.
Right. The E911 network, once a call gets in and it gets out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about circumstances where maybe a call doesn't get in. Okay.
Okay.
If I'm hiking up in, do you live in Las Vegas?
No, sir.
Okay. You familiar with Las Vegas at all?
Have I what?
Are you familiar with Las Vegas at all?
Not really.
Okay. There's a place out west of town called Red Rock Canyon. You can go hiking out there, the service when you get up in those mountains. Appreciate that. And I want to call 911. I hit 911 on my cell phone. The call never makes it to your router, right?
Possibility, yes.
Right. So I might be calling 911 and your equipment with Lumen is sitting there waiting for it to come in. They just can't get it. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Between old-fashioned landlines and the cellular telephone example I just gave you, there's a technology referred to a few different ways, a few different times on direct examination. If I say VoIP, you know what I mean, right?
I believe so, yes.
Voice over, and
IP.
you put it IP.
Yep.
The IP stands for Internet Protocol, right?
Correct.
Okay. Certainly you can understand and appreciate that the internet has gotten a lot better between, say, the year 2000 and the year 2023. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Voice over internet protocol is a call system where I have a subscription with some subscriber. Like, let me give you a name. You ever heard of Vonage?
Yes.
Vonage is a voice over internet protocol subscriber, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. So like back in the 90s, 1998 to be exact, Vonage came into existence. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that between 1998 and 2003, Vonage didn't even offer 911 services to its subscribers?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would that surprise you?
I don't know how to answer that. No, I don't.
Okay. You don't really have any meaningful testimony to give us about the history and the accuracy of Vonage as a voice over internet protocol provider, right?
No.
You can just tell us what happens when a call actually gets there, right?
Gets to our selected router from that provider, yes.
Okay. So let's say it's 2008 and I have a Vonage service in my house. I no longer have a landline. That's my service provider to make an outgoing phone call. There were a lot of people like that, right?
I don't know how many.
Okay. Would it surprise you that there are people that had a subscription through Vonage and didn't have an old-fashioned landline?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Right. And if Vonage, the voice over internet protocol provider, goes out and they pick up their phone to make a call, not going to get to your routers, right?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned some circumstances where a busy signal might be obtained by someone trying to dial 911. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that if you're shooting forward in a perfect scenario, 1 out of 100 calls doesn't get through, statistically speaking. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
During a busy hour.
Yeah. So even in the circumstance where everything's working the way that you want it to, the service providers are getting those calls out, they're coming to your routers, even in those circumstances, 1 out of 100 might not work, right?
During a busy hour, yes.
Okay. And during a non-busy hour, if my service provider is Vonage and I pick up my phone to utilize it and Vonage is out, my internet's out, my voice over internet protocol provider isn't allowing me to complete calls, not going to get to you at all, right?
Correct.
So in that circumstance, 100 out of 100 aren't going to get through. Agreed?
From the Vonage point of standing, yes.
Okay. You're familiar with different types of busy signals, aren't you?
Yes.
There is what we call like the old fashioned busy signal where I call a number and maybe someone's on the other line and it gives kind of a slow, steady beeping sound, right?
Correct.
There's also a fast busy signal, right?
Correct.
What causes that?
Typically some sort of network failure.
So
it would cause that type of busy to.
Right. So hypothetically, I pick up a telephone to dial 911 and I have Vonage. I might have a deadline, right?
Possibly, yes.
And if I call back again, the system's down, I might get a fast busy signal, right?
I don't know what Vonage would provide if their network is down.
But you'd agree with me, if their network is down, they wouldn't provide any call routing to Lumen, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. You'd accept the possibility that a system can go down momentarily, right?
Yes.
Like I'm in the middle of a phone call with a voice over internet protocol provider like Vonage, and the system goes out, the call is just gone, right?
That could be a possibility.
Okay. And then later, system might come back online. You understand that's how that works, right?
Yes, sir. It could happen.
And then my phone could work, right?
Possibly, yes.
And it's also extremely possible that if my system's out, I try a call a couple times. By the time I try it the third, fourth, fifth time, maybe I get through, right?
That could be a possibility.
That's not crazy at all, is it?
It could be a possibility.
Nothing further.
Sir, when you talked about how the system is sort of calibrated, so I think you said in a busy hour, 1 in 100 would, like, sort of calling at the same time would get the busy signal. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay, and that's assuming like everybody making a call all at once?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Are you any more likely to get the busy signal depending on what kind of method you're using, like landline, cell, or voice?
All those companies should be connecting to the 911 network with that same PO1 rate of service. That's kind of the NINA specs for what's acceptable.
Okay. And all of that is sort of predicated on the idea that like there are just some instances where you could have a really busy situation in a city and, you know, things can go wrong a little bit in terms of the connection.
Correct.
And if you do get that call, or if you are making a call, I think Mr. Tomchuk was asking, you know, if you're in the middle of the call, then you would be able to call back and possibly get the connection after that.
Yes, that could be a possibility.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Contractor?
Mayor, thank you.
Good, ladies and gentlemen, the chair have any questions for this witness? Seeing no response, sir, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You are excused.
Thank you.
Wait, you may call your next witness.
Sit with Hallmark Bartlett, please stand.
So all that stuff about calls not going through, it was Thami who said it was 2 or 3 minutes from when he walked in until he called. And Thami didn't say anything about not being able to get through to anybody during any of those times when police talked to him. Chippity bippity.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please be seated? If you could state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Mark Bartlett, MarkBartlett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, are you familiar with the address of 5200 Dana Springs?
Yes, sir. That's where I reside.
Okay, so you still live there to this day?
Yes, I do.
Were you living there on May 8th, 2008?
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like to do is, Your Honor, by stipulation, the parties have stipulated to states proposed 1 and 2 being admitted into evidence, 316 being admitted into evidence, 313, 312, and 311.
That's correct.
So 311 to 313 and 316?
313, 311, 312, 316, and exhibits 1 and 2.
I think they're grasping.
Thank you very much. Sir, if I could, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You said you lived at 5200 Dana Springs.
Yes, correct.
I want to show you first exhibit 313. Do you see your home there?
Yes, right here in the corner.
Okay. And if we look at stakes 312, is this kind of from the vantage point diagonally looking out from your house?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with a home at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe, correct?
Yes.
I want to show you exhibit 1. Is that home?
Yes.
Exhibit 2, is that another example of that home?
Yes.
A little bit closer up. And is that the home there, kind of between these two palm trees?
Yep.
And for the reference, I was showing exhibit 312. Lastly, I want to show you stakes 311. Is this an overhead map showing your house in 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yep.
Okay. And this is all kind of fair and accurate depictions of all these locations?
Yep.
Okay. This time I'd like to switch over to the overhead. Oh, no. Okay, I'm not gonna. I can't.
Remember, just hit the big blue button.
Thank you, Mark. All right. So, first one to publish 313. You had indicated this was your home, is that correct? When you
Yes,
looked at it?
correct.
Publishing 312. This is a vantage point from your house looking in the direction of 6517 Rancho Santa Fe, is that right?
Yes.
And you had indicated it was this house between the two palm trees.
Correct.
publishing 311. This is an overhead, and I'll zoom out. This is an overhead of your house and 6517 Rancho Santa Fe.
Yes.
And you had indicated publishing 1. This is the 6517 Rancho Santa Fe house.
Correct.
And publishing 2, this is also another picture of that home.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to that evening, probably around, I don't know, 8 o'clock at night, something along those lines. What were you doing that night?
I was working on my car in the garage, the trunk area.
Okay. What type of car were you working on?
63 Chevy Impala.
All right. When you were working on that car, was your garage door up?
Yes, it was.
Was your car in the garage? Was it in the driveway? Where was it?
My car is pretty long, and it, you know, it like fits in there exactly. I was like laying into the trunk,
All right.
like across the batteries, you know, working on it.
Around 8:30, is there something that catches your attention that kind of causes you to look away from working on your car?
Yeah, when somebody pulls up, I get up to see who it is, and I notice it was across the neighbor lady waiting to get into a garage.
Okay, and when you say the neighbor lady, are you talking about?
Objection to leaving.
I haven't suggested the answer.
He gets so sassy.
When you said the neighbor lady, what home are you referring to?
The one, the 65.
Publishing 2. This home?
Yeah, the 6517, yes.
All right. So you saw a car pulling around that time.
Yes, I saw a car pull in.
Did the car go all the way into the garage?
Yes, it did.
What happened next with the garage door?
The garage door closed.
All right. Did you watch it close?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember happening after that garage door closes?
Well, at the same time, my friend called me when I was standing outside of the garage, you know, and I got up to look to see who it was. My friend called at the exact same time, and I was on the phone with him.
Okay. And what was the name of your friend?
Alex Mercado.
All right. So you're on the phone with your friend Alex, and then what happens?
I hear gunshots.
Coming from what direction?
From the 6517.
How many gunshots do you hear?
3 rapid gunshots, like bang, bang, bang.
Okay.
Then a little pause, and another shot, a pause, another shot, pause, shot.
Okay. So you hear 3 in quick succession, some pauses and shots after that.
Yes.
Do you say anything? Do you react? What do you do at that point?
I told my friend, oh, it sounds like they're shooting. I wasn't, 100% sure. I said, oh, there sounds like they're shooting. So I said, I'll call you back.
Okay.
So I went, I didn't hear no screaming, no yelling, nothing. So I went back to work in my trunk.
If you heard screaming or yelling, would you have done something?
Yeah, I probably would have called the police.
Okay. So then you don't kind of hear anything, but you tell your friend Alex, man, I'm hearing gunshots.
Yes.
And then at some point, do the police arrive?
Yeah, in about 20 minutes, the police showed up, a lot of police.
Okay. Eventually, do you speak to police officers about what you heard and saw?
Yes.
Okay. Do you provide police officers with the phone number of your friend Alex?
Yes, I do.
And was that phone number 702-557-2752?
Yes.
I think at some point, do you even offer to provide copies of your records to them if they need them? Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been admitted as Exhibit 316. I'm going to turn to page 3 of this document. I want you to look at right here. Is that Alex's phone number?
Yes.
Can you tell me, just read off, that's a 24-hour clock, but can you read off what the time is there?
Looks like 8:33.
Okay, but it says 20:33, just
Yeah,
technically.
20:33, yes.
Okay, but if you could convert the 12 hours.
Yeah,
8:33. Publishing 316. Please read out what that date is.
5/8/2008,
Please read out that time.
20:33.
Whose phone number is that?
That's
I asked you to say the complete number, please.
Please read out.
20.
Go ahead.
20:33:36.
Please read out that phone number.
702-249-0807.
Is that your phone number?
Yes, it is.
And that's just a repeat of your same number, correct?
Correct.
And is this Alex's number?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness.
Council approach for us.
Okay, so he's setting up right now, you know, the 8:33 thing. So with them pointing out too that maybe one out of 100 doesn't go through during the busy time. Let's say if he, you know, had the one that didn't go through and then they called right back or whatever. He didn't say anything about, you know, oh, it took me 12 minutes to get back through or anything like that. The time discrepancy wasn't brought up until after law enforcement brought that time frame up to him. So having we paused it for a second, so I've got a second behind. I'm going to go back to this. Having the time discrepancy is the big thing with them saying that they had him saying it was 2 or 3 minutes, and then, you know, okay, let's say the first call fails and he goes right to the second call. He never said anything to them about that time discrepancy. So that's going to be one of the things that I think they're going to harp on, because they harped on it. That's one of the things they pointed out in the first trial too. So that 12 or 13 minutes, whatever it was.
So how long had you lived at that house?
Since 94.
Since 1994. So you still live there?
Yes.
So you've lived there a long time.
Yes.
You know the neighborhood.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you told the police on the night in question what you'd heard.
Yes.
And fair to say that, you know, way back when you were talking about this, your memory was probably, you know, very fresh as to what happened. Is that right?
Correct.
And so what drew your attention, let's set this up. You're working on your car, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a call with your friend. You're talking to your friend at some point.
Yes.
I'm going to show you that call, okay? Do you see the call in orange on there, or yellow?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking to your friend and you said the time, you actually put it in, took it away from 20:33 and you made it, it's 8:33 p.m. and 36 seconds. That's when it starts.
Yes.
Or at least that's what the record shows. Is that true?
Yes, correct.
And the call that you have with your friend lasts for about 270 seconds, a little over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't dispute that at all, do you? Now, while you're on this call at 8:33, 36 seconds, and talking to your friend, you notice the neighbor's vehicle show up and start to go into the garage.
That was before my friend, the neighbor, pulled in the garage and I got the call at the same time.
Okay, so what you're saying is that simultaneously you see the neighbor's car and
Yeah, I get up, I hear the neighbor's car, I get up, see what it is, and then just right then, my friend Alex called me.
Okay. And do you remember previously at a prior proceeding saying you were on the phone and the car pulled up? Do you remember saying that?
No.
If I showed you a copy of prior proceedings and what you testified to, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Page from prior proceedings, page 93 and 94. I want to go through this really carefully so that we can see exactly what you said. Okay, if you could just read to yourself, page 93, where you start with saying you're talking to your friend and your friend's name is Alex. Is that right?
Yep.
And then just read to yourself 93, please. Let me know when you're done.
Like 8 months, I think. They arrested him in January. And the murders were in May.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to turn to 94 and just ask you to read a portion of that too. You have a chance to review that, sir?
Yep.
Okay. It appears that what you said was that you were on the phone with Alex and that you saw the car that show up, right?
Yeah, at the same time.
Okay. So what you're saying, is just basically that I'm on the phone, I see the neighbor's car show up.
You know, basically, the car pulled up, the phone at the same time.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. And do you remember that when the car pulled up, the neighbor car pulled up, the garage door opened? You
Yes.
explained that, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't see anybody get out. You said you saw the car just go in.
Yeah, the car just went in.
Nothing, no reason to really pay attention to much of this. It's just normal, everyday neighbors coming.
Yeah, neighbors come and go.
Okay. Talking on the phone. And then you say you watched the door close, garage door close.
Yep.
Okay. And then you said that about 25 to 30 seconds after that, after the garage door closes, you hear shots.
Yes.
Okay. So if we understand this correctly, you're on the phone, you're saying at about 8:33:36, simultaneously with the calls beginning, you see the car show up.
Yeah.
Right? So we can tell from this that the neighbor car shows up around pretty close to 8:33:36, approximately, right? So yes?
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
And the garage door opens, the neighbor car goes in, right?
Correct.
And then the garage door closes.
Correct.
And after that, 25 to 30 seconds go by, we hear shots, you hear shots.
Yeah.
Okay. You told the jury that today, and you, in a prior proceedings, told the judge that. Fair to say?
Yes.
And that's what happened. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Now, I know it's been a while, okay? And so you at first, you've told us today, from what I can tell, you heard 3 rapid shots.
Yes,
right?
correct.
And then there was a pause, and then a shot, a pause, then a shot, pause, and a shot.
Yes.
Total 6 shots.
6 or 7 shots. I can't recollect. It's been a while.
Okay, fair enough. Do you remember previously in a prior proceeding saying you thought there were 4 shots?
I can't recollect.
And again, it's been a long time. You're trying the best you can, right? If I showed you a copy of what you said before, a transcript of when you described 4 shots, would that help refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Tom said that
Okay, page 11.
he stopped in the driveway, she went inside,
And specifically,
and then he pulled in
line, page
Garage.
11, page 16, and I'm going to be showing the page.
and went in
line
after
10
her.
Through 17 of page 11. That part, Chuck. Okay, I'm going to show you where you testified under oath previously, and you were asked how many shots you heard. And if you could read lines 10 through 17 to yourself, let me know when you're done, sir. Are you done?
Yeah.
I'm also going to show you again another page where you're asked about the number of shots, page 16, Council. And if you could just read to yourself lines 11 through 16. Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory as to the fact that at one point you said that there were in fact 4 shots?
Yeah.
So again, fair to say, it's been a long time. You're doing the best you can. You're telling us today it was 6 shots. A while back, you were saying it was 4, right?
Yeah.
You could, obviously be mistaken as to exactly what you heard. Is that right?
No, there's no mistaken gunshots.
Okay. No, I misspoke then. I don't mean that you didn't hear gunshots. I meant that today you described 6 shots, but back then.
Yeah, back then I said,
described 4.
I was just saying, what happened.
You're doing the best you could.
Yeah.
Okay. People are asking you to remember how many bang, bang, bangs you heard.
Yeah.
It can be kind of difficult. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You didn't call the police when
No.
you heard this.
I did not.
Do you remember the night the police talked to you? You told them that you thought maybe it was firecrackers.
Yeah, somebody said it was kids or something, there was play around,
right?
Stuff like that.
But then you also have said that you knew somebody was blasting. You kind of said,
Yeah.
You've been around. I think you even described it. Look at that.
Yeah.
A little streetwise. I know gunshots when I hear it. Correct?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
And you told your friend they're blasting, and when you hear them blasting, that probably caused that end of that phone call. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I said I'll call you back.
Okay. So once you heard the blasting, you told your friend, "I'm going to call you back just to make sure you're safe and everything."
Yeah, just kids heard any screaming or anything like that.
Okay, I'm going to again show you the phone records. Okay. So at 8:33:36, you start this phone call. You see the vehicle come in, correct?
Yes.
And that phone call lasts 270 seconds. And towards the end of it, you're telling your friend, "Hey, look, I got to go. They're blasting." Right there.
Yeah, well, during the call, yeah.
And, we went over 270 seconds is about 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So somewhere that the call would have ended around 8:38. You see that? You do the math. It's about 8:38.
Yeah.
They're trying to close that gap.
You also said today that you thought police showed up about 20 minutes later.
Yeah.
Okay, again, you didn't have a watch. You're not timing how fast the police show up. It's just you try to do the best you can. Is that right?
Yeah, just a guesstimation.
Okay. So you would have thought sometime, just in your, as you call it, guesstimation, sometime 20 minutes after 8:38, the police are going to arrive. Right? That's what you thought. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Concludes cross-examination.
Remember on cross-examination, you were asked about the timing of seeing that garage door close and then hearing the shots. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you believe, I think you had said you heard the shots just a few seconds after the garage door closed. Is that right?
Yeah.
No, Judge.
It was pretty quick.
30 seconds. I would ask you not to leave. And that is not what the testimony was.
Well, there was a lot of questions back and forth about whether it was at the same time. So this jury will remember the testimony as they remember it to be.
Okay, well then, how about this? I'm just going to read for completeness, page 94 of the prior proceeding.
You're not going to read it into the record because you didn't say you remember.
Okay. Well, what did you say? What do you remember saying at the prior proceeding about how long after the garage door closed did you think you heard the gunshots?
It was, I thought it was right away, probably like 10, 15, 20 seconds. I thought it was right away.
Okay. did you state previously it was like right away? I would say within 20 to 30 seconds.
Yes.
Judge, if you could just, I think Mr. Hammond just made a mistake. If you could just read that sentence correctly.
Okay, I'll read it. I'll read it again, page 94, lines 18 and 19. It was like right away. I would say within 20, 30 seconds. I'm sorry, what did I say? Sorry, that's my fault. I didn't read it wrong. My apologies. All right, 25, 30 seconds. Okay. So you believed it was right away after seeing that garage door close?
Yes.
Okay. And was this at the beginning of your phone call with your friend?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said this happened around 20 minutes later, the police show up.
Yeah.
Okay. So if your call started at 8:33, if you add 20 minutes, that would put it at about 8:53 at night.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none. Oh, ma'am, if you could write your question, make sure you use your jury number, not your badge number.
Oh, there's a jury question.
I swear I won't give you another number, remember. Take that so much.
This is our first jury question.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever notice a car or see anyone else approach the Randolph house minutes before they arrived at 8:33 p.m. on May 8th?
No, I did not.
State you and they follow up based on the jury questions.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Long?
No.
Did ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, counsel, you're excused. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony here today.
I'd like a chance to test out the audio, and it would be hard to do with 12 members in the box.
All right.
Good question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to take a brief recess so we can.
All right, I skipped forward because I had to pause when it kicked me off of everything. Okay, that was a good question. So this is something too that we've talked about before a little bit. They're coming back. But about how Mike Miller got there. Oh, y'all couldn't hear it. He said the question was, did he see anybody coming or going before the Randolphs got home? And he said no. Here, while they're on recess, you want me to rewind it a second and you can hear it?
For this witness. Okay, seeing none, counsel, you're excused. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Randolph House minutes before.
All right, here it is for those of you who missed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever notice a car or see anyone else approach the Randolph house minutes before they arrived at 8:33 p.m. on May 8th?
No, I did not.
Say to you and they follow up based on the jury questions.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Long?
No.
Did ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, counsel, you're excused.
So that was it. Trying to hear if there's any exciting hot mic moments. That was a good question. So I remember hearing that them talking about how, not in this trial, but I think maybe it was in parts of the previous trial that I remember hearing, or whatever it was, where they had talked about Mike and Fami were out and about during the day, hanging out, doing different things, whatever they were doing. So I'm wondering if he got, I know that they said that he had a key, he was able to get in, but I don't know how he got there unless, if he was already there from when they had gone out and about earlier, or, if he had a car he parked further away. But I don't think he had a car, did he? They muted us. I don't know that. I guess we'll hear more about that, but I don't remember having heard anything about how he got there. I do remember hearing that they were out and about together throughout the day before, like leading up to all of that. So if he was walking into the garage when he was getting ready to leave and the garage door was closed, I wonder if, he was walking to the garage thinking that, where was he going? Was he thinking, Thami was going to drive him home, or where was his ride? How was he planning on getting home? That's something I'd like to know. Because, this is 2008 when this happened. So and I wouldn't think that you would call an Uber for something like that. Or not an Uber, but Uber wasn't there, but a taxi or anything as a getaway car. But with him walking into the garage and the garage door being closed, it makes me wonder, was he thinking Thami was going to drive him home? If they were out and about all during the day, I would think, without having any other information about it, I would think that, maybe somehow, because this was pre-planned, so maybe somehow, he had him already there, or close enough to where he was going to just walk there after they pulled off, or what. I'm not sure. Because the way that it was too, they said that it looked like he was hiding in the bathroom because of where she was and the way that the shot was, that he was hiding in the bathroom and shot her as soon as she got in front of them. So, and they said they believed he had a key, but that's something I've thought about too. How did he get there? When did he get there? Did he get there when they were out together during the day, or did he get there later from somebody else? Very interesting. Tommy143 says Mike would have had a ride out set up if he had planned to rob them. Yeah, I mean, if he's planning on robbing them, if that was really what happened, robbery gone wrong, where was he going? If he doesn't have a car. I'm curious if they'll bring that up. I would assume so. Because if we have that question, then that's going to be something that they're going to need to answer for the jury too. See, and this is back in 2008 when there weren't, as many text messages now as, we send. It wasn't quite the same then. Not that like 2008 is before text. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that now, where it's such a common way for us to communicate, it wasn't as common back then, especially, I guess this age group. He said he mostly, that Thami mostly relied on phone calls, and the number of phone calls that these two fellas had between them over the course of those, few months when after they met until this happened was like crazy amounts. Virginia says, is JT doing night court tonight since he did it last night? I believe so, as far as I know. Peter Ware said, I was texting in 08. Yeah, I'm not saying nobody was texting. I'm saying it wasn't the common form of communication that we have now. It wasn't as common back then, especially with older age groups. Like, because I mean, I was out of college. I was definitely texting, but I wasn't. It had not become my primary form of communication like it is now. We are calling him Thami because during openings, they said that Defendant said that he goes by Tommy, but he spells it Thommie. So I'm just sounding it out. Thami. Old Thami boy. Hello, Cachette. I had my BlackBerry. I got my BlackBerry in, I think, in 2008 or 2009. Remember having to like hit before the BlackBerries and stuff. Remember having to hit, like, when you were texting, what a pain in the tush it was to have to like hit, each button however many times to get to what you wanted it to say. Kids will never know. Kids will never know. Peter Ware, but was that your main way of communicating in 2008? Texting? Maybe for some people it was. For me, it wasn't that common. I used it, but definitely not to the extent I do now, because now they've made texting so much easier. And there's emojis, and GIFs, which is really my main form of communication, is GIFs. Just learning. Yeah, I feel like I'm the same way. 2008 is about when I started getting into it a little bit more, but I wasn't using it a whole lot then. Then when I realized, like, if I text, now that you don't have to press each number, 2, 3, 4 times to get to a letter, and they made it easier, I was like, okay, this is something I can work with. We made our own emojis. Typing in with the Our own little smiley faces and stuff. Sad faces, clown faces. Oh, goodness gracious. I walked around with my pager too. I had a turquoise one. Turquoise is my favorite color. Turquoise and pink are my two favorite colors. But I had a turquoise one, and it was one of the ones that's like turquoise, but it's like the see-through turquoise, you know? So you could see like the inner. I thought that was the coolest thing. And I can remember being like, oh, gosh, I need to find a payphone. I just got paged. What? So cool. So cool. I was trying to explain pagers to Jacob years ago, and he was like, so people would send it and you like it would just tell you a number. I was like, yeah. And he was like, so why didn't they just call you? I was like, well, we didn't always have phones in our pockets at all times. Imagine that. Emoticons in AOL chat rooms. Pie fight. So funny. And first of all, thank you for the super chat, or for the anniversary chat. Listen, we sent, and he said we sent smoke signals back then to each other. Smoke signals. Carrier pigeons.
Oh, really?
That's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. Payphones. Alyssa said I was born in the 90s, 1999. I was in high school in 1999. I graduated in 2001. Patcha said I got my cell phone in 96. I had one of those that was in the bag. Like I can remember getting, like that was the first one that I can remember in the family. It was one of the ones that's in the bag that you had to plug in to the cigarette lighter, and it sat like in the bag in the thing, and it had like the swirly cord and stuff. So when you're on it, you had to like literally talk in the bag. Isn't that funny? May said my first cell phone was on a battery pack, and you had to pull the aerial up. So I felt so cool. In fact, it looked ridiculous. You were cool, Megs. You were cool. You are cool. 143. Yep. If you page 143, that's I love you. 911 is call me right away. Normally it's because like your mama done found out about something and I need to warn you, or I'm supposed to be spending the night at your house and my mama's about to call your mom. So funny. Pony Express for important mail.
The state, we both are stipulated to the versions of our jury.
Yes, Sharon.
Yes, Sharon. State can vote on next witness.
Cliff Moss.
I don't know why we're having issues today. All right, on the stand. This is Detective Mogg.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Can you please be seated? Please state and spell your name for the record.
Clifford, C-O-I-F-F-O-R-D, Mogg, M-O-G-G.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, how are you employed?
I was a detective with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Homicide Section. I've been a police officer for over 35 years. Was with Metro for 21 and a half or 27 and a half. And the last 20 years, I was assigned to the homicide section.
And when did you retire?
Last Thursday.
Oh, wow.
So it hasn't been a week.
No.
You were employed at homicide in May of 2008.
That's correct.
Over the span of your career, how many crime scenes do you think you've been to?
600 to 900.
And of those, how many would be homicides?
Oh, homicides would have been 600 to 700 minimum.
Okay, and then crime scenes in general?
Couldn't even begin to tell you. Over 35 years, hundreds.
Okay, and prior to homicide, where were you assigned?
When I first came to Metro, I was in patrol. From there, I went to a problem-solving unit. After that, I was assigned to the career criminal section for about a year. After that, I went to robbery for about 3 years, and then the homicide section.
Can you explain to the members of the jury how homicides are investigated, the way the rotation works amongst the detectives?
So with the Metro Police Department, we currently have 24 detectives assigned to homicide. So there's 4 squads, 6 detectives in each squad, and a sergeant. We have a lieutenant that oversees the entire section. When a call for a murder comes in, within each squad, there are 3 two-man teams. So the rotation just goes, if you pick up a murder this rotation, then the other 2 guys on the squad will pick up one the next time, and then the next time, the next 2 will have one.
So it's just random, sort of, once you get a case, that team goes down and then the next team takes the next case.
That's correct.
Were you part of the group that responded to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe Drive on May the 8th of 2008?
I was.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you got there?
So the actual 911 call was 8:45 p.m. By the time the officers secured the scene, detectives from the general assignment section or major crimes goes out there. They start to get things ready for a brief and they call us. I believe that we got there somewhere in the area of 10 o'clock, maybe a little bit after that p.m.
Okay. And amongst homicide detectives, wherever you happen to be at that time, you're notified of a homicide. And if it's your turn to respond, then that group then just shows up at the scene individually?
That's correct. In this case, it was my lieutenant, Lou Roberts, my sergeant, Rocky Albee, and then there was 4 detectives, myself, Dan Long, Dino Kelly, and my partner, Ken Hardy.
And I think you touched on this in an earlier answer, but once, by the time homicide is there, patrol has already responded and locked down the scene essentially.
That's correct.
And they're responsible for putting up tape and making sure the scene isn't disturbed after they sort of clear it for safety reasons.
Yes.
When you arrived, were there any medical personnel there?
I don't believe so. They had already gone by then.
Okay. And so what was your responsibility with regard to this investigation primarily?
So the first thing that the squad does once we arrive is we decide who's going to do what, who's going to do the crime scene investigation. In this case, that was Detective O'Kelly. And then the other detectives would be assigned various jobs, whether it's to interview witnesses, interview potential suspects. In this case, Myself and Detective Hardy, my partner, were assigned to interview Thomas Randolph.
And do you remember where Mr. Randolph was when you responded on the 8th?
I believe he was in the back of a patrol car.
Okay. And did you approach Mr. Randolph to see if he would be willing to be interviewed or talk to yourself and Detective Hardy?
I did. Once I arrive and we get briefed, I always make it a habit to go up and talk to the people that I need to interview, just to introduce myself and my partner and let them know what's going to be going on from there on.
At that time, or either before or after that, would you walk the scene and make any observations prior to doing the interview?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
We did.
How long do you spend on that initial walkthrough?
So prior to doing the walkthrough, I believe I met with Mr. Randolph and obtained his consent to search his residence and explained to him what I was looking for and what I needed his consent to seize.
And he consented to the search?
He did.
Okay. And so then you walked the scene with other detectives?
Yes.
And what were your observations just generally of the scene?
So just looking at the front door, I didn't notice any obvious signs of forced entry into the residence. When I got inside, there didn't appear to be any ransacking in the living room area. We walked back into the hallway, which runs north and south between the garage and then the master bedroom, which was on the south side of the house. And I noticed lying in the hallway in a supine or face up position was a white female victim who was bleeding. Her head was closest to the entryway to the master bedroom, and she was lying on the tiled floor between what would later be identified as a music room and then the bathroom. And then as I walked out toward the garage on the north side of that hallway, there was an African-American male who was lying on his right side against a refrigerator in that garage area.
Okay. And so you would have walked through the scene, made those observations, and then at some point after that, do you and Detective Hardy meet with Mr. Randolph at homicide?
We do.
Okay. And is he taken there by you or by patrol, or do you remember?
I don't recall if we gave him a ride to the office. I know we gave him a ride from the office back to his residence, but he may have been taken to the office by patrolmen. I don't remember.
Okay. And when you get to the homicide offices, it's just yourself and Detective Hardy who interview him at first?
That's correct.
And do you remember approximately what time it was the interview may have started, or would it be time stamped on the?
It will be on the video. It should also be on the audio, but I know that if I obtained consent to search his house at approximately 11 p.m., that it would have probably been close to midnight, maybe a few moments after midnight into the morning of the 9th.
Okay. When he was doing this interview with you sort of from the 8th into the 9th, was he in custody or was he free to leave?
He was not in custody. He could end the interview whenever he wanted. He was not read Miranda because at that point, he was not a suspect. He was merely the relative of one of the victims, the female victim.
Okay. And Your Honor, well, actually, Detective, I should ask you first. That interview was recorded?
It was.
And transcribed?
Yes.
Your Honor, that interview is memorialized in states proposed 314, which I move to admit and publish now.
No objection. Any objection to 314?
No, Your Honor.
314 will be admitted and
Don't know what we're seeing, so just trigger warning. I know they mentioned her. I just, in case they show pictures during this testimony.
This guy, can you tell us anything else about him that might help us figure out who he is, where he lives, car he drives? He doesn't drive a car. I don't think he has a license. I think he has like suspended or revoked or something. He rides a bike, different bikes to the house when he works usually. Or I'll pick him up, drop him off. He lives in those apartments. By the golf course. Down by his, if you go to the freeway and you turn right.
You know, which apartment? And when I take it back home, can you?
Yeah, I don't know the numbers on it. We charge out to his aunt and uncle all the time. He's even real nice, just over the phone, I've met his uncle a couple of times.
Do you know their phone number?
Not a fan, but it's on one of the phones.
What's your phone number, Tom?
This is embarrassing, I don't know, we just changed it. It's still on the old number, and the new number's still on the computer desk. It's just been that recent, so we haven't got it in our hands yet.
Do you have a cell number?
Yeah, it's,
And did your wife have her own cell? Or
yeah.
What was that number?
I don't know, it's on my cell phone, I just call it. Actually, tonight, my cell phone, I guess I left it in the kitchen or somewhere because I didn't have it, but she called me and told me she was about ready to go from the, in the casino. She had lost or was looking for me or whatever.
What time did you guys leave the house this evening?
Just probably right around 6, few minutes after, because she called me just as I was up the street, told me to hurry up, we're gonna be late. She said, everybody asked if everything was ready, the kids was ready, because we had to drop our grandson off.
So the grandson was staying at the house?
He came over to swimming after school, he's autistic. If he does good at school, that's kind of his reward.
What's his name?
Nicholas.
Last name?
I don't know, I've learned that dad a couple of times, it's some Italian name, but Buyer is my stepbrother's name, new married name.
And where did you drop Nicholas off at?
At his mom's. I just taken the car, Sharon, went in, something about the Thomas, the other baby, had puked on the couch and couldn't get the carpet cleaner that we took over to work or something.
What's your daughter's name?
My daughter's name.
And where you dropped Nicholas off?
Sharon's daughter, Colleen, Collleen, Buyer, Beyer.
And where did you drop Nicholas off at? Where does Colleen live? Roughly.
Severance, does that make Elkhorn or Severance or something like that? It's on the other side of 215 if you go to Jones.
And then, so you left the house around 6, take Nicholas off, dropped him off at Colleen's, and then what time did you leave Colleen's house? Approximately.
5 minutes later. If even that, 2-3 minutes.
And where'd you go then?
To the charcoal stateroom, or whatever it's called, the state house, the Santa Fe. And like lobster for her Mother's Day.
And then just driving time then from Colleen's to Santa Fe, or just stop somewhere else?
No, just straight to.
What time did you leave to Santa Fe?
Take it out, I think we got gas. I think we got gas on the way, I can't remember. Yeah, we did, we got gas just around the corner at that mobile. Because we were leaving early in the morning, and she said the gas would go up there, which probably will.
And that's the mobile station by Santa Fe? Or up by Colleen's?
No, it's by our house there, when you go around that corner. I think it's a mobile station, it's something there.
And then you went to the charcoal room. What time did you leave there?
Just a few minutes before the 911 thing, just as long as it took to get there and get in. And maybe a few minutes, because to be honest, I was kind of scared to go in the other room to get the phone and stuff, so I kind of in and out, looking and trying to see if I can't hear, so I thought I heard somebody in the other room, but it's just my mind getting away with me, because.
And Mike, you first met him about 4 months ago?
Yeah, 4 months ago.
And that was a convenience store where?
Over by where he lives, Santa Fe, and it might have been Terrible's by Wells Fargo. I can't remember for sure. It's just me. And he left, and I turned around. I was getting the car washed, and then I turned around and seen him walking, so offered him a ride.
And when was the last time that you saw Mike? Other than
this afternoon, just right before I left home.
what time? Did he come over, or?
Yeah, he came over.
You didn't pick him up?
No.
How did he get to your house?
I thought he rode his bike, but I don't know. It was just at the door. We was going to go look at jet skis and stuff today, and just kind of, and actually was going to work a little bit in the backyard, but I just got tired from the drive and all the shit going on in Utah. But my dad's stroke and mom surgery and stuff, so.
What time did he come over today?
3:30 maybe. Yeah, Sharon said Nicholas would be there at 4, so I got ready and get ready and do what I was going to do.
When you came over this afternoon, what was he wearing?
Good question.
I don't know. He always wears some kind of baggy, old beat up clothes. I really don't know.
So he comes over around 3:30. Did you guys go look at jet skis?
Yeah.
What time did you leave the house?
Probably a little after 4. I took a shower and stuff, but ready to go.
And where did you go?
I was going to go to the bank, and I missed the exit. So we turned back around, and then decided to just go to the bank tomorrow, not a big deal. I'll go later or something. And
Which, did you go look at jet skis?
yeah, we did look at jet skis.
Where at?
The Kawasaki place, got bids on them, and he was looking at a motorcycle, and we walked over to the Honda place and just looked at some, across the yard.
Over there on Rancho?
Is that the one that runs in front of that casino that goes up to Ann?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So you got the Kawasaki dealer on one side?
Yeah, no, that's the house. We went in there and was in there probably half hour, 45 minutes, in and out looking at the. Because I told him I was gonna maybe buy 2 jet skis this weekend. I was gonna go check one out and see if it beat my back too bad. If it didn't, maybe buy one chair, so I wanted to get some.
What time did you get back home?
Just within minutes of 6.
And was Mike with you when you got back home?
No, I dropped him off at there's a gas station, not a gas station. We was coming back and he just wanted to go to his girlfriend's, but I didn't have time to do that up by where all the dopers hang out, the casino, one of the station casinos, but there's a hotel up there. Fiesta,
Yeah.
Texas.
There's the Texas, the Fiesta, and then right across the street is like a budget suite.
Okay, yeah, that's where we wanted to go, was up there. He says he could get a ride from there, and I just told him I didn't have time to take him that far. And he said, let's go, just catch the bus. There's one over by a car wash. And I just pulled in and got out, and that was it. I turned around and came home. And I'm assuming he walked over and got it. There's a bus thing over there, so I'm assuming he's not too far from there. It's probably where he went, but I don't know.
Did he have a key to the house?
Not that he did at one time, but not, to my knowledge, he didn't.
You said you did it one time. Did you have the locks changed or?
No, what happened is we had a bunch of keys, Sharon had all these damn keys in the wall, and they hadn't fixed nothing. I mean, they hadn't fixed it. And, the mailbox key broke, so the mailbox broke, and the mailman told us to just leave it open, we could buy a new lock and save $50. So we had a bunch of old keys like that. And, I had a bunch of old keys just from different houses, but we went through and they didn't fit nothing, so I threw a bunch of them away. And he said he found one and gave it to us, and I threw it up on before we left. He said he had found a key, and it wasn't his, and said that when I didn't say it was ours, he just said he found the key, and I said, well, bring it over, it might be the one I lost for the front door. So we got two made. We got a bunch made, but they didn't work. They're not quite long enough. And we keep it for the kids in the swimming pool. We're afraid they'll get in it, so it's got one of the double. You gotta have a key for both sides. So when they're there, we take it out and lay it up on top of the light there. But Nicholas is, even though he's autistic, he's getting pretty smart. So we had another one, and it's this shed too. And a lot of times I'll just leave it in my pocket. I'll forget or leave it in the door of the shed. But he said he had found one. And I know we have two because we quite often we can't open the door because we can't find the fucking key, and it's because one of us put Sharon is just really forgetful, she is, but
When was that? Did you get it back?
before we left.
Today?
No, before we left for Utah, over a week ago or so. And I insisted that he bring it over, and he brought it over. He said, you come get it right now if you want, but it was like late at night. He's messing up, just bring it over in the morning, and we see if it fits. And he brought it over, and it fit. When nobody borrowed some money, and told him I just didn't have any, which wasn't true, I did, but he just getting further and further in debt. At first, he was good about borrowing and paying it back.
How much did he owe you?
$300-400 maybe. But he's just got his, well, I'm assuming he just did, because like I said, I don't know. He was taking a class for masonry, to become a, what is it, journeyman or something, union, to become in the union. And he would go to work and stuff down there, and actually showed him a piece of paper that says report on such and such day to get your card. And he said once he got his card, he'd be making some good money, so he was gonna put some brick in the back, because they're building new houses back behind our house, and Sharon's swims naked, which wasn't a problem until the house next door sold, and then they started building those, so he was gonna put the brick in for us. So I loaned him a little money and, figured he'd just come off the brick at the end. And he works, and he goes over our house all the time. He's a really, always working. I mean, he's not very good at what he does, but he's there. Usually, if he says he'll be there at 10, he'll be there at 10 to work and stuff. And it's just been easier than.
So who
I'm paranoid about the Mexicans hiring these Mexicans to move in and out, move things around, and to work in the house. And
Um, I like him, he's like a really nice guy, and I mean, he talked a lot of gang shit and stuff, but, you know, from other states, Florida and wherever he's from. And I think he has some warrants out, but I don't know.
So who knew you were going out this evening?
Colleen, Mike, everybody, Sharon's a phone bug too, everybody that talked on the phone, you know, I'm sure she told them. But nobody that was in our house, that she talked on the phone was there.
All right, what I want to do is we'll just take a tape statement so that we can get all this transcribed and have it further reported. All right, we'll just cover basically what we just talked about, how long you've known Mike, how you met him, and we'll go into what happened this evening. Operator is Detective C. Long, pin number 5096, conducting witness interview under number 080508-3131. Name of the person giving the statement, last name is Randolph, Randolph, first name Thomas, middle name Williams, white male, DOB is social security numbers.
Yeah, too late. We have it
Home
now.
address is 6517 Rancho Santa Fe, Las Vegas, Nevada 89130. His home phone number is, his cell phone number is wanted to talk to you about the incidents leading up to what happened to your house this evening.
Yes.
Right. You had told us that you had employed a person by the name of Mike, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe Mike for us and any names that you know him by?
Just Mike, Michael, I think his last name's Miller or Milner or something like that.
How old is he?
He said he was 38, but I don't know how old he is for sure. He's got a bunch of kids. And,
wow.
According to their ages, that would be about right, probably 38.
And do you know where he lives?
Sort of. He lives in the condos down by Ann Street. I don't know if I mean, I know which one it is. I don't know the number.
And do you know a phone number that you could reach him by?
Yeah, I don't know it by heart, but it's on the phone somewhere. We talk on the phone 10, 15 times a day. And now not that, maybe 5 times a day, just, you know, the jazz boss, I'm a jazz fan, so I owe you $1, that type of thing.
Does he have a vehicle that he drives?
No.
How does he get around?
Mostly the bicycle, but he borrows his, I think it's his uncle he lives with, his, their cars once in a great while. I know there's a lot of, he says there's a lot of rift at the house about, you know, getting a job and getting money, and he was talking about moving out, getting kicked out, and they don't let him borrow the cars to get to work, but they got him on work, and
Do you know who he lives with?
I think it's his aunt and his uncle.
And when he did drive a car, what kind of car was he driving?
A couple of times he's been in, I believe his aunt's car, which was like maybe a RAV or something like that, dark color, dark blue, black, something like that.
And what about his bicycle? Does he have one bike that he rides?
No, there's always seems like there's a different one. Seems like there's 2 or 3 of them. But
when he would come over to your house, where would he park his bike?
usually in the back with off the somebody would steal it off. He used to chain it to the gas meter, but that was kind of tacky, so I just had him bring it in the fence. He said it's like a someone put a gate on the one that we get open by hand.
And how long have you known Mike?
Thank you, Nurse for God.
4 to 5 months maybe.
And does Mike have any tattoos that you know of? What's his hairstyle like?
It's real short.
Is it short or is it bald?
I'd say it's just like, yeah, it's just short. There's a name for it.
A fade?
Pardon?
A fade?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Sharon, no, she's a hairdresser, but.
So you've known him 4 or 5 months. How did you meet him?
At a convenience store, I was in there getting my car. It was a terrible since I was getting my car washed and was waiting. And over by Walmart, I don't know the cross street. But you know, where they wash it and they detail it for you. And I was just sitting there just waiting, and he was in line before me getting a beer, and it's like he'd been doing, you know, manual labor because he was all dirty and stuff. But there was 2 or 3 people in line, and he was just kind of joking and said, "This lady, she's been asking for ID. She does it every time I come here. Every day I buy a beer, but she always asks me for ID." And so now today I don't have it or something anyway, so I said, well, don't worry, I'll just get it for you. So I just paid for the beer, and I just didn't get it to him, you know, and he said, no, that was yours, I'm getting this one, that's the kind I want or something. So I ended up getting both of them, but I don't thank very much because they told us and stuff. But just chit-chatted there when he took off, and I got my car done. I was going toward the house, and I seen him along there, and just pulled over and said, "Hey, need a ride? You want my way?" And sure. So I was at just popped in and sat over in front of his house the first day for probably an hour and just talked. I mean, I've been telling Sharon, you get out and find some man friends, you know, just sitting around the house, laying around the house all the time. It's just making me lazy. And had a couple, but they just didn't. You know, one of them did dope that I'd met, and the other was always very easy bike, and I just can't do that, or just go back too much, so I just didn't. And had a lot of, Sharon used funness to me, her old friends that don't interact with her much anymore, but just haven't met any of them, I haven't been over, so.
And so you just meet Mike at this convenience store, you strike up a conversation, and how does it come that he comes over to your house and starts doing work?
He says he does auto work. I was asking him what he does, and he says he's working to be a carpenter at a cement and you know, lay concrete or whatever, to be an apprentice. He was going to school or getting into school for that. He hadn't got in yet, but he just works part time. And they just asked him, what do you do? And he's only just do whatever he can to get money because he works with his uncle, so he said at nights at the airport, cleaning up the airport or something like that. And then he told me about Area 51. They really fly people out there every day. He's seen it or something. And
so do you engage him to come over to the house then and do some work for you?
Yeah, well, I talked about doing something. Excuse me, and he says, "I gotta help if you need some help. I ain't got nothing else to do." And I called him and asked him if he really wanted to work, and he said, "Yeah, he'd come over." And I said he's not good at what he does, but he's a good worker. He works consistently. It's not like going down and getting a couple of Hispanics on the corner.
So how often has he come over to your house and done work?
A lot. He's also come over a lot just to watch ball games. He's ate dinner with us 2 or 3 times. He's went over to Collins and done work over there at her house. I think just once over there. But he goes with us once in a while out, like to the clubs or to the Santa Fe. But we sort of was having a problem there. He was like calling every day and wanted to borrow us a couple of bucks. And just, I told him I just can't keep doing that. So
how much money has he borrowed from you since you met him? How much does he owe you?
$200-300 probably down, but he paid, I mean, like I said, he paid a lot of it back at the beginning. They borrowed 20, pay back 20, like I said, and borrow 15, pay back 40, and then a few things happened.
What happened?
He got his check, and he actually showed me the check, and they garnished his wages for child support. So he did have a bit of money, so I loaned him a couple $100 that time. Sharon was getting on me about that bitch and about him always wanting money. So she was, and then also just pop in, and I like my privacy. I told you, if you call and we don't answer, don't come over, because I'm in bed a lot. I'm sick. I mean, I got this thing, but I also got hepatitis. And then I went to the Channel Lane thing for upper GI, and they gave me some more shit to make me sick. So I've been pretty sick lately. Been in bed a lot, like weeks at a time. But he's came over a few times, even when I was Sharon's called him to have him come over and do plans and stuff. A couple times I wasn't there. Maybe one time I wasn't there. It's been a couple of times that told him, let's do this tomorrow, let's work on the shed or whatever. And, just tell him I can't do it today, I don't feel well or whatever. Or he'll show up and I don't feel well. And go ahead and, plant some plants, cover up some trenches, whatever.
Has there ever been a problem with him, a falling out or anything where he got upset or you got upset at him?
Now you can see the words.
Not really. A couple of times, and I think this, I said something to Sharon about, I thought he was kind of pissy that he was leaving for a week, and my dad just had a stroke, and that he and also he said he had the key. That he didn't say bye to me, because he'd asked me to borrow some money, and I told him I just couldn't do it. And we was at the casino eating and playing the slots. They were like to go to college, Sharon does.
You said he had a key.
Yeah, this is when he supposedly had the key to the house, that he found the key.
And when was this again?
Probably close to 2 weeks ago. But it turned out that I talked to him the next day, because I asked him, I said, what the fuck, was something going on at home? You didn't even tell me bye or anything, I'm gonna be gone for a week. He says, no, I did, you was busy feeding your face, you had your face in the tacos. And he went over and said bye to Sharon, but I didn't hear it because I'm deaf. And that's what she says, I'm sure he said bye to me, and he didn't catch it.
This key that he had, what was that to?
Back door.
We're talking about the double back doors.
I think it's to everything. I think it's to everything except like maybe the lower lock on the front door. Seems like that jammed or something. We had to put a different lock on it.
Okay. Anything else about Mike other than what you've already told us?
No, I really like the guy. I kind of got pretty pissed about borrowing money and stuff.
Did he ever tell you about anything that he had been arrested for?
Child support. I think he just got arrested for child support not too long ago, because his program. Matter of fact, his uncle called me when I was in Utah. He didn't realize I was in Utah, and wanted to know if I'd seen Mike. He hadn't seen him for a day or two. I told him I hadn't seen him, but when I did, I gave him a message, and Mike called either the next day or the day after that, and I told him that his uncle was looking for him, and he's probably in trouble. And he said he'd been in jail, something happened at that, what you said earlier, that Motel 6 budget motel or Motel 6. So what you said,
Budget Suites on
he said something about he was at the Fiesta and he got on a bus or something. When they stopped the bus, the cops did, and told everybody off of it, and something about there been a shooting, and they ran warrants, and he had a child support warrant or something.
Have you ever seen Mike with a gun?
No, just started up, so he was going to shoot a couple of times, and actually got the car loaded up and went up to shoot, and there was where we was going to shoot. We're not sure where to shoot at around here, but got a map from BLM, and that's what you figure we was at the right place, but that was.
Did you know where your guns were inside your house?
Yeah, so.
Which guns did you know the location of inside your house?
Well, I always like my gun, but it's a gun I'm gonna carry because I carry mine, a lot when I go out, but,
Did you know the location of any of the revolvers?
yeah.
Which one?
The 38 for sure, because he actually, it's a clock, it's a fake clock in the drum room, and it's the paint on it. Sharon went to paint it to get some of the little holes out of the wall. I guess she putted them into paint it, and she's blind in one eye, so she gets hurt. I guess both eyes. She gets a disability, I think, for something to do with her eyes.
So you have the 38 was in the clock.
Yeah, it's Sharon's. It's a gun, it's like a gun safe clock. But he was talking about, well, I could paint this here and paint this here, and it looks bad, it really does. I don't know if the paint was old or not shaken up, or Sharon just didn't get the colors, but you can definitely see two colors of paint.
Is that on the wall?
It's on the wall, and that's where the 38 was at.
So he knew where that one was?
Yeah, well, he knew that one because he actually reached up to show me where it needed paint and pulled off the wall and fell down. So, yeah.
Did you know where any of your other guns were kept?
One's like mine is up in the attic, just sort of keep everything up in the attic just close, but those are my guns that I just bring back and forth.
Mike knew where that was?
Yeah.
And when you say up in the attic, where at inside the house?
It's not in the house, they're in the garage. I put flooring in the garage and we store stuff in there. There's just between Sharon and I, we got too much stuff in all of our houses, put in one, so.
So these guns are up in the attic?
Yeah. There's a couple of.
With a little access?
Yeah.
Door up there?
Yeah.
Did you know where any other guns were inside your house?
I don't know for sure.
Did you keep these guns loaded?
Yeah. It's all loaded.
What about any valuables inside the house? Did he know where you kept jewelry and money and things like that?
As far as I know, you don't really go in our bedroom, but I'm not trusted the guy. I trust him explicitly, or did, But, like when he wanted to borrow money and Sharon, I knew, wasn't liking the idea, even $40 or something. Usually it'd be in my drum room.
Did you know where you kept it in there?
Well, I just kind of keep it in my pocket, but I just throw it up on either the top drawer or just on top of the dresser when I go to, or rolled up in my pants when I go to bed at night. So they're just usually with me, but just step in there out of the way. So I have a little bit of privacy, but.
So, moving forward to today, have you had any problem with anybody breaking into your house in the past?
Yeah.
When did that
We've had, the neighbors have for sure, but we had, I've had some tools and stuff taken from the back, and one Sharon left the garage door open and some stuff was taken. We've had cars broken into or written on, kids writing shit on them. A couple of radar detector once or twice, stereo.
Is this just been random stuff, or has it seemed to increase since you knew Mike?
No, I think it's mostly before Mike. I don't. Well, some hand tools I'm missing, I just can't find them, and I swear I told Sharon, I know the Mexicans took them up, just helping me unload stuff, but she didn't know where they put them yet. Drive them there and pick them up, and it makes sense. But I look for them, and I put stuff places and then forget where to put them, just.
Today, did Mike come over today?
Yes.
About what time?
3:30-ish.
And the reason why he came over was what?
Well, he was actually gonna finish putting trim on the attic, on the attic, on the porch on the back. It was leaking, and tore it off and put some shingles on. I couldn't lift it or anything. I kind of supervised him while he did it.
So what time did you come over?
About 3:30 today, but I talked to him a couple of times in the morning and just told him I'm not getting up. First time I've slept in days.
So he gets over there about 3:30. How did he get there?
I don't know for sure. I assumed he rode his bike, but I didn't see his bike. I didn't answer the door. Sharon did.
So he came inside, and did you guys go somewhere?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
I was gonna go to the bank and I missed we started bullshitting and talking about the chick he was with last night, his girlfriend, and started talking about his girlfriend. I wasn't paying attention and I just plain missed the road that I should have went to. And
so where did you guys end up going?
I took the exit that goes by the hospital, and I should have took the one before, I think. So just kind of drove around the circle there. And then Sharon already told us if we don't get going, I'm not gonna see we're gonna be late. So I wanted to go, he wanted to go somewhere. He wanted me to take him to the Texas and stuff up by his girlfriend's.
Did you go to jet ski dealer?
Yes, went to go to the jet skis, because that's what I told him. I'm taking some money out of the bank and just looking to buy jet skis.
Where did you go?
To the Kawasaki place, and he looked at a black motorcycle.
And this is the one down on Rancho?
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
Probably 45 minutes. I finally said, we gotta go, we're gonna be late, so.
What time do you think you left there?
15 to 6 maybe.
Okay. And where did you go after you left the jet ski dealers?
Well, the first thing is we walked across, we parked right by the Honda place, and we kind of walked over there and just looked around. We stood on our side of the car there, we just looked through and pointed out different jet skis and stuff that was there. We talked about, I had shopped there once before and looked, and he said, they'll give you a better price because they're next door, so
you left there?
Left there and went to, that's when he wanted me to take him up by the Texan. I told him I couldn't, and we just went down that way, because I was just taking him back to my house, because I really thought he had his bike or something.
So you went up Rancho?
Went up Rancho, and then I turned, he says, there's this, a car wash back there by the bus stop, and I can get a ride there or something. And I don't really know where I was at, I just looked around and went back, it's not very far up the road from Rancho.
You said that was up by the Santa Fe and the Texas, up by the casinos?
Yeah, it's between those two, somewhere there. So
you dropped him off there?
Dropped him off, and I was he got out, and I actually went by and looked around and come back, because I didn't see where he left. I think he went in the liquor store.
Where'd you go then?
I went home.
And you get home about what time?
5:06, 5:06, 6:05. I mean, just within minutes. Sharon was calling right as I was turning into the subdivision to let me know we're going to be late if we don't hurry.
And so what happened next?
Grabbed his stuff when we left. Just all I did was grab my briefcase and carry with my medicine in it.
And you told me that you and Sharon had taken your grandson Nicholas back to her daughter.
I asked her if everything was ready, because it was running late. And she says, we're going to be late if you don't hurry. And I said, I'm ready. All we got to do is just lock up and go. So is everything ready? And she says, yeah. So I assumed everything was locked up and Nicholas was ready.
When you leave the house, do you normally lock all the doors?
Yeah.
The back doors normally locked?
Yes.
And so you load up Nicholas, you drop him off at Colleen's, and then you go to the Santa Fe to the charcoal run.
Right.
And how long were you there?
From as long as it takes to get there until about when I called 911.
And who knew you were going to the charcoal room this evening?
Everybody Sharon talked to on the phone, which would be all of her friends. Colleen.
Did Mike know?
Yeah, Mike did.
Did he know what time you were supposed to be there for dinner?
Yeah, actually, because like I said, she had called and we had reservations and she'd already told us to hurry back and make sure it wasn't late and he was there in front of us.
All right, and did you receive any calls from Mike while you were at the Santa Fe dinner?
No.
Did anybody else join you?
No.
And so you left the Santa Fe, did you go directly home?
No, we went over to the Cabo Bar and played, had a couple of drinks and played video poker. And then Sharon went over to a different part of the place and played video poker until she lost all her money. Then we went home.
And during the time you were there, did you talk to Mike on the phone at all?
No.
And you leave the Cabo Bar, you go directly home?
No, then we went to another section she was playing at. I went to the bathroom and came back because I cashed out some money and she was still playing. And
when you leave the casino, do you go directly home?
No, we started to, and then we went to Funny's, so it's called Funny's gas station on the corner there. There's a gas station there, not just around the corner. And she said, we better get gas now because you'll gotta go up tonight because of the weekend, over the weekend. So we stopped and filled it up with gas, and I think that was it, and we went home.
And what were you driving this evening?
The Honda.
The SUV?
Yeah.
So you go home, and when you arrive at the house, tell me everything that happens.
I pull up in the driveway and then we have to stop because we can't get too much shit in the garage, but can't get both cars in because there's racks on each side of the walls. So we always have to do this. One of us has to get out. The passenger has to get out and go in.
And so she was the passenger?
Yeah, she was the passenger tonight, carrying the food.
What was she carrying?
I know my steak, I don't remember if there was something off her plate that was left or not. They boxed up, but.
Was it in a bag?
Yeah.
What else was she carrying?
I think she had her purse, because I know she spilled some stuff.
So you let her out, did she get out in the driveway or in front of the house?
She got out in the driveway. Actually, she got out really before I stopped. I was going to pull up a little bit further, but it's kind of a little hump there.
So she gets out of the car. Did you notice any strange vehicles parked in front of the house?
No, our next door neighbor just moved in. He's got 30 cars there, so he does. So there's always not his. I mean, he's got so many, and then the next door neighbors.
Did you notice whether or not Mike's bike was parked anywhere?
No, I didn't look for anything.
When Sharon got out of the car and went into the house, which door did she go through?
The big garage door, and then just the regular door that gets down the hallway to get into the house.
So she went through the door from the garage?
Yes, the garage door.
Okay. And did you hear anything?
I had the radio on, or she had the radio on. That's pretty loud because I don't hear. I definitely hear. And as soon as she got in far enough that I could start pulling in, I started pulling in. It's really close. I'm going real slow and got up there and then pushed the garage door. It came down and it actually got too close to my car. And I was having a hell of a time to get down. I pushed the mirror in a little bit to give me a little room to get out. And, I started to go over to get my bag with the seat, because I forgot I folded the seat down to kind of hide it at the bar so you don't get into it.
And this was your bag that was in the back seat of the SUV?
Yeah. And just went on the door, and when I walked in, we just got the little teeny hall light on. I mean, you could see pretty good. Which
and so you went from the garage into the house through the garage door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it took a few minutes because I always let the garage door to make sure it comes down. And
when you were out of the truck, did you hear anything inside the house?
Didn't hear anything.
Didn't hear a thing.
You enter the house, and what do you see?
Sharon laying on the floor, just laying face down, right in front of the in the bedroom and right in front of the bathroom and we call it the music room, my drum room.
Okay.
She's just laying face down, not moving.
Was she laying on her stomach or was she laying on her side?
She was laying on her stomach, and I don't know again if this is just height, if I'm hearing things, if I'm spooked, what, but I thought that I heard something just as I was just opening the door, like voices, like somebody talking.
Did it sound familiar?
No, it was just, it may just be my imagination, something like someone at the door, something, and I wouldn't swear that I actually heard that. And like you see things out of the corner of your eye, I just looked up, and I was looking like, what are you doing on the floor? And I thought she felt that she has trouble with her hip. And it was like, almost like somebody jumped across type thing, or maybe was here and stuck their head up and went back like that type thing. But
from where to where?
Either from the bathroom, if they jumped over across Sharon into the other room. But I didn't see that.
The other room would be the music room?
Yeah, be the music room. Or it was in the music room and just coming out and ducked back in when they heard the door or whatever. But I didn't actually see it. I didn't say I seen it. It's just kind of like, the spots just see out of the corner of your eye. And I seen Sharon, I yelled Sharon, and she didn't say anything. And I thought I seen blood, but it was the bag that I realized I seen now. But
where was the bag?
Right up close to me, right by her body, right up close to her.
What? That doesn't even make
She might have
sense.
been laying on the edge of it, but she wasn't moving. And I just stood there kind of for a second trying to see if she answered or whatever. And I started to go toward her, and then all of a sudden I got spooked. And I was just right by the door anyway, and I just took a step back in and grabbed the gun because I keep one in the shoe rack right there.
Shoe rack where?
In the closet. There's a.
This is, let me draw this. This is the garage. This is the door leading into the hallway. And then the music room. So
way further down.
The music room's there, bathroom's over here, and the master bedroom is down here on the end.
Yeah, but there's a washer dryer with two double slider door, not slider doors, but bifolds. Right as you come in, so there's a washer dryer there.
On this side.
Right, and then there's another room in here.
Okay.
And then right in that closet, there's a shoe rack. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
There's another bedroom right there.
There's a bedroom back in here, behind here.
Okay.
And that's actually an office.
Okay. And so this would be, as you come in through the door from the garage into the house, this would be on your left-hand side.
Right.
So you go into that room.
Into that room, just reached out to grab a gun. I got a gun and a clip. I got a couple more clips up on the top, but
which gun was this that you grabbed?
The macro, I think is the one I had in there. The gun I had, the gun I shot mine with. But
was it loaded?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So you go into that room, you grab the gun, and then what happens?
There's a clip by it, and as I come out, he was running, not running really per se, but right down the hall. I mean, I was actually in the room, and he came in and we bumped into each other, and he had the mask down, but like it wasn't on. You could tell it was black because it wasn't all the way down. It was like maybe a gear or something, like maybe it pushed it out. But I mean, we ran right into each other, and I realize now that I don't know if I hit the door jammed or hit his head.
This mask that you're describing, what was that?
It just dark, a black or dark blue, maybe, I call them ski masks.
Did you have that pulled all the way down over his head?
No, it was about, looked like it had rolled up once.
Okay.
Like just once. Maybe.
So above his nose, below his nose?
Probably right below his nose, yeah. Okay. But, and I know that when we hit, that, well, we kind of scuffled really, because he actually had the gun in his, had a, I don't know if he had it inside, like his, like a sweatshirt thing. I don't know if he had it in the pocket of there or down in his pants or he had it there or what, but we kind of was scuffling a little bit and he said something. I don't know what he said for sure.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, I was, it surprised me he was there and, just, you know, went into the fight or flight mode. It just,
Where did the scuffle take place? In the hallway or in the bedroom?
Both, because I was in the bedroom and had grabbed the gun and stuck the clip in the pocket, was coming out, and we just kind of hit right at the door, but he was coming in. And, we just kind of got there together, and he was doing something down here.
And when you say he was doing something down here, you're indicating that he's reaching into the front of his pants or the front of his shirt?
Something down there, or he may have already had his hand down there, and that's just when I noticed it, but.
Did you see the gun?
Later I didn't see it right at that particular time.
Okay. So you guys bump into each other in the doorway, you're scuffling, and what happens?
We just kind of bumped, and he was kind of, I don't know if he was fighting really, but I was just kind of trying to get some space because he kind of surprised me, but I was just kind of trying to push back and pulling the gun down because I had it beside me because I was going to look around the corner and see what was going on.
Which hand did you have your gun?
Right hand. So I grabbed the gun at the same time, put the clip, just like a motion, stuck the clip in my back pocket so it's clear and
so you're clearing space from him?
Clearing space from him and just a few inches before I shot him. I mean, I started shooting him just as soon as I got a little bit of room. And one of those, he went back, he turned around, and that's what I did see. That he had a gun in his hand. It turned out to be the revolver, but I didn't know for sure what it was. But
which gun did he have?
I don't know.
You said it was a revolver?
Yes, a revolver.
Which hand did he have it in?
I think it was his right one.
Okay.
It was his right one.
And so how many times did you fire in that?
I don't know, as many as I could, just as many as I could. And
he turns around, and what happens then?
Goes to the door. I know I shot toward as he was going out too. And I went right with him to see where he was going and went out there and he.
Okay, when you say the door, you talking about the door leading into the garage?
He was going for that, going out the garage.
Did you fire again in this hallway?
Yeah, I believe so. Like I said, I fired a lot and then he came out and turned around again.
Okay, now, is he in the garage now?
He's right at the doorway there. I think he was trying to open the garage door. Over, I mean, the big garage door over.
Where's the garage door open?
Right as you come in the door, just reach around and turn on the light.
And when he turned around and faced you again, did he still have the gun?
Don't notice. I just kept shooting. That's just all there was to it. I shot. And then he fell down and there was all kinds of shit there. There was a couple of bags. But I'm thinking he had those in the car, like changing clothes because he was going to his girlfriend's house or something. He had said, and I think he had, they were Walmart bags. And earlier he had them, and I think that he had them. I think those was, I know those was there too, but I don't know if it's the same bags he had earlier. And there was a cloth bag that is my stuff. Is the bags mine or Sharon's? I don't know. and it had just about an inch hit in it. Because the dispatcher told me to look at the gun and make sure it was away from him. And while he was in here, I was in there, I was standing over him.
You're talking about in the garage?
Yeah, in the garage, and heard a noise. I'd already turned around to go back to where Sharon started to, and I heard a noise, and I just assumed it was him. It was loud. And I turned around and shot again once or twice. And he was laying there, he wasn't even going anywhere, and I shot again. But it was the fire extinguisher had fallen off the refrigerator. And I just remember hearing the noise. Then when I went out to look for the gun, when the dispatcher said, you gotta, I told him what was wrong with my wife, and that there was a lot of blood and stuff, and she's hurt bad, and the guy in the garage, and they asked about that, and I told him to say, just with my wife, and
Let me just back you up just a little bit, okay? You hear the noise in the garage, which ultimately you realize is a fire extinguisher.
I'm assuming that's what it was, yeah, because it was laying on the ground.
And you fired how many more times?
I think just once more, because once or twice maybe.
Okay.
It was just more of it, because just heard that noise, and I'm imagining the TV thing, where the last time you get that last breath out, shoot you.
Did you take anything off of this guy while he's laying on the ground in the garage? Did you take the mask off?
No, the mask was laying by him. I went through the bag, looking for the gun, because I didn't see the gun, as it turned out. He was, I guess it was up in his pants or underneath him anyway, he'd fallen on it. And whoever was on the phone told me to get the gun, make sure it was away from him. And I just remember.
Let me just back you up here a little bit, okay? You hear the noise in the garage, which eventually you think is the fire extinguisher.
Yes.
You fired a couple more times.
I think I just fired once more.
What did you do after you fired a couple more times at him?
Went in and checked on Sharon.
Okay.
I slid the rug up under the door so the door would be open so I could see him, because I still was, when what's going on, I wasn't gonna check on him, I wanted to check on Sharon.
So you go up and you check on Sharon.
I tried to roll her over, I tried to talk to her. I bent down, and that's when there was the gun was there, because I bent down on it, it was laying somewhere in that vicinity. And
Near Sharon.
Near Sharon, yeah, it's actually pretty close to her, because my knee was on it. But that's what, or my knee or my ankle or something touched on it. It was uncomfortable when I bent down. And when I looked over and I seen the gun, I'm like, okay, there won't be a shot at this either. And I don't remember.
Was the gun in the hallway, or was it in the bathroom or the music room?
It was on this side. I don't think it was in the music room, but I think it was like just almost in the music room.
In the hallway?
Yeah, in the hallway. But I did see it. It was, and I may have just been there, just not looked good, because I was looking first at the red stuff, because I thought that was blood from the distance. And when I got up and could really see the blood, it was bad. And tried to talk to her to see if she'd respond. And I went and found the phone.
What did you do with the gun?
When I first picked it up, I was checking to see if it was cocked again. And I don't know why, but I seen a little thing on the side, and I was thinking, that'll make the clip fly. I know guns. But I pushed that, and thinking that was like a safety thing, and the cylinder started to roll, so I was supposed to back up and toss it over there. Just over in the room away from me, further down, so that.
Into the music room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not very far, but just out of the way.
Okay.
And called her and went and found the phone. And again, it's a little kind of spooky, kind of.
Where was the phone?
The phone I got out of the living room, with the big screen TV. I think that's the phone I got.
Were there any other lights on in the house?
Yeah, we got lights that come on with timers and stuff, and I didn't notice. I was just hurrying. I didn't notice if there was any other lights that shouldn't have been on, that was on, or
Did you notice whether the back door was open or closed?
I didn't even look. I grabbed the phone and called 911 and it didn't work. And I thought, what a great time for Vonage to go out. Because we had a lot of trouble with the phone. And called him again, called 2 or 3 times. And the first time it didn't work. Second time I think it was busy. And then I finally got a hold of somebody. They told me to settle down. And asked me what happened. And then I think they got confused. And then somebody else came on. And I think it was a paramedic.
So he said it didn't work multiple times.
Medical, and said we need to start rescue the CPR on your wife. And I told him that I didn't think she was alive. I told him I didn't think she was alive. She was shot bad. And just coming from the blood, you could tell. And he says to start not the CPR, but just the chest thrust, and asked him what position she was in. I told him, I told him face down, but I knew you'd have to roll her over, and told him to roll her over. And I started to do this, and then I got nervous again about the rest of the house, Mike being down there, and I didn't know Mike was necessarily just nervous that he was down there still. And I said, I'm kind of scared if the other guy gets up or something. And the guy says, go check and go get the gun, go something. And told me to find the other gun and get away from him.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, the bags was kind of in the way there. And
Where were the bags?
Right here and over on this side, maybe a little. And the mask was right there close to it too.
Okay, so we're talking about in the garage now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you go into the garage, and where's this guy laying again?
Right about there.
And we're indicating just outside the door that led into the house.
Yeah.
And where were the bags?
Right as you come in, there was one. I think both the plastic ones here, and I threw one of them over here after I looked through it, or just,
in the garage?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're indicating to the left and right of the door.
Right. And then the mask was over here somewhere. And it was just laying right by him, like it fell off when he fell down or whatever.
Fell off.
Did you see his face then?
No, but I noticed Mike. I couldn't see his face, but I could tell from his face was down.
Okay.
A mask that's pulled down to here
And where was the gun?
just fell off.
There was none. I looked in this bag, and I think it might have had jewelry in it or something. I don't know.
You're indicating the one to the
There was a black one now, a black
bag.
Smith's or Walmart, where you buy them, they're disposable, or you keep them. I'm into bags. And there was a bag there, and I just looked through it real quick, and I didn't see anything, and that's when I noticed the fire extinguisher, and it was under the edge of my car, and I stepped over because I thought maybe the gun is what I heard, and I don't know what I thought. I just thought maybe the gun was over there, and I stepped over, and again, they were peeing my pants because the fucking light in the garage went off at that time, the timer light, and it was just dark in here, the door. And
Are you still on the phone with the 911 operator?
I laid the phone down sort of over by Sharon.
Okay.
And I stepped back over, and actually I kind of stepped hard back over because I didn't want to step on him or the bag. Kind of a stretch for me to hurt my bag. Reached around, turned the light, but no, I think I flipped the light on the inside. There's a light. Anyway, I flipped one of the 2 lights back on the garage, and kind of pushed him over. And on my line, I think I pushed him a little with my foot, and then kind of lifted him with my arm, and kind of just went like that. And I could feel around there, and I felt the gun down there, and I picked it up.
Where was the gun?
Underneath. I don't know if it was in his pant legs, in his pant waist, I think he has a pocket there. Because it seems like when I reach down in there, my hand went in a pocket.
You're indicating the pocket like in the front of the shirt?
Or maybe, you got the ones that go all the way through like football players use.
Like a sweatshirt?
Yeah, a sweatshirt. You always wear a sweatshirt. Right. But I don't know if it went all the way through or it was just a pocket. But I remember I kind of got my hand caught in there. and didn't like the idea of my hand being held. And,
Hold the gun out.
well, I didn't have the gun, it was in the pocket. When I pulled it back over, then I could see the edge of the gun. I just pulled it up. I don't know if it was in his pants or what. I just grabbed the handle and pulled it up.
And which gun was that?
It's just revolver again.
Did it have, like a grip extension or something on it, a silver piece that attaches to the grip?
I didn't notice that. I just threw it in there. Now, we have a 22 that you were sort of describing like that.
When you took the gun away from him in the garage, where did you put the gun?
I threw it in the office, the first bedroom there.
Okay, so the first bedroom when you come through the
door.
Just threw it in there, or where do you think you placed it somewhere in there?
No, I just kind of just chucked it kind of easy. I actually was aiming for the garbage can, so I don't know if I hit it or not. And then I locked the garage door.
Okay.
And went back and got on the phone, and the guy said, "We've got to get to your wife now." And I says, "I don't know if there's anybody else in the house. I haven't been through the rest of the house." He says, "Just look at, you'll lose your wife. You need to get on this right now." I said, "Okay, you know." And Sharon's big. I tried to roll her over, couldn't do it.
Thank you.
Just out of breath, and I kept getting her so far up, and then I just couldn't hold her. And so I told him, I tried this 4 or 5 times, and I told him I just can't do it. He says, "You gotta do it or she's gonna die." So I said, "Okay, I'm gonna try this again." It's killing my back. And I laid the phone down and pushed her arm, kind of like they teach in CPR class. I pushed her arm kind of back underneath her, and it seems like I pulled one of her legs up a little bit toward me, and then lifted and pushed her over, and she was.
Did you do the chest compressions? And what was the next thing that happened?
I asked him if we, I told him I didn't think I could do the CPR because she's really hurt bad, bleeding bad, and stuff's hanging out and stuff. And he says, "What do you mean?" And I don't know if I told him blood or what, but anyway, he says, "So we just need to worry about the chest compressions for now." And he told me between her breasts that I'd already pulled up her shirt and found the thyroid and started doing them. I said, "Just keep doing them." And I did a few, and then I remembered you're supposed to count, so I started counting. I did 10, 15 or so, and then checked for a pulse, and there wasn't anything. And he says, "Keep doing them." And I started
to check for a pulse at?
Across her body on this side of her neck.
So you check her neck for a pulse?
Yeah. Here, it was on this side.
You're indicating on the left side?
Yeah, she was laying face up the left side.
So what's the next thing that happened?
I started doing more. I said, "I can't get a pulse." And he says, "Keep doing it. It doesn't matter. Keep doing the compressions." And I started doing them again. And then he said, "The police and the paramedics or help us here. Go open the front door." And it took a long time to open the front door. And that, I am thinking that when I opened it, unlocked it, it didn't unlock. And I know that I flipped the emergency, the thing to make sure the kids aren't run out, the little alarm, and it always is on. And I swear that I undid it, and I undid the locks, and then went to open the door, and they wouldn't open. It was like I locked them and turned on the alarm instead of unlocking them, like they might have already been unlocked. And
what did you do with your gun?
Stuck it in my back pocket, or else in the back of my belt. I can't remember. It was somewhere back here. And when I opened the door, there was just cops everywhere telling me to put my hands up, lay down, come out, whatever. And I reached back in and flipped on the light so they could see better, and came out. Anyway, and I tried to tell them what was going on, but they just kept on going, and they couldn't get in the house. They couldn't get in the house, and I told them, told them I'd go in and open the garage, whatever they wanted to do, but it took me way down. It took them forever to go in there. I'll bet you it was 30 minutes before they got in the house.
And backing up just a little bit, when you were in the first bedroom there and you were struggling with the person that you say is Mike, what is the reason that you fired? What did you feel?
Well, I was scared to death. Obviously, my wife was down, and this fool's in my house, and he ain't supposed to be. And wearing something on his head that looked kind of funky.
At that point, did you think he had a weapon?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then the reason why you continued to fire was?
I was making sure he wasn't going to shoot me.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever get a look at his face?
When I rolled him over, I could see it was his face, but...
Is that the person you knew was Mike?
Yes. I seen the gun after we got a little bit of space. Matter of fact, he was going to shoot me. There was just no doubt in my mind he was going to shoot me. I could see the gun then, but when he was actually up, it was just too close. He came in and I was coming out. And he's kind of trying to look around to see what I got in my hand. And as he's kind of down, I think maybe it's going to bump his head or bump the wall or something, because I got a little in his blood when he spit it, little thing.
Okay. Did you know that he was going to be coming over to your house tonight?
At 3:30.
No. The same day when you left the house?
Oh, no.
He did not have permission to be in your house?
He was supposed, I thought he was going to his girlfriend's. Matter of fact, I know he said he was going to his girlfriend's because he said he was catching hell alone.
And as far as you knew, he had a key at one point, but gave that back to you?
Yes, he did. And I actually thought he didn't give it back to me, but when I was kind of checking, when I called him because I was getting ready to leave, I said, hey, earlier you gave me that key that you said you found outside. And it's I'll lay it down, I'll lay it down to get the garage. Sometimes it'll just fall out of my pocket. Sometimes Sharon leaves it in the door.
That's convenient.
So, there's keys everywhere there.
Is there a reason why you were concerned about him having that key?
Yeah, we was going to be gone for a week. I didn't want him in my house. He didn't have Colleen comes over, she's pregnant, she checks the mail and stuff, and I have both neighbors watch the house.
Does your house have an alarm?
No. It has those door. Excuse me, it has those door things. I have an expensive alarm in Clearfield that I've been meaning to bring out here my home in Utah, but I'm leasing it. It's all digital and you plug it into the computer and it'll, do the video streams and you got 5,000 pictures before it ever gets up your driveway. And then it emails you pages, you and calls the cops for you, but
between the time that you first encountered him in the house and the time that you started performing CPR on Sharon and the police arrived, did you touch anything else or move anything else inside the house other than the phone?
Touched the guns. Touched.
Did you open any drawers, close any drawers, move anything around in any of the bedrooms other than the guns and the phone?
I would have went in the closet to get the pistol, but that's in the bedroom. And it's just there's a bunch of shoes there. There's one that there's a little bit of space, and I keep that in a clip right there together. In the garage. I think I might have went to the truck to see if the phone was in there, if Sharon's cell phone was in there, because she had it out. just before that, because she spilled stuff out of her purse or something, or I don't know if it rained, what was going on, but I started to go out there and I just ran back in and went to got the other cell phone. I may have had the cell phone. It was, no, I was ahead about it yet. No, I don't think I touched anything else.
And when you shot the suspect in the garage, where were you standing? Were you in the garage?
No, I think that's right where the light switch was. Okay, I guess I had it in the garage because the garage light went out. No, these are I was either just in the garage or just outside or just in the doorway still. But I did go out in the garage because I went over here looking for the gun.
Okay, so you moved around inside the garage?
Yeah, and as I said, and then the lights went off and that just scared the shit out of me because I thought there was somebody else there at the house. And I turned the lights off so I couldn't see them, and then I really started to get freaked.
Hey, party?
What was the lighting conditions inside the house when you first came in after your wife had already gone inside?
It's pretty clear. I mean, it's dark, but you can see okay. There's one, I think it might be orange or reddish, like a colored bulb, maybe 25 water that we leave on at night. So I can't sleep at night. Just my back kills me, so I wander around the house.
But from the garage door inside the house, you could tell that was your wife that was down in the hallway?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And at the point you saw her down on the ground, you hadn't seen anybody else at that point?
No, other than it's just kind of like I get those all the time anyway, because my doctor calls them floaties.
Okay. How long after that was the first time you saw Mike?
Just within 30 seconds, I said, Sharon. So fuck, I just immediately went I stepped up, maybe went 2 steps and just came back, and right there was that doorway. It was open and just reached in and grabbed my gun. It was just right there inside the hallway.
How many guns do you have?
I got quite a few, but not that are accessible. They're hidden, put away so they don't get stolen. I change them around as we need them.
The gun that you used, do you recall what caliber or which gun that was?
It's a Makarov 9mm. It's not the standard 9. It's the Russian 9.
Okay. And in that first room, as you come from the garage into the house, that first room on the left, I'll call it your office, not your music room, there's a larger revolver there. Do you recall that gun? Is that your gun?
There's a what? I'm sorry.
There's a revolver. I'm sorry, there's a revolver inside that first room.
There is? Are you asking?
I'm asking, well, I'll tell you, that as you, this is the hallway, this is the first room on the left, and this is the garage up here. As you come in from the garage, you come into here, there's a desk here, and your computer's right there. Sitting on some clothes or something is a revolver right here. Do you know anything about that?
Was it on the desk? I threw it over there. I threw that over there. That's the gun I took off him. But I was aiming for the garbage can, which sits right.
Okay.
So I don't know if I missed it, hit the clothes, or missed it, hit the desk, or what.
Okay. And then in the music room, there's another revolver.
That's the one that was right by Sharon, and when I went down on my knees, I could feel it. And that's the one I picked up. And I got a little 22 mag, and when you put it on safety, you turn the cylinder just a touch. And there's a little groove. There's a groove that cocks it when you turn it, but there's a little groove that if you turn it, that'll put it on safety. And I when I got the gun, I pushed a little thingy on the side, and I swear when I did, I was expecting the clip to fall out, because I don't do revolvers. And instead, the cylinders, what they call them, the cylinder, I could tell it was starting to come out, so I just pushed it back up. But I originally was gonna just put it on safety and move it over there. But I just threw it over there. I mean, I didn't throw it, the cat couldn't be more than a couple of feet from the door. I just kind of turned around and laid it there.
Okay. The one that you took off to him, do you recognize that as one of your guns?
I didn't know, but if you're saying there's a trigger, you said
If you look at the grip on the gun, it looks like this, right? On the gun's right here. There's a, I think they call them grip extensions, and it looks something like that, and it's silver.
Is it metal?
Yes.
Okay, that's probably our 22, probably Sharon's 22. I didn't notice that, but no. I mean, there's a gun like, it's really heavy. I mean, heavy, it's as heavy as a 38 if it's the one that we're talking about, but it's not rubber or anything. It's not like one of those packfire grips.
Right, this is a metal insert that goes.
Yeah, she said her uncle had funny hands or something, and he had that put on there because he couldn't hold it or something. I guess that's where she got it, was her uncle.
Okay, and then the gun that's in the music room, that, do you recognize that to be one of your guns?
I didn't look at
the one that, and that's the one that was near Sharon?
Yeah.
All the guns that you have, any of them registered?
I don't know if hers are or not. I assume, well, she had a little blue card I found once that was there.
What about your Makarov? Is that registered?
No, just brought it back from Utah. Just brought it back from Utah.
Okay.
What do you mean registered? I got a concealed weapons permit.
Locally you do?
No, I got it from Utah.
Okay.
And in November, they said they were reciprocal, so you didn't have to go through the gun permit thing no more.
Okay, but with Metro, did you have any of these guns registered where you would have had to take them down to a substation? They would have given you a blue card.
No, that's what I thought the gun permit thing was.
Okay.
I have the forms, I paid the money, got it filled out, got all the guns listed on the form, and even called and they told me to come early in the morning. And then the lady said something that you didn't need to do that they had changed the law or was going to change the law. So I looked it up on the internet and it said in October and November, the legislature had changed the law and it was reciprocal with Utah. Okay. So I have a Utah gun permit, so I didn't need to anymore.
Okay. How close were you to Mike when he fired?
I don't know that he fired.
Not when you fired.
Me to you, probably either one of you. And just as soon as I could get enough distance he was right up in my face, like he was reaching, trying to. I thought he was trying to get my gun, but it was.
So you're indicating about 3 feet.
Yeah, if even that. We was close. I could hit him just as easy, but that's not gonna fight. I've got this bad back neck thing, and I swing at you, and I might just be standing there still swinging at you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. So. And this was in the house still?
Yeah,
right
around that bedroom door.
Did you fire any shots in the garage?
Yeah, no.
And has Mike ever been to your house by himself?
I think once. You mean where we knew he was there and left him alone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I left him alone, like to run down to the store or something. He's working in the yard or something.
Has there ever been a time that you told Mike, go to my house, I'll meet you there? Or has there ever been a time that you've shown up at home and Mike's been there and you weren't aware that he was there?
Yeah, both situations. Once we was gonna do some planting or something, and I called and he said he was on his way. He was there closer than I was, so I told him just to go around and sit down. He parks his bike in the back by the side gate. We don't have a lock on it. Most of the kids are there. And he puts his bike there off the street so nobody will steal it or trip over and sue us. And another time, and I told him then just to go in and sit in the back, and I'd be there in a minute. It was just I mean, a matter of minutes. And then another time, I can't remember if he was on the front porch or the back porch. But me and Sharon was both there. And when we pulled up, he was there. And didn't think much of it. He just said he was coming over.
But he wasn't inside your house.
He was outside. He wasn't in the house. He was outside both times. And we had a swing outside. I don't think it's under the deck, under the porch now. I think it's moved. But it used to be under the porch, and I've been working on that. So that's where I told him just go sit on the turn on, be there in a minute, do what we gotta do.
Did you ever hear the shots before you went inside the house? Did you ever hear any shots?
I didn't hear anything, but I'm really deaf.
Okay. What was the first thing you thought when you saw Sharon laying down?
I thought she'd fallen.
When did you realize that there might be somebody in the house?
Well, I'm the paranoid sort, and when that little floaty or whatever, that just kind of, it's like I see something, or is it one of these Stephen King things you dreamed about last night? But I started to go up really quick. I said, Sharon. And then she didn't move or anything. So I thought, okay, something ain't right here. And that's when I went in the room and just got the gun because I've been paranoid about these Mexicans, and Mike just really fed off that paranoia with them. Like if I go down and get some to move things around, I'll have him help too. But Sharon used to go get them, and we'd get 2 or 3 out there working and couldn't understand them. So our new role was to get at least one that speaks English so we kind of can communicate. Also, it was like sometimes I have a waste of time to tell them to move everything, and they'd move just the opposite. And unless you're up there, doing it yourself with them, you don't know. But there at the last, I had Mike, and then I just had one Mexican or two instead of hiring 2 or 3. And he kind of kept them going. But and there's been one Mexican that told me about another one. Says, hey, watch that guy. Watch that guy. He's going to steal it from me. Or he's going to steal it. But he said it in broken English. Not about Mike, but about another Mexican. And then Mike had told me that he came out and seen some of the Mexicans looking through the boxes rather than putting them up in the attic and said something to them.
When you called 911, you mentioned that this guy Mike has been ripping you off. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? He's been stealing from you or ripping you off, I think, were the words you used.
I don't remember that.
No, he doesn't remember that now.
Do you suspect Mike of ever taken anything from you that you just could never prove?
Money, just little bits of money, but I just gave it to him, so I didn't think much about it. The key, that's about it, the key. If I said, been ripping me off, probably what I said was he's ripped me off, or is ripping me off. Like, the act right then.
Okay. In your kitchen, there's a freestanding, like a butcher block type cart, I believe.
Okay.
And I think it might have even had like a red cell phone sitting on top of it. But there's a steak knife sitting on top of this butcher block cart. Do you understand what I'm talking about? It's freestanding.
We don't have a red cell phone.
Okay. And I don't know if that's was sitting on that cart, but on this cart is a steak knife sitting out.
Should have been. We were careful about the knives because Thomas, our 2-year-old, that's why the guns that went up higher. He crawls and climbs now. Matter of fact, he opened almost all the doors. Like my drum room, I keep them locked because I made the mistake of letting him play the drums. So it's play drums, he screams and yells. He's pretty good. Actually, he can beat for 2. But I lock it when he's there just to make sure. Because also my medicine, when I come home, I take off my gun and just lay it there. Whatever gun I'm wearing that day.
Did you have any phone conversation with Mike today?
Oh, I've talked to him 2 or 3 times today.
From your cell phone to his cell phone?
From his home, I don't think he has a cell phone.
I mean, his home number?
Yeah, I've called his house several times today, or he's called me.
And would that have been from your home number or from?
Both cell phone or probably the house phone, either one. He was gonna help me finish put up the trim, or he would get my, said my dad had a stroke, and my mom had this gallbladder that ruptured, whatever, that damn near killed her, and they had to do an emergency real quick while my dad was, it was really weird. She got his room as they was moving him to the nursing home, because he couldn't do their rehab program, was strong enough yet. But told him we had to get that done today. It was the last day that was gonna have a chance to finish. I wanted to put the trim around the deck, not the deck, the awning, so that the water and stuff couldn't get to it, and it looked a little bit better for the kids, but we went and bought some trim.
That was today?
No, the last time I was with him, we went and bought some trim. I think he was with me, maybe that's by myself, I don't know. But that's what we do, is just kind of ride around and talk.
When he calls your number, is there a name that pops up on the caller ID?
I don't think so. It's just his number. But I mean, I know his number because I got it on one of my phones. But I don't think it says a number of a name or anything.
Okay. And did Mike know you guys were going to dinner tonight?
Yeah.
He knew what your plans were.
Well, we came over and Sharon was, told us we need to hurry and don't be fucking around too long and just, go look at him, come home and do what you gotta do. It was just playing, kind of. But we was gonna do earlier in the day, we was gonna do the trim and finish plan. I think Sharon wanted something else moved. And I slept last night. I fell asleep during the ball game with the kids there and everything. And my sleep was precious to me because sometimes I don't sleep for days. And I fell asleep, and coming home from Utah, I couldn't drive. I started driving, just nodding off, and Sharon drove, which is bad because she's got bad eyes, but she drove other than twice for maybe 20, 30 minutes. She drove the whole way, but I just kept nodding off. I couldn't stay awake for whatever reason. And I think it's probably all the stress, then from my dad and my mom and stuff, but got home and didn't sleep that night, but then the next, or I don't think it's like the next night, but then last night, like I said, and today I was so tired, I slept so good. And he called and said he's gonna start work. I think I called him first and said, don't bother coming at such and such time because she's gonna cut this lady's hair she forgot about. So she cut the hair, and then I don't know if he called me back or whatever. And I said, I'll just make it later because I'm gonna sleep for a while. So.
Is there anything else that we haven't talked about that you think is important to what happened at your place today?
Other than it sure took a long time for them to get in the house. I don't understand that. But I guess that's how the police do it. It's been like hours before they was ever in there to do first aid or anything. I don't think it matters. I think she was probably dead then. But...
Really?
Is there anything else with Mike?
Really?
Is there anything else that clicks in your head that says, yeah, you know what, this makes sense because of this?
Sharon's been saying he's been giving her really weird vibes, and a couple of times she said, don't invite him over in case he goes to dinner or something. And one last week, or a couple of weeks ago before we left with my parents, we said he was going out like on a date to the Cabo, and he wanted to borrow some money. I think I maybe gave him $20 or something. And that's pretty clear. If it's a date, we're leaving now. And he left a few minutes before we did. And it hadn't been 15, 20 minutes. And he showed up at the Cabo right next to us, sat down, and Sharon was real glad to see him, I guess. And, I told him I couldn't loan him more money and told him to, he needed to leave, quietly. Because last night I told you he kind of did say bye to me. He's pissed off at him. So I called him later. Asked him why he acted like that. He said, no, I said, why? You had your face buried in that taco or whatever he's eating. And he probably was right, I did, plus I didn't hear him. But Sharon said he said bye to me and came over and told her bye, so. But she just said and I think it's just because he's been coming over so much, and we don't like the popping in, and usually when he comes in, he wants to either borrow a few bucks or work and get paid off, because I give him the same thing I give the Mexicans when they work, so maybe a little more. But he's drove me to the doctor once when I had a couple times of a sick. So,
Anything else?
No.
Oh,
Would there be any reason why somebody would say that you may have had a part in your wife's death? Is there anything other than friendship or business relationship between you and Mike, or Mike and your wife? Any kind of a romantic relationship? Anything else? Okay. Anything else you think to add to your statement? Thank you, Marty. All right, now conclude the interview time now is 01:47, same location, same people.
Yes.
good question. Hello, Miss L. Welcome.
It's been 84 years.
How long has he been talking?
It's been 84 years.
2 hours later.
It really is almost.
2 hours later.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've all been sitting here for a extended period of time. I think this is a good point where we will take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not rewatch this being used or media attempts to communicate about the case. You must not do any research, such as consult dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything regarding this case or the client's being achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 10:30.
All rise for the jury.
Dang, tomorrow's 10:32. Not 10:32, but 10:30 also. They blocked us. I want to see him. Yeah, she's just missing for the day. I want to wait and see Thami packing up all of his boxes. Yeah, I wonder why 10:30, which, look, I mean, the fact that I have a little bit of morning time to get some stuff done is, I'm not going to complain about it too much, but she definitely talks at 1.5 or 1.75 speed.
All right, the record reflects that we are outside the presence of our jury. Do you guys have any matters that we need to discuss outside?
No, don't cut the mics. I was listening. That's rude. I'm trying to eavesdrop. Come back. Put the mics on. Come on, you can do it. I'm trying to eavesdrop. Come on, turn it back on. Guess not. They normally will show him, though, loading up old Thommy, loading up all of his boxes because he thinks that he's co-counsel. Oh gosh, he disgusts me. So they gone. They gone. Well, that yeah. Loading up another Titanic phrase. Come back. Come back. And then I gotta get like the whole whistle and everything, where she like blows the whistle and stuff. Too funny. So that's all she wrote for today. So tomorrow they're starting at 10:30 Pacific time, which is 12:30 my time. Right? Yep. Which is 1:30 Eastern. So that means we'll do the same thing. We'll start about an hour before. And I will pull that jury interview that we can watch and a couple things like that. So we will do that. I am going to, we ended a little bit earlier than I thought, but we have about an hour until night court. We were supposed to end a little bit earlier, but a little bit later, but that's okay. So here we go. Our statistician. Here we go. Sidebars. Objection. I don't have my glasses on. Sidebars. Objections. 5. Witnesses. 5. Testimony. 6 hours, 44 minutes. Recess and lunch. 1 hour and 58 minutes. See. Oh, there you go. Sidebars 5. Okay. She's on it, doggone it. I love it. All right. Special guest tonight on Night Court. Woo, woo. And I am, thank you so much. Thank y'all so much for the gifted memberships too. When I was trying to do my court reporter duties and transcribe things earlier, I didn't get to stop and say thank you. So I apologize for saying it late. For those of y'all who gifted memberships, I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry that I didn't say it right away because I was trying to get my stuff in. Night court tonight is going to be a lot of fun. So I'm going to redirect y'all over there. And we have about an hour, a little less than an hour. But I'm going to go ahead and redirect y'all over there so that you will be ready and waiting. And then I'm about to go paint Lucy's nails because it's our anniversary. Tomorrow, what did I say? They start at 10:30, which is 12:30 my time, 1:30 Eastern. So we'll start an hour before. I'm going to have to walk myself backwards through it again because it's getting towards the end of the day and I am getting tired. Kathy Rose, yes, Night Court is on our channel. So it's JT hosts it, does a great job, and we do like throwback trials. So we've been doing Jodi Arias. It's a lot of fun, and special guest tonight, which is really cool. So so I will see y'all tomorrow, and I will pull the jury jury video. If there's anything else that y'all want to see tomorrow before we start, like as we're doing our like little hangout before we get started, let me know, and you can email me or DM me or whatever and let me know, and I can see if I can get the clips pulled or get whatever it is pulled up and ready. So Lucy hears me talking a lot more, and so she knows that like we're about to be done. I only have one flip flop today. When she disappeared earlier, that one time when she was all of a sudden gone from her stuff, she went and got me a flip flop. So that's the only one I have today. So, but yeah, she's ready. She hears me talking, so she knows that I'm getting ready to sign off. And she's like, this means that I am about to get walked. And she knows it. Look, she's like, okay, I see you. I know I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. All right, y'all. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm going to portal you over for night court, and then I will see y'all tomorrow. But that is all I have for you today. So thank you for reporting to jury duty. I love y'all. See you tomorrow.